Chapter 1 If I Could Live My Life Again. It's another weekend. Jiang Yi got up very early. He tiptoed to the gate, put on his shoes, and prepared to go to work. After he put on his shoes, he looked up and saw the little girl standing in front of him with tears in her eyes and a little rabbit in her arms. This is Jiang Yi's 5-year-old daughter, Tang Tang. In his impression, Tang Tang has always been very well behaved. After gradually becoming sensible in the past 2 years, she has rarely shed tears in front of him. But today, what happened? Dad, can you take Tang Tang to the amusement park today? Jiang Yi smiled helplessly, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. Tang Tang, be good and stop crying. Daddy is really busy at work. Don't keep asking to go to the amusement park. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the time displayed on his watch. There are only 10 minutes left before the meeting, and he must hurry to the company. Oh. Tang Tang nodded her head, as if she had heard what he said. When Jiang Yi saw his little daughter being so well behaved and cute, he felt relieved and opened the door to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he heard a low whimper. It sounded like the deliberately suppressed cry of a kitten, thin and yet extremely long, and it just happened to reach Jiang Yi's ears. He paused, turned back again, and saw this heartbreaking scene in front of him. Little Tang Tang squatted in the corner next to the shoe cabinet, with her cute and soft face buried in the arms of the big rabbit doll. Her little body trembled, and her soft baby voice was filled with aggrieved cries. It turns out that Pang Pang was right, Tang Tang's dad really doesn't like Tang Tang. Since childhood, Dad has never taken Tang Tang to the amusement park. Jiang Yi suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He squatted in front of Tang Tang and wanted to tell her the importance of today's meeting. But after hearing the second half of her sentence, Jiang Yi couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Over the years, he has been busy with work and has never taken the mother and daughter out to play. The farthest place Tang Tang has ever been to was probably the kindergarten at the entrance of the community. At this time, Jiang Chen's wife Su Yiqing heard the noise, hurried out of the bedroom, picked up Tang Tang in the corner, and coaxed her softly. Tang Bao, be good and don't cry, okay? Daddy is very busy today. Can I take you to the amusement park next week? Tang Tang heard Su Yiqing's gentle voice, raised her head and looked at them, tears still falling from her big wet eyes. She pouted her chubby pink little mouth, and her cute white face was full of loss, as if she was an abandoned kitten, which made people's hearts melt. Mom, can you please not help Dad to cheat Tang Tang? As she spoke, she took out a chubby little hand and began to bend her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Including this time today, it's 5 times in total. Mommy, you've lied to Tang Tang 5 times. Tang Tang doesn't want to believe you anymore, woo-woo. When Su Yiqing heard this, she felt a sudden pain in her heart. Despite this, she still raised her head and spoke to Jiang Yi. You go to work first. Tang Tang, I'll comfort her and she won't cry soon. It's okay. I've always comforted her before. Forget it, I'll ask my assistant to postpone the meeting, and we'll take Tang Tang to the amusement park now. With his daughter crying like this, Jiang Yi really couldn't go to work seriously at this time. Soon, the family of 3 was on their way to the large amusement park in the city center next door. Jiang Yi was really busy and had no hands free to drive, so he sat behind the passenger seat holding his computer. Su Yiqing, who had a driver's license but had not driven a car for several years, sat in the driver's seat with full concentration, controlling the steering wheel. The cars were going very fast on the highway, and Su Yiqing didn't dare to be distracted at all. The cheerful Tang Tang sat behind her, giggling happily and chirping like a little bird. Today was her first time going to the amusement park and also her first time hanging out with her parents, so she was inevitably a little excited. Tang Tang, who is only 5 years old, is really well behaved and sensible. The kindergarten teachers taught us safety knowledge. It is best not to talk or chat with the driver while riding in a car, as this can easily distract the driver and create safety hazards. Tang Tang remembered what the teacher said, so she always wanted to talk to her father next to her. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, can you play with Tang Tang for a while? Dad, the kids in the kindergarten said that the amusement park is really fun. They can fly when they sit on it. Can Tang Tang play with the little airplane and the little train later? Jiang Yi held a laptop computer, and his slender fingers kept typing on the keyboard. He looked very serious and focused. Tang Tang was chattering beside him, but he didn't hear a word she said. The soft and cute Tang Tang had no idea that Jiang Yi's mind was full of work. She was a little sad, and her big black eyes were filled with loneliness. She didn't understand why her father ignored her. Su Yiqing, who was sitting in the driving seat, was concentrating on driving. Occasionally, she would hear her daughter's sweet voice, and a smile would appear on her delicate brows. But Tang Tang, who had been chattering all the time, suddenly stopped talking, which made Su Yiqing a little confused. She looked back distractedly and instantly understood what had happened between the father and daughter. Su Yiqing suddenly felt uncomfortable, and a bitter smile appeared on her red lips. Back then, she fell in love with him at first sight, and eventually became pregnant with his child, and they got married. But after marriage, things were completely different from what she had imagined before marriage. From the time she became pregnant and gave birth to today, in Su Yiqing's impression, Jiang Yi spends almost all his time working except for sleeping. Even after his daughter was born, he didn't pay even a little bit of attention to her. Just when Su Yiqing was distracted, a large truck suddenly fell over from the right. Tang Tang was the first to discover it. She didn't know what had happened, but just shouted anxiously, "Dad, Mom, a big truck has fallen over, look quickly." Su Yiqing, who was driving, reacted the fastest. With her peripheral vision, she noticed the large truck next to them that was about to fall over and crush their car. If this large truck loaded with steel really fell on their car, the three of them would definitely die. But now the truck was falling too fast, and even if she stepped on the accelerator, she couldn't get out of its landing range. There is only one way, which is to crash the car into the hill next to it and try to separate the rear of the car from the truck. Jiang Yi had a quick mind and he immediately guessed Su Yiqing's current intention. Thinking of what was about to happen, Jiang Yi's whole body was shaking, his heart suddenly ached, and he screamed heart-wrenchingly, "No! Su Yiqing, you can't do this. Stop the car. Drive the car forward." After 5 years of marriage, no matter what happened, Su Yiqing always listened to Jiang Yi. But this time, no matter how much Jiang Yi shouted or said, she remained indifferent. The determination in her eyes was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart and making him feel heartbroken. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yi felt an unprecedented heartache. With a bang. What Jiang Yi couldn't stop still happened. Right before his eyes. He watched Su Yiqing step on the accelerator and crash into the hill on the left side of the road in order to save him and Tang Tang. The front of the car is almost embedded in the top of the mountain. The overwhelming blood dyed Jiang Yi's eyes red. The little face that he had been looking at for 5 years but never got tired of and became more and more moved the more he looked at it was scratched by the broken glass, just like a knife cutting into Jiang Yi's body, leaving him covered with bruises. But Su Yiqing slowly turned her head and suddenly smiled at Jiang Yi. The raised red lips are sparkling and graceful, but the stars in the big eyes are shattering bit by bit. She looked at him, but there was no trace of him in her eyes anymore. Even though Su Yiqing knew that Jiang Yi, who was absorbed in his work, couldn't hear her when she said this, she still wanted to say it. But as soon as she opened her mouth, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Jiang Yi's heart was broken and his internal organs were in pain. "Jiang Yi, after I die, remember to take good care of Tang." Su Yiqing really didn't have the energy to speak anymore, and couldn't even finish saying her daughter's name. She felt so much pain, and her vision became foggy and darker. The last moment of losing consciousness. Su Yiqing seemed to finally wake up. It turned out that this marriage and name only was just her wishful thinking. She couldn't warm his heart in 5 years, and she still couldn't warm it in 10, 20, 30, or even a lifetime. Because he never liked her from the beginning to the end. She thought that if she could live her life over again, she would never like Jiang Yi again. She is so tired. Chapter 2. In the next life, I will love you. Jiang Yi just watched and Su Yiqing closed her eyes. There was a buzzing sound in his ears and his mind went blank. He just felt that at this moment, his world seemed to be reduced to desolation. The girl who always came to his room to tuck him in and kiss him secretly every night is gone. The girl who smiled sweetly every day, always blinked her beautiful eyes, and looked at him tenderly is gone. She was gone just like that, died right in front of him, which made him heartbroken and woke up suddenly. Jiang Yi wanted to reach out and wipe the blood that was oozing out from the corner of her mouth. But he didn't have the chance at all. Su Yiqing had planned everything, but she didn't expect that when the truck fell over, the front of the truck would still hit the rear of their car. Although there was only a small distance, the impact force was still quite strong. With a loud bang, the rear end of their car was flattened. When everything was quiet, Jiang Yi, who was in a trance, was awakened by Neichuanzi's weak voice. Mom, where are you? Mom, why don't you say anything?" Jiang Yi came to his senses and hurriedly looked for his daughter in the dust raised by the fallen truck. He was anxious to see Tang Tang to see if she was okay. But reality once again stabbed him in the heart. As the scene in front of him became increasingly clear, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted drastically, and his slightly parted lips trembled unconsciously, unable to speak. His daughter, his and Su Yiqing's only precious daughter, was thrown heavily under the main driver's seat. She seemed to be stuck there and couldn't struggle out. She seemed to be trying hard to lift her furry little head to look at Jiang Yi, but she just couldn't. Tongtong's bright black eyes were wet and filled with mist, and her naturally soft and cute baby voice was broken into pieces. Dad, why doesn't mommy pay attention to me? Tang Tang is in so much pain, I want to sleep so much. Dad, Tang Tang is so cold, can you hug me? If Tang Tang hadn't spoken, Jiang Yi wouldn't have noticed for a moment that a piece of glass had passed through her back as she curled up in the gap. Jiang Yi couldn't imagine what kind of pain his precious daughter, who would cry for a long time every time she fell down since she was a child, was going through. At this moment, Jiang Yi's heart was broken again and again. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. His eyes were bloodshot and he tried desperately to break free from the restraints on his legs, but the piece of steel that pressed down on his lower body from his waist was too heavy. No matter how Jiang Yi tore it with his hands, tried to break it apart, even until he got covered in blood, he couldn't move it at all. There was only one thought left in his mind now, to hug his daughter. But he couldn't do it. Jiang Yi's legs were completely unable to move. He could only try his best to stretch out his hand, but his fingertips could only touch her little face, which was getting colder and colder. There were tears in Tongtong's ignorant big eyes. She didn't know what had happened. She only knew that she was in so much pain that she couldn't bear it any longer and tears flowed down her face. Despite this, she still spoke to Jiang Yi with difficulty. Dad, Tang Tang can't hold on any longer. I really want to sleep. No, don't. Tang Tang, be good, please promise Daddy that you won't sleep. Jiang Yi's eyes were red with anger, and his legs were aching, painful indeed. But he temporarily forgot about it, and only his daughter's small figure remained in his eyes. Before going out this morning, she deliberately put on the only dress that Jiang Yi gave her half a year ago. The skirt is a white princess dress, as pure as rice paper. But at this moment, it was painted with large blooming blood roses. They were so dazzling and beautiful that they burned Jiang Chen's eyes. Dad, Tang Tang really needs to go to sleep. When Tang Tang wakes up, can you take Tang Tang to the playground again? No. No. Tang Tang, don't sleep. Jiang Yi roared, his eyes turned red, he cried and laughed, looking like a madman. The pain of broken bones and piercing heart is no more severe than this. He opened and closed his mouth again and again, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't shout out anymore. He wanted to tell Tang Tang that as long as you wake up, Dad will take you to the amusement park every week. As long as you are willing to wake up, Dad is willing to take you to amusement parks across the country and even the world. But there is no chance. Jiang Yi could only watch his precious daughter slowly die in front of him, as if her life was taken away from her in an instant. The car gradually started to catch fire. The tragic deaths of his wife and daughter made him completely heartbroken and he lost all desire to live. Gone. Everything is gone. Scenes from the past appeared before Jiang Yi's eyes like a kaleidoscope. It was not until the moment before his death that he realized how wrong he had been in the past 5 years. If he was the one driving instead of Yiqing who hadn't driven for several years, if he had just been talking to his daughter, if his attention was not on work, then wouldn't all this tragedy have happened? Jiang Yi regretted it, really regretted it. If God could give him a chance to start over, he would never put work first in everything again, and would definitely put his family first. The raging flames burned more and more vigorously, Jiang Yi's whole body was burning hot, his consciousness gradually blurred, and only one last thought remained. Yiqing, Tang Tang. If God could give me a chance to live again, I would love you in the next life. Chapter 3 Double Rebirth. Let me take care of you and your daughter from now on. Jiang Yi was awakened from his dream. He was sweating profusely. Yiqing, Tang Tang. Jiang Yi murmured these two names that he had called countless times. But every time I think of it, my heart aches. As he breathed in, Jiang Yi smelled the fragrance of a pudding gradually taking shape. The familiar smell made him look up. Looking around, Jiang Yi recognized at a glance that this was the old house where they lived 3 years before they got married. The furniture in the house was complete but very old. The sofa where Jiang Yi was sitting was broken, but the holes were embroidered with small flowers cut from discarded bed sheets. The house was as hot as a steamer in the summer. There was only an old electric fan in the living room that was creaking and shaking, bringing a cool breeze to Jiang Yi from time to time. There was no crystal chandelier in the living room. Instead, the incandescent light hung dimly on the wall. Only the shattered sunset outside the glass window cast a halo of light, illuminating the living room. In particular, the 30-inch crystal photo frame hanging on the small TV opposite the sofa is particularly eye-catching at dusk. Zhang Yi was stunned when he saw the two people standing shoulder to shoulder above. Those were the wedding photos he and Su Yiqing took when they got married. She had a bright smile, but he had a cold face. Because at this moment Zhang Yi suddenly remembered that when he was halfway through taking the wedding photos, his supervisor suddenly called him and asked him to go back immediately to revise a file. After many years, when Zhang Yi looked at the wedding photo again with a different mindset, he realized that he had done something wrong from the very beginning. Zhang Yi didn't have time to think too much. He just remembered that he had a car accident and died in the fire. But why is he here? For a moment, Zhang Yi couldn't tell whether the space he was in was a dream or reality, until his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar slender figure. It was Su Yiqing who walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the woman appearing in front of him intact, Zhang Yi came back to his senses from his daze. He couldn't help but follow her with his eyes, staring at her blankly. There had never been a moment when he wanted so greedily to look at her a few more times. Zhang Yi was afraid in his heart that all this was just a dream. It was not until she started to speak, her cold voice ringing clearly in his ears, that he dared to be sure that all this was true. Zhang Yi, why are you so strange today? Why are you staring at me like that? Su Yiqing noticed Zhang Yi's passionate gaze and walked to the small sofa next to him and sat down while speaking. After sitting down, Su Yiqing subconsciously wanted to look at him, but scenes of her death flashed through her mind. At this moment, all the feelings in Su Yiqing's heart disappeared. She thought of her last thought before she died. In this life, she would never set her eyes on him again. It was not until this moment, when he saw Su Yiqing appear alive before him, that Zhang Yi dared to be sure that he was truly reborn back to the time before all the tragedies happened. Looking at the surrounding environment and furnishings, as well as the length of her hair at this moment, Zhang Yi quickly guessed that he was reborn 3 years ago, to a day when they had been married for 2 years. He doesn't know the exact time yet, but Zhang Yi remembers clearly that around that time, he was just a small employee of Omiya Company. He worked diligently every month and worked overtime with that little salary to barely support his family. It's okay in winter, and we don't need to turn on the air conditioner at home, but once summer comes, the temperature in the south becomes very high, and we have to turn on the air conditioner. We can still use electric fans in May and June, but in July and August, the air conditioner must be turned on, resulting in increasing expenses at home. Tang Tang, who is 2.5 years old this year, will go to kindergarten in September. Zhang Yi thought about it carefully again and realized that it was at this critical juncture that Su Yiqing voluntarily gave up her favorite dessert business in order to better take care of her daughter and took the initiative to go home and become a housewife. One mountain after another came crashing down in an instant, and as a man, a husband, and a father, Zhang Yi had to do his best to support this family. Therefore, he goes out early and comes back late every day, working hard to run business and attract customers so that he can get more commission. After walking step by step and reaching such a tragic situation in the end, how could Zhang Yi not understand? Doing this is fundamentally wrong. Some words may be said at any time, no matter what the result is, but at this moment Zhang Yi just wanted to tell Su Yiqing seriously. He cleared his throat, feeling a little uneasy as he faced her, but his voice was firm and manly. Yiqing, I want to tell you. You can continue to do the career you like. You don't have to quit your job. If you want to open a dessert shop, I will support you in everything. From now on, I will take care of you and your daughter. A hint of deep shock suddenly appeared in Su Yiqing's big eyes. Chapter 4, Milkball smiled sweetly and threw herself into Zhang Yi's arms. Su Yiqing couldn't believe that these words would come out of Zhang Yi's mouth. She remembered that in his previous life he only worked day and night, ignoring her and her daughter, not to mention taking the initiative to take care of them. What's more, the current Su Yiqing had no intention of giving up her hobby and resigning at this critical juncture like she did in her previous life. As far as she could remember, at this time in her previous life, she gave up her dessert business in order to take care of her husband and children. However, she didn't expect that she spent 3 years trying to make him change his mind, and she was very sad until her death. Since Su Yiqing already knows the direction of the future after her rebirth, she might as well make changes now. First of all, she would file for divorce from him, and Tang Tang would follow her and be taken care of by her. His burning gaze was still on her. Su Yiqing bit her tender pink lips unconsciously and lowered her butterfly-like eyelashes to hide the surging emotions in her eyes. She opened her mouth and was about to tell Zhang Yi what she was thinking. But he sat directly in front of her, looked into her eyes carefully and spoke every word. Don't worry, you don't have to resign. Leave everything to me, I will take care of it. Su Yiqing's heart trembled, and tears welled up in her big, lowered eyes. Her lips opened and closed again, and finally the words came to her lips, but she swallowed them back. Forget it, there is still Tang Tang between them after all. Divorce is not something that can be done all at once. Wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Su Yiqing said nothing and responded to Zhang Yi's words with silence. The milky aroma of the pudding becoming more and more intense in the air. The oven made a dinging sound. Su Yiqing stood up and hurried to the kitchen. Zhang Yi looked at her back, feeling very uncomfortable, but his eyes were still firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Yi Qing, you may not believe it now, but I will prove it to you with my actual actions. The moment he finished speaking, the door of the master bedroom next door suddenly opened. A little ball came out from the crack in the door, rubbed his sleepy eyes with his chubby hands, and staggered towards the living room. Out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of a tall and majestic figure sitting on the sofa, and her little hands suddenly stopped moving. Tang Tang looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes as big as ice grapes suddenly lit up, an extremely bright smile bloomed on her chubby little face, and her baby voice was as soft as if she had just woken up. Beep, beep, you came back so early today. Zhang Yi's attention was instantly attracted by Tang Tang, who suddenly appeared. He looked at her small appearance and listened to her familiar Baba voice, and he suddenly burst into tears. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was in a trance and couldn't believe that this was real. The sky near the window was completely dark, with only a few stars hanging scattered in the sky. The cicadas in the trees chirped from time to time, waking up Zhang Yi, who was still in a daze. He glanced at the old clock hanging on the white wall. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. But his little Tang Tang actually said that he came back very early today. So how late does he usually come home to make his innocent little daughter say such a thing? The guilt in Zhang Yi's heart made his eyes red and his nose felt sour. Looking at his daughter who was lost and found again, he choked up a little. He didn't know what to say to her first sentence, nor did he know how to answer her words just now. Beep, why are you ignoring Tang Tang? She took 2 more steps with her short legs, getting closer and closer to Zhang Yi. He was trembling all over, not daring to reach out and hug her, for fear that this was an illusion he saw before dying. His daughter was so small and so soft. Zhang Yi wondered, would she break into pieces if he touched her? Tang Tang walked in front of Zhang Yi. She raised her soft and cute little face and looked at him, her long and curly eyelashes swayed slightly, and her big eyes fluttered like a doll. She saw Zhang Yi's red eyes and tilted her furry little head with some curiosity. Baba, what's wrong with you? Is it because Tang Tang was naughty and made Baba unhappy? As Tang Tang spoke, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and stretched out her 2 soft pink little hands to hold Zhang Yi's handsome face. There was a hint of sorrow in her bright and charming big eyes, and her baby voice was soft and sweet. Baba, Tang Tang was very well behaved today. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She didn't watch TV, and she didn't make mommy unhappy. Can Baba not be mad at Tang Tang? Feeling this real warm touch, Zhang Yi finally believed that he was truly reborn, and his intact baby daughter was right before his eyes. Tong Tong's weak childish voice before her death seemed to ring in his ears. Dad, it's so cold, can you hug me? Zhang Yi stretched out his big hands and hugged Tong Tong's soft little body tightly in his arms. The regret that almost came before his death in his previous life was fulfilled at this moment. Transcending life and death, he finally hugged her again. Zhang Yi could no longer hold back his tears of regret, and they fell drop by drop. This is his precious daughter. In this life, he vowed to give her the happiest and most joyful childhood. Chapter 5. Did Su Yiqing discover that he was reborn? Blah, blah, you pulled Tong Tong's hair. Xiao Tang Tang is 2.5 years old this year. Su Yiqing likes to dress her up as a doll and enjoys giving her various hairstyles, so her hair has never been cut since she was a child, and now it has grown below her shoulders. Zhang Yi hugged her like this and definitely pulled her long, thin and soft hair. He released his daughter and looked at her carefully. Probably because she just woke up, Tang Tang's hair has not been combed yet and is now all messy and scattered behind her head. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. His handsome face, slightly weathered, was filled with the kindness of an old father. He said softly, Tang Tang, do you want Daddy to help you tie your hair? Zhang Yi clearly saw the little girl's big eyes suddenly brighten like stars and were full of surprise. Baba, do you want to tie Tong Tong's hair? Yeah. Dad will tie Tong Tong's hair every day from now on, okay? Zhang Yi thought that when he said this, the little girl would definitely nod in agreement with a smile. But Tang Tang slowly shook her little head. It was unknown what she was thinking about. The light of surprise in her big black and white eyes instantly went out. When Jiang Yi saw his daughter like this, his heart ached again. He was about to ask Tang Tang why she shook her head and refused to let him help her with her hair. At this time, the little person spoke by himself. His bright big eyes curved slightly, outlining a dazzling light. His pink little mouth opened, revealing cute little teeth. His soft and baby voice was so cute that Jiang Yi's heart melted. Tang Tang knows that Baba is too busy at work. Mom taught Tang Tang, so Tang Tang can tie her hair by herself. She doesn't need Baba's help. After she finished speaking, she picked up a small rubber band and put it behind her back, then she touched her hair, grabbing the left side of the hair and then the right side of the hair. After trying back and forth several times, she finally managed to grab all her hair with her little hands and tied it with a rubber band, but only half of it was tied up, and she tied it into half a ball. Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing as he watched her series of silly and cute actions and the weird hairstyle she ended up with. But as he laughed, his vision was once again covered by a layer of hazy mist and became blurry. Jiang Yi looked at the innocent yet sensible appearance of the 2.5-year-old girl, and felt so distressed that he couldn't breathe, and tears fell in big eyes. It was not until this moment that he realized how much of a bastard and how hateful he had been. His Tang Tang is the most obedient and lovely little angel in the world. But he ignored her growth and left everything to Su Yiqing. And Su Yiqing taught her so well. This made Jiang Yi's guilt reach its peak in an instant. The ignorant little Tang Tang didn't understand why her baby suddenly started crying. She was a little at a loss, and there was some nervousness in her big dark eyes. Baba, don't cry. Tang Tang is willing to braid her hair for you. The naive Tang Tang thought that Jiang Yi was crying because she refused to let him help her with her hair, so she quickly stretched out her chubby little hands and wiped her tears from his handsome face. Okay, Dad will tie Tongtong's hair. Feeling his daughter's thoughtful gesture, Jiang Yi concealed the strangeness in his heart and quickly said with a smile. When Su Yiqing came out of the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of pudding, this was the scene of a loving father and a filial daughter. This was Jiang Yi whom she had never seen before. I saw him squatting on the floor, Tang Tang standing in front of him. He held a wooden comb in his right hand and grabbed her soft long hair with his left hand, and started combing it patiently bit by bit. Su Yiqing couldn't help but pause when she saw the scene. Surprise filled more and more space in her cold pupils. This was the first time Jiang Yi tied Tang Tang's hair. His technique was a little clumsy and hasty. But the expression on his handsome face was serious and meticulous. The comparison between the two formed a strong contrast, which stirred up a huge storm in Su Yiqing's heart. Is this still the Jiang Yi she knew before? She felt as if something was different about him. Baba, you pulled Tongtong's hair. Tang Tang doesn't want you to tie it, she wants numbness. He. The sweet and soft voice of her daughter rang out in the living room. Su Yiqing didn't have time to think about it. She quickly put the things in her hands on the dining table, walked quickly to the two of them, looked at them and said, Jiang Yi, let me do it. No need, Yiqing, you've been busy for so long, you must be tired. You don't need to do such a small thing as braiding your daughter's hair yourself, let me do it. Jiang Yi saw Su Yiqing wearing an apron and had not had time to take it off, so it was even more impossible for him to let go. From now on, he will consider things more from his wife's perspective and think about how to take better care of their daughter. After Jiang Yi finished saying this, he immediately quickened his movements, fearing that Su Yiqing would think that he was not taking good care of her daughter. Tongtong's big eyes were blinking. She raised her head and looked at Su Yiqing with tears in her eyes. Her pink little face was stained with 2 red spots, making her look extremely cute. Su Yiqing immediately understood what Xiao Tang Tang meant. She lowered her eyes and looked at the stubborn Jiang Yi, and suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong with him. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Yiqing couldn't help but say, Jiang Yi, why do I feel like you seem so weird today? Hearing this, Jiang Yi's whole body suddenly stiffened. Did Su Yiqing discover that he was reborn? Chapter 6. His little wife is actually very beautiful. That's impossible. He shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Jiang Yi felt a little flustered. He didn't know how to answer Su Yiqing's question for a moment. At this time, Tang Tang, who was standing in front of Jiang Yi, suddenly moved. Relying on her small body, she took advantage of the moment when he was distracted and slipped out of his arms. Xiao Tang Tang stood next to Su Yiqing, then turned around, made a cute face at Jiang Yi, and spoke in a baby voice. Pa, it's dark now. Mom said that Tang Tang doesn't have to tie her hair at night. Papa, let's tie it for Tang Tang tomorrow. Jiang Yi looked at her shaking her head and couldn't help but smile, feeling warm and sweet in his heart. His Tang Tang is so sensible. She was so sensible that it made him feel distressed. Mom, Tang Tang is hungry. The little girl stood beside Su Yiqing, held her hand and shook it gently, as if she was acting coquettishly. Oh, I almost forgot. Come here, Tang Tang. Mommy made your favorite pudding. Su Yiqing lowered her head and smiled gently at her daughter. The delicate facial features are blossoming, a beauty that is one in a million. Jiang Yi suddenly remembered that he had never looked at his wife's face so carefully as he did now. He always knew that the little wife he married was very beautiful. When they got married, everyone was amazed at her beauty. But Jiang Yi always had heavy things in his heart, so he didn't pay attention to these things and ignored the beauty around him. In fact, he has already become the object of envy of many people. He has a beautiful wife and a cute and well-behaved baby daughter. At this moment, the tenderness exuding from Su Yiqing's whole body made Jiang Yi's heart beat fast. When he came to his senses, she had already walked to the dining table with Tang Tang. Jiang Yi hurried over and sat down in his seat. He lowered his head and glanced at the things on the dining table and was stunned. There were so many small plates on the dining table, and they were filled with all kinds of snacks and desserts. Jiang Yi didn't quite understand why Su Yiqing prepared these things for dinner. As far as he could remember, she could cook for every meal. What's more important is that little Tang Tang stood on a small stool, leaning against the dining table, holding an iron spoon in her little hand, scooping the little pudding in front of her spoonful by spoonful, and eating it happily, noisily. Jiang Yi was even more puzzled, and a look of doubt flashed across his handsome face. He looked at Su Yiqing and asked in confusion. You guys have been eating this for dinner all this time? Jiang Yi's question stumped Su Yiqing. Now it was her turn, not knowing how to respond. In fact, she was reborn just a few minutes earlier than Jiang Yi. Because in her previous life, she was the first to pass away. This table of desserts was actually made by Su Yiqing and put in the oven on this afternoon 2 years ago. Even if Su Yiqing, who had become a good cook, was reborn with her memories 3 years later, she still didn't know how to cook a large table of dishes in a short time. What's more, Su Yiqing, who just resigned 2 years ago, doesn't know how to cook at all. At most, she can cook some porridge, and she only knows one kind of porridge, which is the 8 treasure porridge now on the dining table. Little Tang Tang didn't know who his father was asking. But she liked talking to her father the most. Even if her pink little mouth was stuffed with pudding, she would still raise her big starry eyes, blink at Jiang Yi, and speak slowly and softly. Ba, the pudding is delicious. Tang Tang likes to eat this. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Su Yiqing's tears secretly rolled down. She suddenly felt so sorry for her daughter. How can a child who was growing up eat these almost every meal after stopping milk powder? Su Yiqing was afraid that Jiang Yi would become suspicious, so she quickly stretched out her right hand and wiped away her tears. Only at the roots of her 2 long eyelashes were there still crystal tears hanging that she hadn't noticed. Jiang Yi saw all of this. But he chose to remain calm and did not ask her why she was crying at this time. He just kept it in his heart. Su Yiqing was silent for a long time before she answered Jiang Yi. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes filled with complicated emotions. Yeah. Ever since your company started implementing the overtime policy half a year ago, these are basically what I eat for lunch and dinner. Tang Tang eats well, but she rarely gets to eat meat. Su Yiqing said this, couldn't help but took a deep breath, and continued. But don't worry, these desserts and snacks are low in sugar. I made them all with high-protein foods such as milk, eggs, cheese, yogurt, etc. They should be able to maintain the nutritional balance of sugar for the time being. There was no blame in her tone, but Jiang Yi's heart still ached as if it was pricked by a needle. He never knew that Su Yiqing didn't know how to cook in the first 2 years of their marriage. He always thought that since she could make such delicious desserts, she must be a good cook too. After all, after Jiang Yi was promoted successively in the next 2 years of his previous life, he would occasionally come back for dinner on weekends, and the food she cooked was always very good. But I didn't expect. He neglected it all. Jiang Yi appeared as calm on the surface as he was sat inside. He is a man, he will not show negative expression in front of his wife and daughter. He hopes that his home in this life will always be filled with laughter and joy. Jiang Yi's thoughts gradually drifted away, and the idea in his mind became stronger and stronger. He has already made up his mind, he will go to the company tomorrow. Chapter 7, Milkball feeds pudding to Jiang Yi, and he cries if he doesn't eat. Ba, eat. The voice of Milkball sounded in Jiang Yi's ears. He turned his head and saw Tangtong's soft and sweet smile. Her big, blinking eyes were filled with excitement. Her little hands held the silver spoon and kept feeding it to his mouth. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes, saw what was in her spoon, and was stunned for a moment. It is a small piece of bright yellow pudding, exuding a strong milky aroma. This is the first time that Xiao Tangtang feeds someone. Before, her mother always fed her. Now that she has learned how to do it, she wants to feed her father. Zhang Yi's stunned behavior made Neichuanzi immediately dissatisfied. She pouted her pink little mouth and hummed twice in a baby voice. Baba doesn't love Tang Tang anymore. Tang Tang is so sad, woo-woo. The little girl became unhappy as she spoke and turned her head away. Su Yiqing found it a little funny when she saw her daughter's cute look. However, she quickly tried to smooth things over. Tang Tang, it's not that Daddy doesn't like you, but that he doesn't. Su Yiqing was about to say it's just that I don't like sweets, but Zhang Yi actually ate the pudding that Tang Tang fed him for the first time. How could that be? Didn't Zhang Yi never eat sweets? Especially desserts. He had never eaten anything she had made since they had known each other. Su Yiqing's heart was suddenly filled with shock. She was afraid that Zhang Yi would notice something unusual, so she quickly lowered her eyes, stood up and served Tang Tang a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. When the little kid saw his father eating, his big crescent eyes curved and he smiled sweetly. Daddy likes to eat what Tang Tang gives her. Tang Tang said in a baby voice, scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth, and her big eyes suddenly lit up. Mom's pudding is the best. Before Su Yiqing could answer Tong Tong's question, Zhang Yi spoke first. The big hands were placed on Tong Tong's little head and rubbed. The desserts made by Mom must be delicious. If you like it, eat more. Zhang Yi felt that there was nothing wrong with this sentence, but Su Yiqing was stunned. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had never eaten the desserts she made, let alone praised her cooking. He was even unwilling to say perfunctory words. As soon as he came back, he buried himself in his notebook to work. A ripple suddenly flashed through her heart, but Su Yiqing finally chose to remain silent and said nothing. She also put another piece of pudding in the pot for Tang Tang. Night has quietly fallen. It is a rare sight for Zhang Yi's family to eat together. Although there is no normal food on the table, the word reunion appears in this family. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for awakening the system. I will reward you with 5 acres of farmland and a spiritual spring. I hope the host will make good use of it. Zhang Yi, who was lying on the bed, was thinking about his rebirth today, but was startled by the sudden voice. What? Zhang Yi stood up and looked around but didn't find anything unusual. He was sleeping alone in the study, which was pitch dark at the moment. Since Zhang Yi went out early and came back late every day, he slept in the study. In addition, since he liked working in his previous life, he had no complaints about this. Zhang Yi turned on the light and looked around the room. It was more like a small room than a study, and it contained various things he needed for work. Host, just recite it silently in your mind when you need to enter the space. The sudden voice sounded again, and Zhang Yi realized that the cold female system voice came from his head. Enter the space. After Zhang Yi silently said this in his mind, he suddenly felt as if he was sucked into a place. His head was dizzy for a few seconds, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in a place filled with white fog. He took a few tentative steps forward and was pleasantly surprised to find that the whiteness dispersed a lot as he moved forward. But the scene that followed shocked Zhang Yi so much that he was speechless. There actually were 5 acres of farmland and a spring in this place. Clear spring water was flowing out and some of it flowed into the ground, as if nourishing the land. And this spring water keeps bubbling out as if it will never stop flowing. Zhang Yi stood there. He couldn't accept the existence of such a place for the time being. He had no time to read any novels in his previous life, so he didn't know about this kind of thing. Zhang Yi stood there for about 5 minutes before he figured it out. He had been reborn, so what unbelievable thing was there that he couldn't accept? System, what do these do? He began to try to communicate with the so-called system, and the other party actually explained it to him. Host, the space is for you to grow various things, and other things need you to explore on your own. Zhang Yi exhaled a few breaths slowly. This was undoubtedly a golden finger for himself. He had to make good use of this system. He wandered around in the space casually and finally stopped next to the spiritual spring. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Yi tentatively scooped up a sip of spring water and drank some. When the spring water flowed across his throat, Zhang Yi instantly felt a coolness. The previous tiredness disappeared and his body immediately felt refreshed and comfortable. Jiang Yi instantly understood the purpose of this spring water. His work in his previous life gave him a good business mind. At this moment, he began to think about how to make money so that the mother and daughter could live a good life while also spending time with them. Since the system said that this field could be used to grow crops, he might as well buy some seeds and try to grow them. If the crops turned out good, he could get up early and take them to the early market to sell them. But Jiang Yi also knew very well that he couldn't just rely on this system to live and farm for the rest of his life. The tall figure of the man stood by the spirit pond for a long time. Suddenly, Jiang Yi remembered an important opportunity. The company he currently works for once faced a crisis of bankruptcy before it could develop. The crisis occurred because a batch of products were deliberately slandered for containing allergenic ingredients, and some even said that they would cause facial damage after use. The mastermind behind all these things was a competitor, who was a fairly large company. Jiang Yi's own company was just a small company at the time and had no ability to compete with it in any aspect. Although the company tried its best to clarify and produce the proof of cosmetics passing inspection, the other party continued to attack them, causing the company's reputation to get worse and worse, and finally faced the situation of imminent bankruptcy. When Jiang Yi thought of this important matter, he immediately made a rough plan in his mind. He wants to take this opportunity to buy the company where he used to work and become his own boss. In this way, he will have more time to accompany the mother and daughter. Jiang Yi frowned and thought. When it comes to that point, the boss will definitely find a way to inject new funds. When the time comes, he will find a way to use the money to acquire the company in one go. As for the source of money, Jiang Yi placed his hopes on this space. If growing something works, he will plant it in large quantities and sell it to make more money. Just as Jiang Yi was thinking hard, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Chapter 8. This is the first time she feels Jiang Yi's warmth. Jiang Yi's thoughts were immediately pulled back. He silently recited a sentence without any instruction, left the space, and returned to the sofa in the study. Who? It's me. It's 1 a.m. Are you still awake? Su Yiqing's clear voice sounded outside the door. When she got up to go to the bathroom, she saw through the crack of the study door that the light was still on. In addition, she still felt a little strange when she thought about Jiang Yi's strange words and actions today, so she couldn't help but step forward and ask. Just woke up and drank some water, now I'm going to sleep. Jiang Yi immediately turned off the lights, and the study fell into darkness again. His heart was beating faster. The sudden appearance of the system forced him to hide it from everyone, including Su Yiqing. Good. Su Yiqing didn't ask any more questions and walked back to the master bedroom. After the footsteps gradually faded away, Jiang Yi went over his thoughts again in his mind and fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Yi's alarm clock rang. He was still efficient and quick as he had developed from work. He immediately got himself ready and headed quickly to the vegetable market. The vegetable market at 6 a.m. is already busy enough. There is a large flow of people in the city and everyone is not short of money, so selling vegetables is also a good business opportunity. Jiang Yi had never been to the vegetable market before. He asked for directions several times before he found the seed stall. Boss, what vegetables are selling at a high price right now? Jiang Yi asked the questions he wanted to ask directly. This was what he needed now. Ice and broccoli are eaten by every family. They are nutritious. Do you want to buy some? The boss was concentrating on watching the short video and didn't look up at Jiang Yi. He took the time to answer. Well, please give me 2 bags each. Jiang Yi's straightforward answer made the boss put down his phone and look at him straight in the face. Young man, I'll give you a piece of advice. Ice plants are not so easy to grow, and you have to see how well you grow them so you can sell them at a high price. After saying this, the boss turned around, took 4 packets of seeds and threw them on the table. $15 in total. I know, thank you, boss. Jiang Yi took out a crumpled banknote from his pocket and placed it on the table. His current salary is barely enough to support the family, and he only has a few banknotes on him. The rest of the money is all given to Su Yiqing to subsidize the household expenses. After Jiang Yi left the shop, he came to the end of a small alley and flashed into the space. As a city dweller, Jiang Yi had no experience in growing vegetables. When he was about to use his mobile phone to search for planting tutorials, he remembered the existence of a system. Is the system here? Is there a planting tutorial? Host, I can provide you with the planting process, but I suggest you buy some tools needed for planting, such as a hoe, a watering can, etc. The system's voice was as cold as ever as she replied. Zhang Yi did not plan to buy these tools now, but wanted to try whether the effects of these acres of land in the spiritual spring were really that magical. He responded casually, then dug a hole in the field, put the seeds in and covered it with soil, then walked to the spiritual spring and scooped up a handful of water to pour on the seeds. Zhang Yi still knew some of the basics, such as digging holes, covering the ground and watering the plants. After completing this series of actions, he sat down casually aside, waiting for changes in the fields. After a while, the seeds sprouted. Zhang Yi was shocked again. The germination speed was very fast, and he only waited for a short time. These fields and springs are really so magical. Zhang Yi did not hesitate and quickly planted all the remaining seeds and watered them one by one. After finishing all these, he calculated the time and thought it was time to go home. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and took out the last remaining banknote from his pocket, 20 yuan. The aroma coming from the breakfast shop attracted Zhang Yi's footsteps. He bought 5 meat buns and 3 cups of soy milk and hurried back home. He quickly finished his breakfast and went to the company. "Mom, there's something on the table." Xiao Tangtang rubbed her sleepy eyes, stood beside the table in the living room, and pointed at the breakfast that Zhang Yi bought with her delicate little hands. After she said this, she ran to the study to look for her father, but found that the door of the study was open and there was no one inside. The big, blinking eyes suddenly dimmed, and Tangtang pursed her lips and pouted. "Beep, I'm going to work again." Su Yiqing had long been accustomed to Zhang Yi not being at home when she woke up. Usually, he would not come back even when Tangtang was asleep, because he was working overtime at the company. Dad has to work to earn money to buy Tangtang delicious food. We should be considerate of him, okay? Although the things that happened in her previous life kept replaying in Su Yiqing's mind, she still couldn't bear to say anything bad about Zhang Yi in front of Tangtang. Su Yiqing lowered her eyes, squatted down and held the little breast in her arms. The two of them came to the table together, and Zhang Yi considerately covered the remaining 3 buns with lids to prevent them from getting cold quickly. There was also a pink sticky note next to it, with Zhang Yi's powerful handwriting on it. "I'm going to work. I've already bought breakfast. You can have 2 candies and 1 candy. I'll be back as soon as I get off work." "Well, what does it say on the cover?" Tongtong's delicate little face was full of confusion. She frowned and tried hard to make out what the words were, but she was still too young and could only understand the words I and you. After reading the words on the note, Su Yiqing was even more confused about what Zhang Yi was trying to do. Zhang Yi's behavior these past 2 days was too abnormal. He was not the Zhang Yi she remembered at all. But Su Yiqing would be lying if she said she was not touched. All the companionship she wanted in her previous life was realized in this life. This was the first time she felt Zhang Yi's warmth. "Dad left a note saying this is breakfast for us, and he said he would be back as soon as he got off work." Su Yiqing scratched Tongtong's nose and handed the bun to her. The little girl took a big bite of the meat bun. She only heard Zhang Yi's words that he would come back as soon as he got off work. Her big eyes suddenly curved into little crescents with smile, and she repeated Su Yiqing's words incoherently. "Be back as soon as you get off work? But doesn't Daddy have to work in the company?" "Well, Dad promised that he would come back." In fact, Su Yiqing was unsure when she said this. Zhang Yi usually didn't even want to come back for lunch, which resulted in Tangtang staying up late several times at night just to wait to see him and sit obediently in his arms. Although in the end, her little head fell asleep little by little. Su Yiqing glanced at the sky outside the window, her mind full of thoughts. On the other side, it's time to get off work at noon. Zhang Yi quickly packed his things and prepared to go home. His unprecedented behavior immediately surprised his colleagues. "Zhang Yi, are you planning to go home at noon today?" "Well, I'll go home at noon every day from now on." Zhang Yi answered casually, then left the company without looking back, and bought some pork ribs and vegetables, a few tomatoes and eggs on the way. He actually doesn't have much money left. After paying the bill, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something, took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. Ding ling ling. Su Yiqing's cell phone rang immediately. Same time as usual, same phone ringing tone. Su Yiqing's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly guessed what he wanted to say on the phone. Her red lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, and a bitter smile spread. He. So what exactly was she looking forward to today? So what if she was reborn? Zhang Yi is still the same Zhang Yi, how could he possibly repent? Chapter 9 Shocked. Zhang Yi's change? Su Yiqing suppressed the boiling emotions in her heart, then picked up the phone and spoke first. Zhang Yi, I know you have to work overtime. Tang Tang, I will explain this to you. Su Yiqing no longer expected that what Zhang Yi wrote on the sticky note was true. After all, he has always loved working so much. What she felt sorry for was Tang Tang. In her previous life, Tang Tang always envied other children because she lacked her father's company, and she always wiped away her tears secretly. Su Yiqing's eyes dimmed. She knew that Zhang Yi was going to deceive Tang Tang again. No, Yi Cheng, you misunderstood. I'm already on my way home. I called just to let you know. You don't have to cook lunch today. I'll go home and do it right away. Zhang Yi's voice was mixed with a few whistle sounds. It seemed that he was no longer in the company, but outside. You cook? Su Yiqing widened her beautiful, sparkling eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. Well, just wait at home. I'm on my way, so I'll hang up first. After the call was hung up, 2 beeps came from the phone. Zhang Yi's heart clenched and he couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. Zhang Yi, what on earth did you do before to make the mother and daughter so unbelieving? Su Yiqing was still a little unresponsive to the call that had already been hung up. She stood there in a daze, her snow-white hands holding the phone, her fingertips tightening and tightening. Did she hear it right? Zhang Yi actually said he would come back to cook by himself. Mom, is it Baba? Tang Tang came running when she heard the sound, rubbing her furry little head against Su Yiqing's arms, blinking her big eyes at her still-lit cell phone, the expectation in her eyes twinkling like stars. She really wants Baba to come back and accompany her. Yes, he said he would come back and cook for us. As soon as Su Yiqing finished speaking, the little baby in her arms slipped down and ran into the kitchen, still mumbling something. Yeah, come back and cook. No overtime at noon. Sugar baby, what are you doing? Little Lightian was already busy in the kitchen, and Su Yiqing hurried over because she was worried that she would break the dishes. Unexpectedly, Tang Tang was standing on tiptoe and trying hard to reach a bowl on the table, with her short arms stretched out and waving forward. The whole fair little face turned pink. I don't know if it was because of too much effort or excitement. Tang Tang has to help Baba wash the dishes, and Mama has to sit down and eat. Seeing the tiny girl trying so hard, Su Yiqing couldn't help but burst out laughing, and quickly helped her take the porcelain bowl down. The mother and daughter stood in the kitchen, washing the dishes that would be used later and putting them aside. As time passed, Su Yiqing's heart beat faster and faster. The more she thought about the fact that Zhang Yi was going to cook for them himself, the more abnormal it seemed. Recalling the scenes that happened in her previous life, Su Yiqing still found it incredible. Finally, Su Yiqing made up her mind to have a good talk with him. As soon as Zhang Yi opened the door, he saw a figure rushing towards him like a little rabbit. Zhang Yi knew without even thinking who the little girl in his arms was. Little Tang Tang hugged Zhang Yi's legs, raised her head with great effort, and looked at her father's chin, her big eyes shining like stars. Beep, beep, thank you for your hard work. Su Yiqing also followed Tang Tang out. When she saw the several plastic bags in Zhang Yi's hands, she showed surprise in her eyes. He actually bought groceries and prepared to cook? Daddy is going to cook now. Can you wait on the sofa obediently, Tang Bao? At this moment, Zhang Yi didn't have any hands free to pick up Tang Tang, as he was holding the plastic bag in both hands. Little Tang Tang nodded obediently, moved a small stool to the kitchen door, sat on it upright, and her soft voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Baba, Tang Tang has washed the dishes for you, so can Tang Tang stay here and watch Baba cook? Of course, Yi Ching, just look after Tang Tang. I can do it myself from now on. How could Zhang Yi refuse, seeing his little daughter's pitiful appearance? After he put down the plastic bag, he rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Can you really cook? Su Yiqing stood at the kitchen door, looking at Zhang Yi who was getting ready to work. She remembered that Zhang Yi couldn't cook at all. Of course, he didn't have time to cook. Don't worry. When I was a kid, I liked watching my mom cook. Later I learned a little bit, but later I didn't have time to cook anymore. Zhang Yi knows a little about cooking. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, he stopped chatting with the mother and daughter and immediately took out the freshly bought ribs from the bag and started cutting them on the chopping board. The ribs Zhang Yi cut were well proportioned and he planned to use the seasoning at home to make some sweet and sour ribs. Wash the ribs and put them in cold water. Zhang Yi put the prepared scallions, ginger, and cooking wine in order, boiled for 2 minutes and then took out the ribs and set aside. Zhang Yi also prepared the sweet and sour sauce based on his memory, and the next thing to do was to stir-fry it. After the oil is hot, Zhang Yi puts rock sugar into it, then puts the ribs in and stir-fries until they are colored. The sweet and sour sauce was also poured in and stir-fried for a while, then he scooped a bowl of water into the pot and simmered it on low heat. After doing all this, Jiang Yi hurriedly took out a pot to boil water. After cutting the tomatoes, he rolled them in sugar. He added the step because he remembered that Tang Tang didn't like sour food. Finally, Jiang Yi put the eggs in after the tomatoes were boiled, and after adding some salt, he stood there waiting for the two dishes to be cooked. Seeing that her father was finally free, Tang Tang walked with her short legs to get a tissue. She poked Su Yiqing's arm with her chubby hand and spoke in a low voice. "Mom, I want to wipe the sweat off Papa." The little girl noticed the thin layer of sweat on Jiang Yi's forehead. His skillful cooking skills just now made Tang Tang admire her father even more, and the light in her big eyes became brighter. Tang Tang told herself that this was the first time Baba cooked, and also the first time he didn't work overtime at noon. She was really happy. "Oh, okay, I'll carry you over there, okay?" Su Yiqing was still immersed in watching Jiang Yi's skillful cooking steps. It turns out that he didn't know how to cook before, but he didn't have time to cook and didn't want to make time to cook for them. Thinking of this, Su Yiqing felt a sudden pain in her heart, and she became more determined to distance herself from Jiang Yi. She only stayed with Jiang Yi temporarily for Tongtong's sake. The little kid nodded obediently. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Yi put the sweet and sour pork ribs on a plate, sprinkled some white sesame seeds on it, and then prepared to stir-fry the vegetables. At this moment, a tissue on his forehead interrupted his movements. "Bah, wipe the sweat off your face." Tang Tang had to be held up by Su Yiqing to reach Jiang Yi's shoulders. She stretched out her arms and could barely reach his forehead. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He subconsciously looked at Su Yiqing, who was holding Tang Tang. The moment Su Yiqing met Jiang Yi's gaze, her heart suddenly trembled and she immediately turned her head to look to the other side. "Thank you, Tang Bao, but Daddy still has a dish to make. Tang Bao, please wait a little longer." Jiang Yi saw that Su Yiqing wanted to avoid him, and the smile on his face was a little bitter. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless and he could only prove his determination with actions. Jiang Yi had no choice but to turn around and continue working. After a while, Jiang Yi's preparations were on the table: a dish of sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and tomato and egg soup. The difficult life made eating spare ribs a luxury for Jiang Yi's family. Tang Tang wiped the non-existent saliva and let out a wow. "Bobby, so awesome." "Tang Tang, are you starving? Eat quickly." "Yiqing, you should eat too." Jiang Yi personally served the soup to the two of them and placed it in front of them. The taste of the sweet and sour pork ribs made Su Yiqing's beautiful eyes light up. She had to admit that it tasted really good. It was the first time for Tang Tang to eat such delicious ribs. The family had only eaten meat a few times. This time Jiang Yi made it himself, and she couldn't help but praise it endlessly. "It's delicious. Mommy, please eat more too." But the two adults tacitly agreed not to pick up any more ribs. Tang Tang put 2 pieces of pork ribs in her little mouth, and both sides of her face puffed up, like a puffed up little hamster, extremely cute. "Eat slowly. I won't fight with you." Su Yiqing's pretty little face finally softened a little at this moment, and she lowered her eyes and picked up food from Tongtong's bowl. After the meal, Tang Tang, who was full and satisfied, sat on the sofa and watched TV. Su Yiqing glanced at Jiang Yi, walked to his side and lowered her voice. "Jiang Yi, come with me to the study. I want to ask you something." This was the first time that Su Yiqing took the initiative to talk to him since his rebirth. This surprised Jiang Yi. He could feel that she was deliberately staying away from him. In fact, the Su Yiqing in his memory was a person who was very considerate of him and would not delay his work. And he rarely talked to her because of work. This also led to the two people drifting further and further apart. Jiang Yi sighed secretly and walked towards the study with his long legs. The two of them came to the study and only after closing the door did they have a space to communicate. "What's wrong?" After his rebirth, Jiang Yi faced Su Yiqing with a different mindset, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. "Why did you think of cooking for us at noon today? And didn't you always want me to spend time with Tang Tang instead of opening the dessert shop?" Su Yiqing asked all the doubts in her mind at once. She looked into Jiang Yi's eyes and always felt that there were many secrets hidden in his eyes. She wanted to see through him. Why did it change suddenly? However, Jiang Yi was prepared. The first thing he thought about after his rebirth was how to explain this problem to Su Yiqing. Jiang Yi's tone suddenly became very serious, with a heavy look on his handsome face. "Yiqing, I don't want to just focus on work anymore. I want to spend more time with you guys. I have now thought clearly about what you want. Tang Tang, even if you have to go to preschool, it doesn't mean you have to give up what you want to do, right? I've thought about it. We can take turns picking her up after school. I won't let you bear everything alone anymore. Yi Ching, you believe me. The sincerity in Zhang Yi's eyes made it hard for Su Yiqing not to believe it. The hidden feelings in her heart made her subconsciously believe Zhang Yi's words. However, she didn't expect Jiang Yi to suddenly wake up. This also temporarily allowed her to eliminate the barriers in her heart towards him. However, it is only temporary. Su Yiqing still couldn't fully believe that Zhang Yi was willing to give up his job for her and her daughter. What if it was just a sudden impulse on his part? Who knows, in 2 days, it might be back to the way it was. I see. Su Yiqing did not express her opinion, her long eyelashes hiding the emotions in her eyes. She turned around and went to watch TV with Tang Tang on the sofa. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry for Su Yiqing to believe him. However, there is still a long way to go. He believed that one day, Su Yiqing would see his true repentance. Chapter 10 Jiang Yi resigns. Little Milkball smiles warmly and sweetly. After looking at the time, he took a half-hour break before going back to work. Time passed quickly and Zhang Yi hurriedly left home again. Su Yiqing looked at Zhang Yi's leaving back and couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. But before she could think for long, little Tang Tang beside her rubbed her eyes which were about to droop and spoke softly. Mom, Tang Tang is so sleepy, it's time to go to bed. The little kid staggered towards the master bedroom, murmuring as he walked. Tang Tang can go to bed by herself, Mommy can continue watching TV. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Tang was so sleepy that she felt unsteady when walking, and her short legs accidentally staggered. When Su Yiqing saw Tang Tang being so sensible, her heart felt like it was stabbed with a needle. She picked up the little ball of milk and carried it into the bedroom. Staring at Tang Tang's sleeping face, Su Yiqing gradually became distracted again. After work in the afternoon, Zhang Yi did not rush home. Instead, he went into the company's toilet and closed the door of a cubicle. Then, Zhang Yi flashed into the space. When he came into the space and looked at the fields in front of him, he was almost speechless with shock. Unexpectedly, the seeds planted in the morning had matured by the afternoon. This is incredible. Both the iceberg lettuce and the choysum have sprouted lush green leaves, which are large and tender, and are about to fall to the ground with a few drops of crystal clear water on them. These dishes are much larger than those sold on the market and they look great. The whole row is green, and the scene is extremely spectacular. Zhang Yi walked to one of the plants, picked one, and put a leaf into his mouth without hesitation. The leaves are so tender that you don't need to chew them. The roots are also very thick. When you take a bite, the roots actually secrete sweet juice. The vegetables from these 5 acres of land are enough for him to earn a good price. Zhang Yi was certain that there was absolutely no such vegetable on the market. After coming out of the space, he went straight back to his post and started packing his things. He decided that he would resign. Then, during this period of time, I made money by selling vegetables. Moreover, selling vegetables allows him to spend more time with mother and daughter. The other colleagues watched Zhang Yi put all his things into a small box and then handed in his resignation letter. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Oh my God! The hardest working person in their company actually resigned voluntarily. Could it be that he found a better company and was ready to switch jobs? As soon as Zhang Yi left, people in the office started talking. They were all speculating that Zhang Yi left so freely and casually, and must have gone to some big company with a good salary. Everyone speculated a lot, but no one thought that Zhang Yi didn't change jobs to join a big company, but went directly to the vegetable market to sell vegetables. After Zhang Yi left the company, he went to buy a few nylon bags, 2 small stools, and a clean cloth to spread on the floor. For convenience, he put all the things in the space, planning to find a deserted place to take them out when he went to sell vegetables. After doing all this, Zhang Yi was completely penniless. He handed over all his previous salary to Su Yiqing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel lucky that the money he had was just enough for him to buy all these things, otherwise he would have to shamelessly ask Su Yiqing for money. When he brought these things home, Su Yiqing was working on her dessert in the kitchen. Suddenly there was a bang sound. Su Yiqing thought her oven had exploded and turned around to check. Tangbao, Yiqing, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yi's voice suddenly came, and Su Yiqing realized that the noise was made by him. Tang Tang was sitting on the sofa, reading her pinyin book obediently. When she heard Zhang Yi's voice, it was as if she had turned on a small electric motor. The tender little white legs made a thudding sound as they stepped on the floor, and then fell into Zhang Yi's arms accurately. Beep. The little girl acted coquettishly in her baby voice and smiled at Zhang Yi with a warm and sweet smile. It was only after Zhang Yi was reborn that he realized how cute his daughter was. In his previous life, he only knew how to give the mother and daughter living expenses, and he never got along well with them. But fortunately, now everything can start over again. He could have prevented the tragedy from happening. Suiching also rushed over after hearing the noise, and saw that besides the box that Zhang Yi had brought back, there was also a plastic bag, which seemed to contain some vegetables. What's wrong? I quit. Zhang Yi's seemingly light words made both mother and daughter's hearts tremble, and their two pairs of similar big eyes were filled with deep shock. You resigned? Are you going to change companies? Suiching didn't know how to comment on Zhang Yi's resignation. After he resigned, even though he had more time to spend with them, they still needed a source of income. What Suiching never wanted was for Zhang Yi to give up his job, but to balance the time of both sides and not be one-sided. Baba, don't quit your job. Tang Tang and Mama will be hungry. Can you please stop babaing and accompany me? Tang Tang lay on Zhang Yi's thighs, her big eyes glistening with tears, and her eyes were about to fall with tears as big as soybeans. Her fair little face turned a little red. I've decided. I'll go to the market to sell vegetables starting tomorrow. I'll take Tang Tang with me. This way, I Ching, you can focus on your dessert shop. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took out the ice cabbage and choy sum from the bag and showed them to Suiching. After seeing these dishes, Suiching couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes slightly. Although in her previous life she learned how to cook and so she often bought vegetables at the market. But she had never seen such a big dish. Anyone who knows the goods can tell at a glance that this is a very, very good dish. Where are you from? I bought some food from a farmer and I thought it was good, so I quit my job. Wait a minute, I'll cook it for you to try. After Zhang Yi packed the boxes, he immediately went into the kitchen and started working. Tang Tang was excited when she heard that her father was going to take her to sell vegetables. Her grape-sized eyes were looking at Zhang Yi. Tongtong's fair little face could not hide her anticipation and excitement. Tang Tang and Baba will be very obedient when they sell vegetables together. Tang Tang won't make trouble, Baba, don't worry. As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged Suiching's thighs again and rubbed her palm with her little face. Mom, that's great. Papa has quit his job. He can be with Tang Tang and Mom now. Suiching was still a little unsure about Zhang Yi's plan to sell vegetables, even though the vegetables looked very good. But she was still worried that Zhang Yi would not be able to sell it and would suffer a loss. He even suggested taking Tang Tang to the vegetable market to sell vegetables. And he also allowed her to run the dessert shop without any worries. This made Suiching feel a little complicated, and for a moment she ignored the little breast beside her. Tang Tang saw that Suiching was frowning and looked a little worried. The fat boy took her hand and shook it, then asked, Is Mama unhappy? Suiching's thoughts were finally brought back to reality. No, of course Mom is happy. Zhang Yi cooked 2 dishes and put them on the table. He also heated up the leftovers from lunch and invited the two to come over for dinner. After sitting at the table, the 2 dishes on the plates became even more mouth-watering after being fried in oil. When Suiching picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in her mouth, Zhang Yi saw the surprise in her eyes. The food is really delicious. Suiching praised. The vegetable juice is slightly sweet and the vegetable roots are very tender, so you can swallow them without much chewing. After Tang Tang took a bite of the dish, she picked up another one and spoke vaguely. Bah, yummy. When Zhang Yi saw the 2 people's reactions, he knew that selling this dish would be feasible, and the taste was unexpectedly good. But then again, although these dishes do look good in appearance, customers are definitely more concerned about how they taste. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi decided to fry a plate on the spot tomorrow for customers to try. Chapter 11. Early in the morning, Zhang Yi was woken up by the little milk ball. The next day, Zhang Yi was awakened by a knock on the door, and Tongtong's deliberately suppressed baby voice came from outside. Beep, get up quickly. Zhang Yi finally woke up from his sleep and looked at the time. It was only 5:15. Tang Tang actually got up at this moment. He quickly got out of bed, opened the door and picked up the little baby. Tang Tang, come and wake Baba up. Mama is still sleeping. We have to be quiet. The little one probably got up early in the morning out of excitement because he could go out and play. She just stretched out her index finger and placed it on her pouting lips, signaling Jiang Yi to speak more quietly. Jiang Yi also cooperated very well and imitated her and did the same movements. Okay, Dad will be quiet. The father and daughter looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Tang Tang laughed like a silver bell, and she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She couldn't wake up Mom. What if her mom doesn't let her go? Next, Jiang Yi needs to start preparing the things he will need. It was really inconvenient for Jiang Yi to take out the vegetables from the space while taking Tang Tang with him, so he decided to run to the toilet after arriving at the vegetable market and take out the vegetables. Jiang Yi inevitably makes some noise when cooking in the kitchen, but he has to prepare the tasting dish in advance. Xiao Tang Tang stood at the door of the master bedroom and listened to what was happening inside. As soon as she saw Su Yiqing being woken up, she immediately turned around and greeted Jiang Yi, asking him to turn off the fire. Soon, Jiang Yi put the cooked dishes into the fresh keeping box, then he put a pack of toothpicks in it, and then he bent down and picked up Tang Tang. Tang Tang, we're about to leave. Great. Let's go sell vegetables with Baba. Tang Tang's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, and her hair, which had not yet been tied up, fell on her shoulders and fluttered in the wind. Jiang Yi then realized that his daughter didn't have her hair tied up. He reached out and gathered all of Tang Tang's hair together, then quickly tied it into a ponytail with a rubber band. During this time, Tang Tang was very quiet and didn't say a word, but her chubby little face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd in pain. But Jiang Yi, who had his back to her, couldn't see the expression on her face. With a click, the door of the master bedroom suddenly opened. Su Yiqing was awakened by the noise made by the father and daughter. She originally didn't want to face Jiang Yi directly, but when she thought of what he said yesterday, the distance in her heart disappeared a little, and she took the initiative to walk out. Seeing that the father and daughter were ready to go out, Su Yiqing glanced at the time and her eyes finally fell on the crooked ponytail on Tang Tang's head. She couldn't help but flash a smile across her beautiful big eyes. But then, Su Yiqing spoke seriously again. Jiang Yi, look at what your hair looks like now. Jiang Yi looked down and found that the ponytail behind Tang Tang's head was completely tilted to the left. When Tang Tang saw her mother coming out, she felt like she had seen a savior. She ran to Su Yiqing and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Mom, it hurts. I'm not very good at tying, but I'll learn. Jiang Yi also felt a little guilty. Hearing this, Su Yiqing's lips curled up into a faint smile. She then tied a cute pair of ponytails for Tang Tang before letting go of the little girl. Finally, Su Yiqing did not forget to give Jiang Yi a few words of advice. When you go out, you have to give Tang Tang breakfast. You can also buy her some bread. Keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. If she wants to come back, tell me and I'll pick her up. Where's your food? Su Yiqing looked around and found nothing but a food storage box. Okay, don't worry, I've already put the vegetables in the market in advance. Jiang Yi agreed. Tang Tang nodded her head cooperatively and spoke in a baby voice. Tang Tang is very obedient and won't run around. Don't worry, Mommy. Only then did Su Yiqing feel relieved and let the two of them go out. After arriving at the vegetable market, Jiang Yi immediately went to the alley where no one was last time. If no one is looking after Tang Tang when he goes to the toilet, he is worried that the little girl will get lost. Tang Tang, wait for Dad here for a while. Dad is going to get something. If you need anything, knock on the door and I will come out right away. After getting Tang Tang's consent, Jiang Yi slipped into a small cubicle in the alley. This place has been abandoned for a long time, and he didn't dare to dawdle as Tang Tang was still waiting for him outside. After flashing into the space, Jiang Yi dragged out all the nylon bags, small stools and cloth that he had prepared in advance, and then immediately opened the door. He had packed all the ripe vegetables into nylon bags last night. Beep, is there any food in here? Tang Tang looked at the big nylon bags curiously, tilted her little head and asked. Yes, Tang Tang, can you help Daddy get these 2 stools? Good. Tang Tang nodded her head, and her twin ponytails swayed with her movements. Tang Tang took the stool on his own initiative, and the two of them walked to an empty stall in the vegetable market. The area nearby was already filled with vegetable vendors, all of whom were working hard to promote their own vegetables. After Jiang Yi put the 2 stools in place, he picked up Tang Tang and placed her on one of the stools. Then he took out a cup of soy milk and 2 steamed buns from his coat pocket and placed them on another stool. Tang Tang, have breakfast first. Daddy is going to set up the stall. I eat it too. As Tang Tang spoke, she took out a steamed bun with her little hands and was about to put it into Jiang Yi's mouth. Dad is not hungry, Tang Tang eats first, I have to be busy. But this time, Tang Tang insisted on stuffing the xiaomai into Jiang Yi's mouth before she gave up. After the cloth was laid out, Jiang Yi dragged out all the vegetables from the nylon bag and placed them on the cloth in an orderly manner. The food storage box was opened and placed in an empty space. Before Jiang Yi could even shout, he was surrounded by a group of people. The morning market is always very lively, with a large flow of people. The bustling crowd stopped immediately when passing by Jiang Yi's stall. "Boss, why is your dish so big?" One of the ladies holding a vegetable basket asked tentatively. "Yes, I grow them myself. They are not only delicious but also tasty," Jiang Yi replied immediately. The old lady also noticed the food storage box nearby. "Can I still try this dish?" "Of course, you can try it, it's absolutely delicious." Jiang Yi handed the food storage box to the ant. The ant picked up one with half belief and half doubt, then tried it and her eyes suddenly lit up and her voice gradually became louder. "Boss, how much is 1 pound? Weigh 1 pound for me. I want both." The old lady's roar attracted more people to stop and watch, and they started discussing. "Wow! This dish is so big. This is the first time I've seen it." Yes, boss, what kind of food are you serving? It looks like you can try it. I think I'd buy the head alone." This lady ordered 2 kilograms right after trying it. Could this lady be hired by the boss? I don't know, but the leaves look so tender. Tang Tang had just finished her breakfast when she heard these words, and she was explaining the truth to the old man in front of her in a baby voice. "Grandpa, I won't lie to you. You can try it yourself, but you can't say bad things about me." The little girl put her hands on her hips and looked angry. She couldn't help it when she heard someone saying bad things about Jiang Yi. When the old man saw such a cute baby, he immediately laughed out loud. "Hey! There's a little kid here. Why are you protecting your dad so much? Then let me try eating one." Jiang Yi was busy looking for a scale and only then realized that he seemed to have forgotten to buy a scale. This is broken. Chapter 12. Xiao Niachuan personally helps Jiang Yi collect money. Fortunately, a vegetable vendor nearby had a spare scale and kindly lent it to Jiang Yi. The vegetables are all 20 yuan per pound. We can't just say nonsense. Everyone can try the taste and then decide whether to buy it. As for the price, we all follow the market price, no one is cheated. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he smiled at Tang Tang and felt a warm feeling passing through his heart. The way the little girl angrily protected him just now made Jiang Yi feel even more uncomfortable. While talking, Jiang Yi weighed the dishes for the old lady, collected the money and put it in a bag next to Tang Tang, and gave her some instructions. "Can you help Dad collect the money? Make sure to complete the mission." The little girl saluted, but her awkward gesture made everyone present laugh. Because most of the people who came were middle-aged women, and there were also a few women, everyone thought little Tang Tang was very cute. After getting the dishes, the ant said something harsh to the old man. "I bought their food because it was really delicious, how come they treated me?" After finishing his meal, the old man became dissatisfied when he heard this and immediately retorted to the old lady. "Humph, I didn't get to try it, boss, weigh 2 kilograms for me." The taste of that dish was the first time he had ever tasted it in all his years. Although it was the same category, no dish he had ever eaten had tasted as good as it. "This is really something I have never seen before. The fresh and refreshing taste and the thick vegetable roots are not hard. Even an old man like him with a mouth full of dentures does not need to bite hard to break them." He has been in this vegetable market for a long time, so he is qualified to make comments. "Old man, I see that this vegetable is big and tender. Anyone who knows the goods will know that it is a good thing. I just said it casually. Boss, please weigh the vegetables." Jiang Yi quickly made 2 sounds and started weighing the dishes. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, the people around him immediately started making noise. "Old Man Wu, is this dish really so delicious? Since Old Man Wu said so, give me 2 kilograms. Boss, you may not know this, but this Old Man Wu is very picky. He has bought vegetables from every stall in our market, and the ones he says are really delicious. I think the boss's iced cabbage and choysum look great and they must taste good." Jiang Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't know that this old man was so famous, but this undoubtedly gave him a good reputation. "Everyone can taste it for themselves without asking me. If you think it's good, just buy some. If it's not good, I will definitely not say anything." Jiang Yi was very tactful, and what he said made everyone immediately feel good about him. After paying the money, Old Man Wu took the vegetables in his bag and left. Everyone gathered around to try them. After a while, all the dishes in the fresh keeping box were eaten up, but at the same time, the customers who had tasted the dishes also bought a few pounds one by one. Because the taste of that dish is absolutely amazing. It was also the first time for them to eat this kind of dish. People who had just entered the vegetable market also came over when they saw how busy Zhang Yi's stall was. After seeing the vegetables on the stall, they discussed them with the previous group of people and then lined up. The vegetables in the nylon bag were slowly being emptied, and Zhang Yi was shocked to see such a long queue. He was so busy weighing the dishes and collecting money that he didn't notice that more and more people were coming. But there were simply not enough vegetables to sell. Seeing that her father's business was so good, Tang Tang had a smile on her face the whole time, and the small bag in her hand was full of money. In the end, all the dishes were sold out. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, but there were still many customers queuing up. Old Man Wu's reputation alone is enough to attract many customers. The long queue just now has undoubtedly attracted another wave of customers to him. The vegetables are sold out. I will come again tomorrow. You can come back tomorrow to buy more. I am really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I will make more for everyone to taste. The aunties were very satisfied with Zhang Yi's way of doing things. He was the first one in the vegetable market who could give food tastings to customers. The aunts also cooperated with Zhang Yi. Young man, your business is booming. You have to buy more goods tomorrow. I heard from the people who tried it before that your dishes are sweet. My kid likes sweet food and doesn't usually eat vegetables. Yeah, the one at my house is the same. He won't eat any vegetables. I'm thinking of bringing him here to try it tomorrow. If he likes it, I'll definitely patronize your store more often. Zhang Yi also picked out the key questions to answer the aunties. Leave the food tasting to me. Aunties can bring their grandchildren here to taste the food. If children don't like to eat vegetables, their bodies won't get enough nutrition, right? These aunts focus on their grandchildren, and the women also care about this. Tang Tang also worked very hard to attract business for Zhang Yi. Aunties, I'm cute, eat my Baba's food, it's sweet and tender, and super delicious. After all, children's vocabulary is not that rich, but the expression on Tang Tang's face was particularly sincere, and the aunties also laughed when they saw such a porcelain doll next to them. Got it. Auntie will come to buy your father's vegetables tomorrow. Thank you, Auntie. The little girl's sweet voice also won Zhang Yi's favor. The crowd gradually dispersed after Zhang Yi sold all his vegetables, and he began to pack up his things. It would be a lie for some vegetable vendors nearby to say they were not jealous when they saw Zhang Yi was so popular on his first visit. All their business was taken away. Although the vegetable vendors were angry, they couldn't vent their anger and kept staring at Zhang Yi's nylon bag. After cleaning up everything, Zhang Yi returned the borrowed scale to the vegetable vendor next door. He was worried that the vendor would be angry because he had stolen his business, but the vendor happily took the scale. Thank you. The vegetable vendor next to us spoke with a northeastern accent and was very generous and welcoming. Why are you being so polite? What's your name? My name is Dehu. Zhang Yi, thank you for what you did today. It's okay, just helping each other. There were also customers at Dehu's stall, but Zhang Yi didn't bother them anymore. He just said hello and left with Tang Tang. The two of them returned to the alley, and like before, they avoided Tang Tang and put all the things into the space before he came out. Beep. We made a lot of money. Tang Tang blinked her big, bright eyes and handed the bag in her hand to Zhang Yi, without lowering the corners of her mouth. Take our Tang Bao to eat delicious food. What does Tang Bao want to eat? Tang Tang wants to eat rice noodles, is that okay? The little girl spoke cautiously. She knew that it was not easy for Zhang Yi to make money, and she had never asked him to buy her anything since she was a child. Of course. Zhang Yi felt distressed when he saw Tang Tang being so cautious. Such a sensible Tang Tang. The image of Tang Tang in her previous life sitting in the car and saying she wanted to sleep appeared in front of Zhang Yi again. That was something Zhang Yi never wanted to recall in his life. The image of Su Yiqing trying her best to protect Tang Tang and herself was deeply engraved in his mind, and at the same time, a deep sense of guilt surged in his heart. He will never let the mother and daughter down again in this life. Zhang Yi took Tang Tang through various shops. There are the hawkers' shouts, the busy streets, and the occasional barking of dogs. More importantly, the little hand in his palm and the woman waiting for him to come home made Zhang Yi feel that he was truly alive. Zhang Yi went to the rice noodle shop and ordered a bowl of rice noodles for himself and Tang Tang, and began to calculate how much money he had earned that day. 1,500. After counting the bills, Zhang Yi felt even more that it was the right decision for him to quit his job and sell vegetables. He works so hard in the company and only makes 2-3,000 a month, but he earns 1,500 a day by selling vegetables. Tang Tang stopped eating when there was only half a bowl of rice noodles left in her bowl. Zhang Yi thought she was full until the little girl said something that made him feel even more guilty. Chapter 13, Little Milkball is too sensible, Zhang Yi tears. Beep, beep, Tang Tang doesn't want to eat anymore. I need to pack it up and bring it back for Mama. Tang Tang left most of the rice noodles. She stared at the rice noodles in the bowl and swallowed her saliva, but in the end she didn't move her chopsticks. Zhang Yi put down his chopsticks because of his daughter's sensible appearance and brought Tang Tang to sit next to him. Dad will pack a portion for Mom, Tang Tang must eat enough. From now on, with Dad around, Tang Tang and Mom will never go hungry. Tang Tang nodded as if she understood, her fair and tender face blurred by the heat of the rice noodles for a moment, and Zhang Yi's heart ached a little. Only then did the little girl pick up her chopsticks again. In order to reassure Tang Tang, Zhang Yi asked the boss to pack another portion of rice noodles and put it on the table. When Tang Tang saw this, she blinked her big eyes, slurped a mouthful of rice noodles, and ate the rice noodles even faster. Hey, eat quickly, or it will get cold. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little moist. He immediately turned his head away to force the tears back into his eyes, and ate the rice noodles as if nothing had happened. When Zhang Yi brought Tang Tang back home, Su Yiqing was making desserts in the kitchen. The sound of the door opening made Su Yiqing stop what she was doing instantly. Mom! I heard Tang Tang's voice before I could see her figure. The little kid rushed into Su Yiqing's arms as quickly as if he had navigation installed. How was your day? Su Yiqing scratched the tip of little Milkball's nose and asked. Baba is all sold out. And the aunties said they will come to buy Baba's vegetables tomorrow. Baba also bought rice noodles for Mama. Tang Tang described the scene of Zhang Yi selling vegetables to Su Yiqing with great excitement, and her little hands vividly made a big circle. Baba has so many dishes. They are all sold out, Baba is amazing. Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed by Tang Tang's praise and put the rice noodles in his hand on the dining table. Yiqing, this is what I bought for you. Eat it while it's hot. I made a lot of money today. When you have time, we will take Tang Tang to buy new clothes and buy you a new set too. Su Yiqing nodded, took out a pinyin book and put it in Tang Tang's hand. It seems that business is really good, as all the vegetables were sold out at only 8 o'clock. Little Lietian obediently took the pinyin book and sat on the sofa to read, giving the two of them some time alone. I made 15,000 today. Please keep it for me. Zhang Yi put the bag in his hand into Su Yiqing's palm. Su Yiqing pushed the bag back to Zhang Yi. You keep your money, you don't have to give it to me. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's tone became a little heavier. What do you mean by my money? My money is our family's money. You and Tang Tang can use it. Besides, haven't I always been collecting money from you before? Zhang Yi also felt that Su Yiqing was a little strange. She had always been the one keeping the family's money, but today she was shirking her responsibilities from him. It was only after Su Yiqing heard the last sentence that she realized that what she had done was a bit strange. In the end, she gave in and took the money in the bag. I'll need the bag tomorrow, so just leave it somewhere. Zhang Yi put his bag somewhere and hurried out. When Tang Tang saw Zhang Yi was about to go out again, she spread out her short legs and ran to the door. Beep, where are you going? Can you go, Tang Tang? Dad will go buy groceries and come back to cook for you. Tang Bao, you have to listen to Mom at home. Good. Tang Tang's head nodded like a rattle. Zhang Yi left money for himself to buy groceries. This time he went out not only to buy groceries, but also to find a time to return to the space. After Zhang Yi left, Su Yiqing went back to study her dessert. She had to make a unique dessert before opening the store. Tang Tang sat obediently on the sofa, looking at her pinyin book. After arriving at the vegetable market, Zhang Yi went to the toilet. When he came to the space again, he found that the white mist had dissipated a little. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 1,500 gold coins. The system voice sounded. Zhang Yi found that a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. In the upper right corner was an icon of a gold coin, followed by the number 1,500. The remaining space on the panel is composed of some empty small squares, with Zhang Yi's name in the upper left corner. What's the use of gold coins? It seems that the money he earned in reality automatically turned into gold coins in the space. It will be used later. The system did not explain clearly what the gold coins were used for, and Zhang Yi did not think about it for the time being, but took out the seeds that he had not used up. This time he moved faster and faster, planting the seeds one by one, and almost couldn't straighten his back. Host, please remind you to buy planting tools. The female system's voice sounded again. Zhang Yi hummed and began to pour the spring water on them one by one. After finishing, Zhang Yi sat on the ground to rest. This is really hard work. Scales, hose and other things also needed to be bought. Zhang Yi took out a $50 bill from his pocket. When Zhang Yi came out of the space, he glanced at the time. It was only 10 o'clock. He checked the time before coming in and it was 9:30. He didn't stay in the space for long, at least an hour. This space also has the effect of shortening time. The time inside is longer and the time outside is shorter, which also makes it a lot more convenient for Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi bought a hoe, a watering can, a small shovel and a scale, he only had 30 yuan left. Fortunately, he traveled back early, when prices had not risen so fast. When Zhang Yi returned to the vegetable market again, he was recognized by many vegetable vendors. Isn't this the boss who was doing good business today? No, your business is pretty good. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more to the vegetable vendor and quickly went to Dehu's stall. Dehu, weigh some onions and cucumbers for me. Zhang Yi, are you here to buy groceries? I'll charge you 7 yuan. Dehu was very enthusiastic. He took an onion and a few loofahs, stuffed them into the bag and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi weighed the amount in the bag and found that there were at least 10 yuan in it. He placed a $10 bill on the chopping board for Dehu and left, ignoring Dehu's shouting behind him. Hey Zhang Yi, you gave too much money. Zhang Yi had 20 yuan left, so he went to buy some beef and brought it home. After returning home, Su Yiqing was no longer in the kitchen. She was in the master bedroom with Tang Tang learning to read the pinyin book. When Tang Tang heard the sound, she wanted to get out of bed. She glanced at Su Yiqing and found that she didn't move. She didn't get out of bed either. Her big eyes clearly said, "Can I go see my dad?" Su Yiqing saw through the little girl's little thoughts, rubbed her little head and let her go. Beep, you're back. As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, Zhang Yi saw a little kid standing at the kitchen door, and then he brought his own little stool and sat beside it. After Zhang Yi prepared the dishes, the family gathered together for dinner again. Will you bring Tang Tang with you tomorrow as well? Su Yiqing put down her chopsticks. I'll bring it every day from now on. Zhang Yi picked up a piece of food for Su Yiqing with his chopsticks. Su Yiqing's eyes subconsciously glanced elsewhere and she spoke. Chapter 14. Little Milkball wants to help Daddy chase his wife. You don't have to give me the candy, just give me the candy. Su Yiqing was still not used to the warmth shown by Zhang Yi. She didn't know how to face it and could only choose to avoid it. Tang Tang felt that the way her parents got along was a bit awkward, so after dinner she secretly pulled Zhang Yi to the study. She even stuck her little head out and looked at the study door. Like a soldier gathering military intelligence, he retracted his head when he saw that Su Yiqing was not around, and turned a soft and cute little face to Zhang Yibin. Beep, mommy doesn't seem to want to play with you, why? Children have limited vocabulary, and Tang Tang can only say words that she can understand. Zhang Yi hummed and hugged Tang Tang in his arms. Dad doesn't know why either. But Tang Tang wants Mama and Baba to play. The little kid's face was wrinkled, his brows were furrowed, and he was lost in deep thought. Seeing his daughter looking so distressed, Zhang Yi reached out and smoothed her brows. He even couldn't help but smile. Dad will find a way, don't worry, Tangbao. Little Nitian doesn't know about adult matters. She just wants her parents to be happy together and take her to play. Then Tang Tang will definitely help. The word serious is written all over Tong Tong's little face. Good. The next day, Zhang Yi got up early, packed up the dishes in the space, and prepared to wake Tang Tang up. As a result, when I opened the study door, I saw the little girl standing at the door. Tang Tang yawned loudly, tears glistening in her bright big eyes. Good morning, Baba. This time Tang Tang has tied her hair herself. Although it is not much better than Zhang Yi's, it is not that painful at least. Tangbao, Daddy will tie your ponytail again. Tang Tang was frightened when she heard Zhang Yi's words. She blinked her eyes quickly and all her sleepiness disappeared. Thinking of the pain in her scalp yesterday, Xiao Tang Tang shrank back. Tang Tang has tied it up herself. The little girl pointed stubbornly at the slightly crooked ponytail on her head. Yesterday I went to my neighbor's grandmother to learn it, don't worry, Tang Bao. Zhang Yi brought a comb, which was quite presentable. Tang Tang stood in front of Zhang Yi half believing and half doubting, then turned around. Did you go to Grandma Wang to learn? Yes, don't worry, Tang Bao. Zhang Yi lightened the force in his hands. He combed the hair into strands and smoothed it out before tying it up with a rubber band. Tang Tang, who had been holding her breath, finally let out a breath and looked at herself in the mirror after she had tied her hair. Nice. Tang Tang looked at herself in the mirror again and again, looking very interested. Zhang Yi then went to the kitchen to prepare dishes for tasting. When Zhang Yi came to the stall with Tang Tang and a few nylon bags, he found that several familiar aunties from yesterday were already there. When she saw Zhang Yi coming, the aunt who was in charge immediately came up to him with a smile. I came so early today, so I guess I have a share, right? Of course, the price is still the same, you can come and try it first. Zhang Yi specially prepared more dishes for everyone to try today and took out his newly bought scale. The aunties also started to line up in an orderly manner. Xiao Tang Tang was busy helping Zhang Yi collect money. Business today is even busier than yesterday. Everyone came after hearing the news. After hearing Old Man Wu and seeing the long line yesterday, everyone thought that the dish must be of the best. In fact, when they saw the dishes, they also understood why Zhang Yi was so famous. The appearance of this dish alone is excellent. After trying Zhang Yi's dishes, each of them chose to buy some to take home for their families to taste. After only 2 hours, Zhang Yi's dishes were all gone. This speed is much faster than yesterday. The other vegetable vendors tacitly kept an eye on Zhang Yi. In the past 2 days, as soon as Zhang Yi arrived, all the customers went to his place, making their business even worse. Several customers who bought Zhang Yi vegetables on the first day happily said they would come again tomorrow. Tang Tang tried hard to wave her hand to say goodbye to them. With such delicious dishes and a lovely porcelain doll, it's hard for Zhang Yi to have a bad business. Beep, are we sold out again today? Tang Tang handed the bag in her hand to Zhang Yi and took a look at the several nylon bags on the ground. Thanks to our lovely Tang Tang for helping me, Daddy will take you to buy new clothes today, okay? Zhang Yi put away the bulging bag in his hand. The other vegetable vendors around him were still staring at him. How could he dare to count the money in front of them? Buy it for Mom too. Little Milkball instructed seriously. But this matter made Zhang Yi embarrassed, because he had no idea what size clothes Su Yiqing wore. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. He is such a failed husband and father. When Zhang Yi brought Tang Tang to the children's clothing store, he let the little girl choose clothes by herself while he sat on a stool and counted today's income. 2003. The vegetables planted last night covered the entire 5 acres of land. Zhang Yi had only planted 4 acres before, so this time there were more vegetables and the income was higher. Zhang Yi put the money back into the bag and looked up to see Tang Tang standing next to a dress. The dress was displayed separately. It looks expensive at first glance. The white lace dress has a bustle and looks like a princess dress. Tang Tang took a quick look at the prices and immediately changed direction, going to the other side where all the clothes were hung on hangers. In the end, she just chose a plain pink top. Bah, Tang Tang likes this. Zhang Yi's heart ached again when he saw his daughter's sensible look, and he took the pink top in his hand as well. Boss, could you please let my daughter try on this skirt and this top? Zhang Yi pointed to the dress that looked the most expensive in the store. Bah! Tang Tang doesn't want this. Tang Tang used her small body to block the boss and shook her head vigorously. Tang Tang only wants the pink top. The boss smiled when he saw Tang Tang was so sensible, and after glancing at Zhang Yi's intention, he took the skirt off the doll. Little boy, your father asked you to try it on. But BABA, this is very. Before Tang Tang could even utter the word expensive, Zhang Yi pushed her to the door of the fitting room. Madam Boss, please help my daughter put it on. It's not convenient for me. After asking Zhang Yi for his opinion, the proprietress took Tang Tang into the fitting room. Her little face was filled with heartache. Dad made money today, don't worry, Tang Bao. At the proprietress's urging, Tang Tang glanced at Zhang Yi worriedly. Only after seeing that her father had no other expression on his face did she agree to follow him into the fitting room. While the little girl was changing clothes in the fitting room, Zhang Yi immediately called Su Yiqing. If Tang Tang finds out that he doesn't know the size when they go to buy clothes for Su Yicheng, the little boy will probably be sad again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately took out his mobile phone and called Su Yicheng. After the call was connected, Zhang Yi didn't have time to speak. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from the other end of the phone. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment and asked nervously, Yicheng, what happened? Chapter 15, Spending money on my wife and daughter without feeling any pity. Cough cough cough. Su Yicheng's cough was heard. Zhang Yi's heart was suddenly lifted up and he asked quickly, Yicheng, what's wrong with you? What was that sound just now? Are you okay? Nothing, what's the matter with the call? Su Yicheng seemed to have recovered. What happened to you just now? I have something to ask you, but you have to tell me what happened first. It's okay, it's just something burnt, what's wrong? Su Yicheng said it lightly, but in fact the kitchen at home was already a mess. Just now her oven suddenly exploded, and when she was busy cleaning up, she knocked over the plate, which made Zhang Yi hear the crackling sound. You're not hurt? Zhang Yi's worried voice rang out. No. Su Yicheng felt that Zhang Yi was relieved. Leave your things here for me to pack. I'll be back soon. What size clothes do you wear? I'm buying new clothes for you and Tang Tang. Zhang Yi still felt that this sentence was a little difficult to say, he didn't even know what size clothes his wife wore. I can pack my own things. The clothes are in size S, don't buy expensive ones. Are you sold out of today's vegetables? Su Yicheng was still a little worried about Zhang Yi buying clothes. She couldn't spend all the hard-earned money on clothes. It's sold out. Tang Tang is out. I'm going to hang up now. I'll show it to you when I get back. Tang Tang came out of the fitting room and hung up the phone in a hurry. The little girl, wearing a white princess dress, turned several circles in front of the mirror. You can tell how happy she is. Finally she stopped and came to Zhang Yi. Blah, blah, forget it, Tang Tang doesn't want this one. Zhang Yi saw that the little girl looked more like a delicate little princess in this skirt. No, Tang Tang is the princess of their family. Madam, please pack up the pink top, this skirt, and those pants for me. How much is it in total? Zhang Yi took out 250 yuan bills from his bag, and rarely did he feel any pain. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable because the money was spent by his wife and daughter, and he was very happy. It was completely different from before when he even bargained with the boss when buying the hoe. It's $80 in total. Do you have any change? Let your daughter wear the skirt home, okay? The proprietress put the pink top into the packaging bag and also put Tang Tang's changed clothes into it. Good. Zhang Yi turned around and tried to take some change from his bag. No. No, Tang Tang. The little girl grabbed Zhang Yi's hand that was about to take the money. When she heard the price, she opened her mouth slightly and shook her little head like a rattle. After giving the money, Zhang Yi took the bag, picked up Tang Tang and walked out. Beep. Don't waste your money. Tang Tang felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, her lips pursed and tears actually glistened in her big eyes. Tang Tang likes it very much, but it's very expensive. Tang Tang also likes pink tops. Seeing that Tang Tang was about to cry, Zhang Yi suddenly panicked and hurriedly tried to coax her. It's not a waste of money to buy new clothes for Tang Tang, and Daddy made a lot of money today. Tang Tang can ask for what she wants, understand? Tang Tang nodded as if she understood, then buried her little head in Zhang Yi's shoulder and burped. Baba is great, can Mama do it too? This was the first time Tang Tang cried in front of Zhang Yi. Of course. Zhang Yi rubbed the little girl's head, took her into a women's clothing store, and put her down. Tang Tang, which one do you think is suitable for Mom? Tang Tang carefully picked among the clothes and finally pointed to a burgundy sweater. Beep, this. Burgundy is a color that makes the skin look brighter, and Su Yicheng herself is very fair, so she will definitely look even whiter when she wears it. Please pack these for me. Zhang Yi looked at a few more pieces himself, and finally picked up a pair of jeans and a top. Oh, good, you have good taste, young man. The boss calculated the price and put the goods into the bag neatly. You're buying this for your wife, right? It's $120 in total. Don't be reluctant to spend it. If you buy something for your wife, it has to be good. Of course I won't be reluctant. After paying the money, Zhang Yi took Tang Tang home and bought some vegetables on the way. After arriving home, Tang Tang began to look for Su Yicheng in the house, and couldn't wait to let her see the skirt she was wearing. Mom! Tang Tang and Baba are back. Hey, Mom's here. Su Yiqing's voice came from the master bedroom, and the little kid spread his short legs and ran over there. Tonton's new dress looks really nice. The little girl giggled happily after receiving the praise. Jiang Yi went to the kitchen to prepare today's lunch, and took out the dishes he had specially left from the space. It was not hard to tell in the kitchen that there had been a big disaster not long ago. The trash can in the kitchen was filled with many broken bowls and plates, and Su Yiqing's oven was also pitch black at the moment. Jiang Yi checked the oven again. Broken. No wonder it was so noisy when he was on the phone. Jiang Yi planned to go out and buy a new one after dinner. In order to save money, Su Yiqing bought a second-hand oven and used it for quite a long time. It's normal that it broke this time. In the master bedroom, the mother and daughter were looking at a blueprint. Mom, what is this? Mom is trying to figure out how to fix the oven. Su Yiqing looked at the paper again and again. It was a structural diagram of an oven. Finally, she gave up the idea of fixing the oven herself and decided to call a technician to do it. It's time to eat. Jiang Yi walked into the master bedroom and found the mother and daughter sitting together, looking at a piece of white paper. When Su Yiqing saw Jiang Yi coming, she immediately put away the drawings. I'll help with cooking later. She felt a little embarrassed seeing Jiang Yi busying himself in the kitchen every day. When she was working on the pudding today, she didn't expect the oven to explode. It's okay, you and Tang Tang just sit and wait. Jiang Yi prepared 3 dishes and a soup today. Su Yiqing felt a little distressed when she saw the white meat on the table. Her previous salary was barely enough to support the family, so she and Tang Tang were always reluctant to spend money. Jiang Yi only cooks better when he comes home for dinner. Wow! The vegetables grown by Baba. Tonton's eyes lit up. If you like it, eat more. Jiang Yi was very happy to see that Tang Tang liked his dishes so much, and put some dishes into the small bowl. The small bowls soon piled up into a small hill. Pa, that's enough. I can't finish the candy. Tang Tang gave some of the food in the bowl to Su Yiqing before lowering her head and starting to eat. After dinner, Su Yiqing returned to the master bedroom and began to study the drawings. She still wanted to save some money. Tang Tang ran back to the master bedroom and fell asleep next to Su Yiqing. Su Yiqing was awakened by the sound of Jiang Yi making a phone call, and then she realized that she had fallen asleep. Do you want me to check it for you again? No thanks, I can do it myself. Jiang Yi rejected the strange voice. Okay, that's 180 in total. Okay, that's just enough. When Su Yiqing heard the amount of 180, she immediately walked out of the master bedroom. Looking at the scene in front of me, Su Yiqing couldn't help but widen her eyes and was a little dazed. Jiang Yi, how could he think of doing this? Is anyone reading this? Please give me a 5-star review and a small gift. The rating is too low. Woo woo woo. Chapter 16. Jiang Yi buys an oven. Su Yiqing is moved to tears. Jiang Yizhen moved the new oven into the kitchen by himself and put the previous black oven on the ground. There was still some egg liquid around the old oven, which was fried out when Su Yiqing was baking the egg tarts. Jiang Yi, you. When Jiang Yi saw Su Yiqing coming out, he smiled brightly. Did it bother you? Su Yiqing opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. The sweat on Jiang Yi's forehead and that heartfelt smile made her feel a little uncomfortable. No, oven, how come you? I see the one you used before is broken, so why don't you buy you a new one? Come and try it out to see if it works. Jiang Yi plugged in the oven. It cost 180, and I can have someone come and fix the previous one. In Su Yiqing's heart, no matter how solid the city wall was, it collapsed because of what Jiang Yi did. I can't return the product I bought. Come and try it. Su Yiqing's nose felt sore and tears immediately filled her eyes. She also realized this and quickly turned her head to the other side. Hey, what's wrong? Do you think it's too expensive? But I want to give you a good one. If it doesn't work, I'll call him and ask if I can return it. Is that okay? When Jiang Yi saw Su Yiqing's tears, he completely surrendered. He took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Okay, I've already bought it. It would be embarrassing to return it. Su Yiqing complained in a crying voice, her eyes reddened, and a hint of shyness was hidden on her pretty face. Don't cry. Jiang Yi was helpless in the face of the woman's tears and could only go along with her. Thanks. Su Yiqing sniffed and said awkwardly, then buried her head in trying out the new oven. Zhang Yi remembered that the clothes he bought for Su Yiqing were still on the table and he hadn't given them to her, so he turned around and took the bags. This is the dress I bought for you today. Try it on to see if it fits you. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. Su Yiqing was given candy one after another. She could feel that the solid city wall was about to open its gates. Yeah. I understand. Su Yiqing still felt a little awkward, but her red ears betrayed her. Then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back to the study and sit for a while. Zhang Yi found an excuse for himself and returned to the study. After closing the door, he entered the space again. This time, with the tools, Zhang Yi found growing vegetables less tiring. Before that, you had to run back and forth, scooping up spring water and digging the soil with your hands. Now he finished growing these things very quickly. Afterwards, Zhang Yi did not leave the space, but sat on the ground. This system is so magical, he has to find out what other uses it has. System. Hello, host. Does the space have any other functions? Open the panel. A panel popped up in front of Zhang Yi, and the gold coins in the upper right corner had indeed increased. Host, you haven't activated other functions yet. How do I activate it? I do not have access to that. The host must explore on his own. After that, the system went silent. Zhang Yi felt that the system must have other functions, and the ever-increasing number of gold coins was a clue. While he was chatting, a small sprout had appeared in the field. Zhang Yi left the space not long after. Everyone tacitly accepted that the stall he occupied in the vegetable market was his. There was no one at the stall before, but as Zhang Yi's reputation grew, everyone voluntarily left it for him. When Zhang Yi arrived at the vegetable market, he once again saw that there were customers standing next to his stall. You don't have to come early. I'll pack my things and come right over. How can we buy your vegetables if we don't come early? Boss, please set up the stall and we will queue up by ourselves. Zhang Yi took a small stool for Tang Tang to sit on, and the little kid put another stool next to him. The two started a new day of selling vegetables. The boss weighed 2 kilograms for me to buy back home. Next time I won't have to come so early. My family also likes to eat it. The aunt who was first in line directly ordered 4 kilograms of vegetables. Everyone has already lined up, and the people behind started to get anxious after hearing this, fearing that it would be their turn and there would be no seats left. Okay. Zhang Yi quickly weighed the dishes for the aunt, while Tang Tang put the money into her bag. The father and daughter worked together and moved much faster. The time it took to sell out was about the same as before. Every day when Zhang Yi comes to buy groceries, people flock to him. The vegetable vendors, whose business was suffering due to this, could not bear it this time. In addition to Dehu, many people have regarded Zhang Yi as a thorn in their eyes. I think your dish is very good, big and tender. It's okay. Zhang Yi answered him while packing up his stall. How did you grow this? It's the same as what everyone else grows. Zhang Yi heard the vegetable vendors' temptation. The vegetable vendors were jealous when they saw that Zhang Yi's vegetables were selling so well and wanted to purchase them as well. Seeing that Zhang Yi had finished his business so early again today, Dehu greeted him. Are they sold out so early again today? Yes, Dehu, this is what I can't sell. I'll give you a taste. Zhang Yi placed the bag he had specially left behind on Dehu's stall. I don't want this. I have vegetables at home. Please don't give it to me. How could Dahu not know that Zhang Yi's dishes were in great demand? He didn't believe that they couldn't be sold. Okay, Dahu, you take it. Just then, a customer came to Dehu's stall and he was busy weighing the dishes. Zhang Yi picked up Tang Tang and prepared to go home. Wait a minute, boss, can you tell me where this vegetable comes from? A vegetable vendor saw Zhang Yi was about to leave and hurriedly asked. Hey, brother, don't worry about where they get their goods from. It has nothing to do with us, right? Do you want to buy the same thing as them? Dehu interjected while weighing the dishes. The vegetable vendor was choked by Dehu's words. So what? Can't you just tell me where you get the goods from? Do you also want to go in and steal their business like they did? Dahu has a rather straightforward personality. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Zhang Yi could only make up an excuse on the spot. I bought it from a relative who was a farmer. Zhang Yi was worried that these vegetable vendors wanted to find this non-existent person to purchase goods, so he immediately added a sentence. My relative only sold it to me, and he was willing to sell it to me only if I paid him 40% and 60% of the price. After all, the dish is so good. The vegetable vendors had no choice but to give up. Zhang Yi's reason was reasonable, so they stopped asking questions. But the vegetable vendor's words also gave Zhang Yi a reminder. He can't keep growing vegetables in the space and then take them out, and the vegetables grown on the several acres of land in the space are not enough for everyone to buy. There are still a few customers who didn't buy anything today. What's more, the vegetable vendors have already started to inquire about his vegetables, but he can't explain why. If you create so many dishes out of thin air, people will definitely get suspicious after a while. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of someone who could help him. He took out his cell phone and started looking for the person in the address book. The other party picked up the phone shortly after the call was made, and Zhang Yi spoke. "Hey, I need your help." Zhang Yi never thought that one day he would have to contact him for help. After all, in his previous life, he almost forgot the existence of such a person. Chapter 17. He accidentally saw her slender waist. "What can I do for you, cousin?" Chen Chen was shocked when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Yi. His cousin was developing in the city and had never called him in all these years. "Why did you suddenly remember to call in now? Do you have land? I want to buy a few acres to grow some crops. Do you have time to help me grow the crops? It's not convenient for me to go back from here. Well, my uncle has 4 acres of land, so of course I have time. I help my mother grow vegetables at home." Zhang Yi brought Xiao Nichuan to the wonton shop and counted the money he earned that day. 2002. He roughly calculated how much savings he had now. How much does 4 acres of land cost? I still need to call my uncle to ask about this. It shouldn't cost much. We are all relatives. I will help you bargain for it. Don't worry. Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If buying the land alone would cost all the money he had saved, he might as well give up for now. Chen Chen hung up the phone and started to help Zhang Yi ask about the land. But, if the seeds are planted in the real world, can they have such good effects? Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. Tang Tang was blowing air at Han Dun, who had just come up, and looked around at the environment. There are various food stalls on the street, and the bustling crowd makes the street a bit crowded. There are also the sounds of bicycle bells, hawkers' cries, and people's voices mixed together on the street. Tang Tang withdrew her gaze and stared at the chaos in her bowl. "Beep, can you pack another portion of chaos? Tang Tang can talk to the boss directly from now on. She doesn't need to ask Dad. Tang Tang can talk to the boss herself." Zhang Yi took out a $10 bill from his bag and gave it to Tang Tang. Tang Tang ran to the boss with her short legs, said a few words to him, and then ran back. Tang Tang has made an agreement with the boss. As soon as Tang Tang got home, she ran to the kitchen, holding the bowl of wontons tightly in her hands. Tang Tang came to the kitchen and didn't see Su Yiqing, so she turned around and ran to the master bedroom. "Mom! Papa bought your favorite wontons." Seeing how anxiously the little girl was rushing, Zhang Yi was worried that she might fall, so he immediately followed her with his long legs. The door of the master bedroom was open. When Su Yiqing heard Tang Tang's voice, her hands suddenly froze. "Tang Tang, Daddy didn't come over, did he?" She was trying on the burgundy sweater that Zhang Yi bought for her. Just as she put it on her head, the 2 men came back. Su Yiqing forgot to close the door again. When she heard the sound, she immediately quickened her hands and pulled her clothes down. When Tang Tang saw this scene, her big eyes rolled around, and then she desperately pulled Zhang Yi's clothes to pull him over. She even tried to stand on tiptoe, trying to reach Zhang Yi's face. The little kid's whole face turned red because of the effort, like a red apple. "Bang, bang, close your eyes." The little girl wanted to cover Zhang Yi's eyes with her hands, but finally spoke because she was not tall enough. Tang Tang's words made Su Yiqing's body tremble, but she didn't turn around. Although Su Yiqing's movements were very fast, Zhang Yi couldn't help but see her snow-white and slender waist, which was so thin that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Zhang Yi's heart trembled violently, and his blood suddenly surged. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he quickly left the door of the master bedroom and stood in the kitchen preparing today's lunch. When Su Yiqing heard the footsteps fading away, she turned around stiffly, her delicate little face red as if blood was about to drip out. "Mom, your face is so red." Tang Tang stretched out her little hand and poked Su Yiqing's face, but retracted her hand when her fingertips touched the warmth of her face. "Yeah, it's so hot. I'm so embarrassed." Su Yiqing's ears also turned red. She looked in the mirror and her whole face was red. Fortunately, she didn't turn around, otherwise Jiang Yi would definitely see her embarrassment. Su Yiqing felt a little embarrassed, but in front of Tang Tang she can only pretend that nothing was wrong. Tang Bao, go out and play with Dad first. Su Yiqing needs to adjust her mood now, otherwise she may not be able to face Jiang Yi later. Mom, can you go with Tang Tang to help Baba later? Tang Tang hugged Su Yiqing's arm and acted coquettishly. She didn't understand the social etiquette between adults. She just wants her dad and mom to be together. Su Yiqing's eyelids twitched, but in the end she couldn't bear to make the little girl sad, so she followed her to the kitchen. Jiang Yi's mind was in a mess. He wanted to put the scene he just saw behind him, but he found that the more he tried to forget it, the harder it was to forget it. The snow-white and slender waist lingered in Jiang Yi's mind, causing a shock to his vision. Jiang Yi, who was cutting vegetables, got distracted and cut his finger. He even raised his hand and looked at it, somewhat dazed. Bang! Bleeding! Tongtong's voice suddenly rang out, bringing Jiang Yi back to his senses. As soon as Su Yiqing and Xiao Naichuan arrived in the kitchen, they saw Jiang Yi staring at his bleeding finger in a daze. The little girl was so anxious that she was running around to find a hemostatic patch. Adults are always quicker than children, and Su Yiqing clearly remembers the location of every item in the house. Tang Tang could only follow Su Yiqing and look at Jiang Yi's finger anxiously. The blood was still gushing out. After Jiang Yi reacted, he put his finger into his mouth and sucked it. Just at this time, Su Yiqing also brought the hemostatic patch. After she tore off the hemostatic patch, she picked up Jiang Yi's severed hand and put it on the wound. After doing all this, Su Yiqing's face suddenly darkened and she started to complain. Why are you so careless while cutting vegetables? And you're still staring at your fingers? If Tang Tang and I hadn't come, wouldn't you have bled a lot today? Su Yiqing was so angry that she forgot to let go of Jiang Yi's hand for a moment. Until she noticed his scorching gaze. Following Jiang Yi's gaze, Su Yiqing realized that her hand was still holding someone. Su Yiqing retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Since getting married, she and Jiang Yi have never been very close. Especially in the previous life, in the last 2 years, the two of them did not do anything that a couple should do. At this moment, Su Yiqing was wearing that burgundy sweater, which contrasted with her red earlobes, making her little face even more dazzling. Jiang Yi's heart suddenly collapsed a little. How did he just realize how beautiful his wife is? This figure is top-notch. He was really blind before and was still focused on his work. He has such a beautiful wife and lovely daughter, but he doesn't know how to cherish them. Jiang Yi chuckled twice and scratched his head. I was thinking about something else just now and didn't notice it, but the food is almost ready, please wait a moment. He turned around and wanted to continue cooking the unfinished dish, but was stopped by Su Yiqing. I can do it. You want to cook with your hands like this? Tang Tang, take the injured away. Tang Tang was very diligent and pulled Jiang Yi to sit on the sofa in the living room. The little kid put his head close to Jiang Yi's injured hand, picked it up and looked at it carefully for a while, and finally pouted his little mouth to blow air for him. Ho, the pain is gone. Daddy doesn't feel any pain anymore. This is what Su Yiqing taught Tang Tang, and this time she used it on Jiang Yi. Dad is fine, just a minor injury. At this moment, a cell phone ring suddenly rang in the kitchen. Su Yiqing subconsciously thought that it was her cell phone ringing, so she pressed the answer button with one hand. I asked, it's 15,000 in total, and it's all yours if you buy it. When this sentence was uttered, Su Yiqing realized that this was Jiang Yi's cell phone. But she didn't have time to think too much. When Su Yiqing heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Where will Jiang Yi spend this 1,500 yuan? 15,000 is not a small amount. Although the money was earned by Jiang Yi, it couldn't stand such a toss. No, she has to talk to Jiang Yi properly. Jiang Yi. Chapter 18. Little Milkball insists on going farming with Dad. Hey! What's wrong? Jiang Yi hurried to the kitchen. Did you cut your hand too? He hurriedly looked at Su Yiqing's hand. Su Yiqing's hand was not injured, but the hand holding the phone was shaking slightly. The family's current conditions are very bad, and she has to be frugal. Jiang Yi, what are you going to spend 15,000 on? You know it's not easy to make money? I hope you can spend it where it should be spent. Even Su Yiqing's voice trembled when she said this. Tang Tang also rushed to the kitchen. The little girl was sandwiched between the two of them. She pulled Su Yiqing's hand with some fear, and her voice was as small as a mosquito. Mom! Chen Chen on the other end of the phone was also a little confused about the situation and said hello several times. What's wrong, cousin? Is it your cousin's wife? Hey, cousin's wife, don't misunderstand my cousin, he just wants to buy a few acres of land to grow vegetables. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. I just didn't see enough land, so I wanted to buy a few acres in the countryside, but Chen Chen, can you talk about the price? 1,504 acres of land? Su Yiqing was stunned, and returned the phone to Jiang Yi somewhat embarrassedly, then squatted down and rubbed Tong Tong's little head. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Tang Tang, please go sit outside. I scared you. Tang Tang had never seen Su Yiqing angry before. She was frightened and started crying. Tears as big as pearls rolled down her cheeks in an instant. The little kid sobbed and his eyes were filled with tears. Beep, Mom, don't quarrel. Mom didn't quarrel with Dad, it was just a misunderstanding. Dad will take you to the living room first. Jiang Yi raised his hand to wipe away Tong Tong's tears and held the little girl in his arms. Su Yiqing opened her mouth and wanted to explain something. It's fine. Jiang Yi left the kitchen after saying this, still bargaining with Chen Chen on the phone in his other hand. 15,000 is too expensive. Ask your uncle if he can make it cheaper. Then I'll talk to him again and I'll give you as low a price as I can. Okay. The two, one big and one small, walked out of the kitchen, and Su Yiqing turned around to cook. Because of the previous stereotype, Jiang Yi lost his credibility in front of Su Yiqing, and it was also because of this that she misunderstood him. Su Yiqing felt ashamed. Shouldn't she think so badly of Jiang Yi? At least he is changing, right? Today, the two adults, each with their own concerns, one cut his finger and the other burnt the food. When Su Yiqing came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes, Jiang Yi was teaching Tang Tang to read the pinyin book. Well. Little Naitian also read it with Jiang Yi, pronouncing it accurately. It's time to eat. Su Yiqing placed the washed bowls on the table one by one. What happened just now? Su Yiqing's words were interrupted, and in return Jiang Yi gave her a smile. It's okay. I didn't tell you about buying land to grow vegetables. My question is, 1,500 is the price I plan to pay for 4 acres of land. Jiang Yi paused. I will continue to talk about the price. Don't worry, I will definitely negotiate the cheapest price. Su Yiqing nodded, but the guilt in her heart still couldn't be dispelled. But after Jiang Yi said that, she couldn't say anything more. Finally, she put several pieces of meat into Jiang Yi's bowl. Seeing that the two had reconciled, Tang Tang put their hands together and smiled. Great, Mom and Dad are back together. After lunch, Jiang Yi returned to the study and came to the space. System, can you expand the space? Jiang Yi thought about it seriously and decided that if the land from Chen Chen was too expensive, he would not want to spend so much money to buy it for the time being. Pick up the host. You don't have the authority to do so now. Then will the seeds I plant outside have the same effect as those in here? What Jiang Yi pays attention to is the quality of the vegetables grown. If he can really grow such vegetables outside, Chen Chen will also need to pay him. No, but the system has taken the host's situation into consideration and opened a channel for purchasing seeds. You can buy them yourself. As soon as the system finished speaking, a panel popped up, and Jiang Yi found that there were now 2 options on the previously empty square. One is the seeds of ice cabbage. One is the seed of Chinese cabbage. Both seeds have clear price tags on them. Each requires 500 gold coins. So the money he earns in real life will be automatically converted into gold coins here and can be used to purchase seeds. There are many other empty squares on the panel, and I guess there will be more things that can be purchased in the future. But now Jiang Yi has not yet negotiated the land in the countryside, so he had to close the panel. As soon as I left the space, Chen Chen called. Cousin, my uncle said that if we are relatives, he will charge you 600 yuan. Okay, I've bought them all. I'll transfer the money to your bank card. If we're in the countryside, I'll still need your help with the planting. Jiang Yi was a little worried that Chen Chen would become suspicious if he saw the dishes being served so quickly. It would be best if he could grow it himself. Chen Chen told everyone the new information he had heard. Cousin, my uncle said he has 4 acres of land outside the city, so it's cheaper. That side is closer to you. How about you take the trouble to drive over there yourself? It's a bit remote over there, but it's not impossible for me to go over there. When Jiang Yi heard this, it was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I want the 4 acres outside the city. You can help me build a fence around it. Tell me how much it costs in total. Chen Chan also agreed. Okay, no problem. If you want to add the fence, give me 700 yuan first. I can go over there to help when I'm free. Jiang Yi was relieved to see that the matter had finally been resolved, as his family happened to have an electric car for him to travel back and forth. He immediately went to the bank and transferred the money to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was very efficient. After receiving the money, he immediately bought a fence and brought it to the 4 acres of land. After the fence is built, the situation inside is not easy to see from the outside, which is equivalent to something helping to block it. Now that he had the land, Jiang Yi bought 4 bags of seeds from the space. The 4 packets of seeds immediately appeared out of thin air in Jiang Yi's hands. The outer packaging of the seeds is no different from those on the market, but the seeds inside are much rounder and fuller than others. I Ching, I'm going to be out for a while. Tang Tang, do you want to go with Daddy? Su Yiqing hummed and lowered her head to stir the cream in her hand. Yes. Where is Daddy going? Little Lai Tian took the initiative to run to Jiang Yi and put on his shoes. Jiang Yi put a sun hat on Tang Tang and took away the key to the electric car. Dad takes Tang Tang to grow vegetables. It took the father and daughter about half an hour to reach the 4 acres of land outside the city, which was surrounded by a fence. There was a lock at the only entrance. Chen Chen buried the key in the soil next to it and told Jiang Yi. The sun high in the sky was scorching the land. There were only endless fields and 1 or 2 farmers nearby. It seems that this place is indeed very remote, and there are not even many people growing vegetables. Most of the farmers live in the countryside, and no one in the city farms, so the land is left idle. Jiang Yi specially brought a small stool for Tang Tang to sit on, and he began to bend down and farm the land himself. Tang Tang couldn't sit still. She picked up the watering can, which was slightly too big for her, with her little hands and watered the place where Jiang Yi placed the seeds. She likes playing with her dad the most. With these 4 acres of land, Jiang Yi harvested more vegetables and his daily income increased significantly. He originally thought that life would be nothing more than a leisurely life of growing and selling vegetables. But what he didn't expect was that a competitor would appear. This was completely unexpected for him. The point is, the other party actually took away half of his customers? Chapter 19 Jiang Yi's competitor, counterfeiting Ganoderma lucidum. When Jiang Yi came to the vegetable market today, he found a new vegetable vendor right opposite his stall. The man was taking his vegetables from his basket slowly. Jiang Yi didn't take him seriously at this time. Xiao Tang Tang brought out her little stool and sat on it, with her bag still hanging around her waist. As usual, the flow of people soon flocked to Jiang Yi's side. Everyone, take a look at the Lingji. I got this with great difficulty. I'm selling it at a low price. Just when customers gathered around Jiang Yi, a loud voice came from the opposite side. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it and they turned to look. You know, that Ganoderma lucidum. It's a very nutritious product, and the other party said it was sold at a cheap price, so everyone became interested. How cheap are you selling this? At this time, an ant walked up to his stall and asked. We know that Ganoderma lucidum is very expensive, but I will sell it for 20 yuan per pound. The price of the Lingji sold by the other party happened to be the same as the vegetables sold by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was also stunned when he heard this. The price is the same as his? Jiang Yi then looked up and faced the other person, taking a look at the Ganoderma lucidum on the other person's stall. Are Ganoderma lucidum sold in the vegetable market these days? And it's 20 yuan per pound? Is your Lingji good? The boss is a stranger. The man laughed twice and immediately poured out all the Ganoderma lucidum in the basket. You can judge for yourself whether this is good or not. This price is definitely a fair price. It doesn't matter if I'm a stranger or not. After I sell here for a long time, everyone will know me. Some people still have questions about this price. This can't be fake, it's sold so cheaply. Seeing that everyone was attracted by the Ganoderma lucidum opposite, Tang Tang quietly tugged at the corner of Jiang Yi's clothes and whispered. Beep. Tang Tang frowned and blinked her big eyes at the uncle opposite her. Little Naichuan only knew that the uncles and aunts were attracted by the uncle across the street, and she was afraid that no one would buy Jiang Yi's vegetables. What's the matter? Jiang Yi saw the little girl frowning her round face, and followed her line of sight, and immediately found that it was the stall opposite. He immediately knew what Tang Tang was thinking. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile and comforted her. Tang Bao and Daddy just need to watch our stall together. The little girl then withdrew her gaze. How could it be fake? I wouldn't do such a wicked thing. You can come and take one and have a look. The man warmly invited the guests to come over. Everyone hesitated for a long time between Ganoderma lucidum and vegetables, but in the end Ganoderma lucidum prevailed. On Zhang Yi's side, some customers immediately walked to the Lingji stall. The other vegetable vendors seemed to be gloating. Finally, someone has taken away some of Zhang Yi's customers. It's really satisfying. Dehu also noticed the man selling Ganoderma lucidum across the street. He glanced at him and didn't look at him again. This is not just picking trouble with my elder brother. Zhang Yi, don't worry about AO on the other side. Even though some customers were taken away from the opposite side, Zhang Yi still had customers. He was weighing dishes for an ant. Why should I care what he does? We are all doing business and not interfering with each other. The ant who heard Zhang Yi's words also smiled and responded. Yes, that's what the boss said. Dehu felt relieved when he saw that Zhang Yi didn't take it seriously and sat down at his own stall. Some aunties who had bought vegetables from Zhang Yi also went to Ling Ji's stall to take a look and bought some. At this time, Old Man Wu also came to Zhang Yi's stall carrying an eco-friendly bag. Boss, please weigh 4 pounds for me. I'll come back to buy more after I finish eating, so I don't have to run back and forth. Zhang Yi hurriedly weighed the dishes for Old Man Wu. Old Man Wu's sight fell on the Ganoderma lucidum stall opposite, and he saw the Ganoderma lucidum with his cloudy eyes. Why is it so lively? How much is it per pound? The old man strolled across the street carrying the vegetables he bought from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked back at the vegetables in his nylon bag. Only then did he realize that there was still a bag of nylon vegetables left. This situation would never have happened in the past. Everyone in the vegetable market knows how popular Zhang Yi's vegetables are, and they even have to line up early. Zhang Yi felt the crisis for the first time. It was not a long-term solution for him to continue selling these vegetables alone for such a long time. He would have to think of growing something else. Let me see. Old Man Wu picked up a Ganoderma lucidum and looked at it carefully. He turned it over and over and even squinted his eyes. Finally, the old man's face sank. He put the Ganoderma lucidum back to its place, snorted, and said, "Wow, this is really realistic. It almost fooled me, an old man." The ants who were buying Ganoderma lucidum immediately let go when they heard this. What do you mean, Old Man Wu? Is this fake? Really? It doesn't look fake to me. The ants were immediately furious. Didn't you hear me say that you almost fooled me? Old man, I told you that this thing is fake. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Old Man Wu spoke to the man again. Don't let me see you selling it again tomorrow. Old Man Wu walked away after saying this. People who make fake things are the most hateful. The smile on the man's face suddenly froze. How could it be possible that he did it so sincerely and still people could see through it? Boss, please explain it to us. If this is fake, I don't want it. No wonder it's so cheap, give me my money back. Several ants started arguing, and those ants who had not yet bought Ganoderma lucidum from the man turned around and went back to Zhang Yi's stall. At least in their minds, Old Man Wu's credibility is extremely high. Old Man Wu has been hanging around in the vegetable market for many years and he is a familiar face to everyone. Even though he has a bit of a weird temper, they know very well whether he is a good person or not. Boss, weigh me 2 kilograms of vegetables. After seeing the customer coming back from the opposite side, Tang Tang's frown relaxed and she revealed a sweet smile. Auntie, you gave too much money. Tang Tang smiled and stuffed the money back into her aunt's hand. When she received the money, Zhang Yi would tell her how much change to expect and what kind of money it should be. The aunts always gave Tang Tang just the right amount of money because they saw that she was still a little kid. So that the little girl wouldn't have to give them change one by one. This can't be fake. The old man must have seen it wrong. The man opposite still refused to admit that his Ganoderma lucidum was fake. He originally thought that this batch was realistic enough, so he dared to sell it in the vegetable market. Seeing that there were so many people surrounding Zhang Yi's stall, I simply chose to sit opposite him and sell. Boss, tell the truth. We won't disbelieve what Old Man Wu said. It's fake, just give me the money back yourself. I don't want to make a scene like that. The aunties who bought Ganoderma lucidum put the bags back on the man's stall. In the end, the man gritted his teeth and returned the money to them under the gaze of the ants, but he still insisted on being stubborn. These can't be fake. They are all picked from the mountains. But since you ask me to do so, I have no choice but to return your money. Despite what he said, the man selling Ganoderma lucidum did not come the next day. Zhang Yi thought that the Lingji incident was over. I didn't expect that just as one left, another one came. Chapter 20. Is he not the only one who has the system? Just as a man selling Ganoderma lucidum left, a man selling tomatoes came. And this person is just selling tomatoes. Come and have a look at it for 3 yuan a pound. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you. The tomatoes on the stall are particularly large, bright red, and very plump, instantly eye-catching. After all, humans are curious creatures. However, the location of the vegetable vendor was the same location as the man who sold Ganoderma lucidum yesterday. Facing Zhang Yi. Everyone was still brooding over what happened to the vegetable vendor yesterday, so no one took the initiative to go over and take a look. Seeing that everyone was queuing up to buy vegetables at Zhang Yi's place, the vegetable vendor shouted even harder. 3 yuan a pound. Guaranteed to be delicious. When you bite into a tomato this big, all the juice that bursts out is sweet, not a single sour one. The vegetable vendor picked up one, wiped it, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Sure enough, just as he said, a lot of juice burst out. But tomatoes are generally a bit sour, but according to this vegetable vendor, they are sweet and quite attractive. You're not selling fake ones, are you? Someone in the crowd uttered this sentence. The vegetable vendor was stunned for a moment, his eyes wandering elsewhere, before he reacted and answered. How is it possible that tomatoes can be sold fake? What do you mean by also? There was someone selling fake Ganoderma lucidum at your stall yesterday. The vegetable vendor chuckled twice and explained himself. Just because he sells fakes doesn't mean I'm selling fakes too. I used to sell them at the vegetable market in East City, so no one has ever seen me. Besides, there's nothing to fake about tomatoes. Everyone looked at each other, waiting for someone to take the lead and go watch. Seeing this, the vegetable vendor picked up a tomato, washed it with water in the bucket, and handed it to the person closest to him. Try it, I guarantee it's sweet. All my tomatoes are sweet. If they're not, I won't charge you. The man who got the tomato looked at the tomato in his hand and hesitated for a long time. Everyone's eyes were on the woman. Tell them if it tastes good after you eat it. I don't lie to you. Zhang Yi also glanced at the tomato and complained in his heart. What is going on recently? They're selling vegetables across the street from me. Is it because he has so many people on his side? Tang Tang puffed up her little round face and glared at the vegetable vendor opposite. She snorted and concentrated on helping Zhang Yi collect the money. Seeing that everyone was so curious about how it tasted, the woman reluctantly took a bite. Sure enough, the tomato juice instantly burst in the mouth, sweet. This one is sweet. The woman nodded, turned around and asked the vegetable vendor for a pound of vegetables. The vegetable vendor then smiled and weighed tomatoes for the woman. You didn't lie to us, did you? The other ants asked again. I'm not lying to you. Didn't I just buy his? After paying the money, the woman ran to Zhang Yi's side to queue up to buy vegetables. Seeing this, the vegetable vendor hurriedly washed a few more tomatoes and placed them on a plate. Eat whatever you want. If it's not sweet, you can just not buy mine. The other ants then went to try his food. It would have been fine if they didn't try the food, but once they did, everyone ran to the tomato side. Hey, brother Zhang Yi, what's going on? I think you have too many people here, so I set up a stall here. De Hu was also frightened when he saw the situation over there with tomato. More than half of Zhang Yi's people went over directly. Those who stayed with Zhang Yi were all regular customers. Nothing. Zhang Yi no longer looked at the situation on the opposite side, and lowered his head to weigh dishes for the remaining customers. The other vegetable vendors were very happy when they saw this. Finally, Zhang Yi was not the only one selling vegetables in the market. Zhang Yi also felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. The tomatoes on the opposite side do look good, but he can't chase them away. If old man Wu hadn't recognized that the Ganoderma lucidum on the other side was fake yesterday, I'm afraid that most of his customers would have been taken away. He couldn't believe what would happen if old man Wu didn't recognize him. By then, one will be selling Ganoderma lucidum and the other will be selling extra large tomatoes. Isn't it true that no one buys his dish? Zhang Yi sighed softly. He specially bought land to grow vegetables and got up early every day to transport the vegetables back from outside the city. We can't do business at a loss. Bobby, not sad. The little girl patted his back gently with her little hands. Tangbao is so good, Daddy is fine, we just need to sell ours well. But in the end, Zhang Yi's dishes were sold out, it just took longer. The dishes that used to be sold out after 8 o'clock were not sold out until after 10 o'clock today. With the addition of the 4 acres of vegetables outside the city, Zhang Yi's income has doubled. If he sells all the vegetables in a day, he can earn more than 3,000. For the next week, the vegetable vendor across the street was also selling tomatoes. Half of the customer base was also divided away, so Zhang Yi's return home time was delayed by 2 hours in the past week. On the third day, Su Yiqing finally sensed that something was wrong. Is it because vegetables are not selling well recently? Tang Tang rushed to answer the question. Her angry little face was puffed up like a puffer fish, and she began to describe the vegetable vendor opposite. There's an uncle selling tomatoes across the street. Many uncles and aunts go there to buy tomatoes, and. The little girl became more and more excited as she spoke, and she didn't know how to organize her next words. Zhang Yi patted the little girl's back to calm her down. Seeing her cute look, his originally depressed mood also dissipated. Besides, there was an uncle who sold fake black stuff before. He also wanted uncle and aunt to buy his stuff, but grandpa chased him away. Su Yiqing frowned when she heard this. She glanced at the dessert still running in the kitchen oven and hesitated for a moment. How about I go sell vegetables with you? That one tea work? Zhang Yi refused quickly. He would never agree to this. He wanted to make up for all the regrets of the mother and daughter in their previous lives, and letting Su Yiqing open a dessert shop was a very important thing. Zhang Yi has already made up his mind that after he acquires the company, he will be able to earn more money to buy a store for Su Yiqing. Seeing Zhang Yi refuse so quickly, Su Yiqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she was really determined to give up desserts. Zhang Yi's recent behavior has finally made him act like a father, which allowed her to make this decision. Just make your dessert and leave the rest to me. During the second week, Zhang Yi's doubts grew stronger and stronger. The other party can sell so many tomatoes every day without a system. And the tomatoes are big and red. Could it be that he also has a system? Zhang Yi's pupils shrank. Why didn't he think about what would happen if he was not the only one with the system in the world? He called the system twice in his mind. The system also responded. Hello, host. Am I the only one who has this space? Upon hearing this, the system fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yi felt more and more uneasy. Is it true that he is not the only one who has the system? Chapter 21. The tomatoes opposite have hormones. Host, after checking this system, the current space is only open to you. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief instantly, which proved that there might be something wrong with the opponent's food. So how can we bring so many tomatoes every day if there is no space? The tomatoes are surprisingly good. Is it because they grow a lot at home? System, can you see the tomato across the street? Is there something wrong with his vegetable? The system disappeared for a moment before answering. His tomatoes have hormones added to them, and I can't answer the rest for you. After the sentence, the system fell completely silent. However, now that he had a clue, Zhang Yi felt a little more confident. No wonder the other side has an unlimited supply of tomatoes. In the past few weeks, while Zhang Yi was making money, the other side also made a lot of money. However, if there are hormones in the food, eating too much will definitely be harmful to human health. Zhang Yi was sitting at the stall thinking about how to solve this problem. If he said without any evidence that the other party's dishes were made with hormones, everyone would definitely think that he deliberately didn't want the other party to do business. This problem troubled Zhang Yi for a long time, and it was not until Tang Tang called them that he came to his senses. Beep, beep, Grandpa is going to weigh the vegetables. The first thing Zhang Yi saw when he looked up was Old Man Wu holding the eco-friendly bag. What are you daydreaming about? Weigh 2 pounds for me. When Zhang Yi saw Old Man Wu, his eyes lit up. He quickly weighed the dishes and called Old Man Wu, who was about to leave, aside. What's the matter? I'm in a hurry to buy pork. Old Man Wu had a puzzled look on his face, his eyes looking towards a big man's stall selling pork not far away. Mr. Wu, have you bought the tomatoes across the street? Zhang Yi deliberately lowered his voice. Old Man Wu was also a smart man, and he moved closer. I've bought it, and it tastes pretty good. The tomatoes across the street are injected with hormones. Eating too much of them is bad for our health. Zhang Yi's words made Old Man Wu's expression look a little strange. Seeing the change in Old Man Wu's expression, Zhang Yi knew that Old Man Wu thought he was not giving him business. Let me make it clear first that it's not because I don't want to do business with the other party. You also know that taking too much hormones is bad for your health, right? Old Man Wu was not so easily fooled, and asked back. I know, but how do you know he gave the vegetables hormones? Since this matter concerns everyone's health, Old Man Wu is still very concerned about it. I grow vegetables myself, you can tell, trust me. Then your vegetables are so big, so you didn't use hormones, did you? Old Man Wu glanced at the dishes on Zhang Yi's stall intentionally or unintentionally. Of course not. You can go get your tomatoes checked. Go get mine and the tomatoes across the street checked. Zhang Yi also expected that even someone as smart as Old Man Wu would not be so easily fooled, so he quickly denied it. When Old Man Wu went for a checkup, he couldn't find out that his vegetables were grown in the space. That's why Zhang Yi dared to say that. Old Man Wu's serious expression returned to his usual look, and he laughed it off. I was just kidding. Look how scared you are. Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Another customer came to the stall and stood next to Old Man Wu without moving. Old Man Wu understood what he meant and didn't keep Zhang Yi for long. Okay, I get it. If I really took hormones, I would definitely tell you, old man. Only after getting Old Man Wu's consent did Zhang Yi go back to weigh the dishes for people. Old Man Wu went across the street carrying the eco-friendly bag and bought some tomatoes. Of course, he would not believe Zhang Yi's words out of thin air. He held Zhang Yi's vegetables and tomatoes in his hands respectively. Old Man Wu went for a checkup immediately. Upon inspection, I found that the tomatoes were full of ripening hormones. Some additives were also added. Old Man Wu was so angry that he threw all the remaining tomatoes into the trash can with a paw sound. I will definitely overturn his business tomorrow. Coincidentally, the inspector was Old Man Wu's son. He also told Old Man Wu the inspection results of Zhang Yi's dishes. If this dish is like this, you don't need to tell me. Old Man Wu was so angry that his teeth were itching. There were many people like this in recent years, but he had driven away many of them. There's nothing wrong with this vegetable, don't worry, Dad. Where did you buy it? It's not only hormone-free, but it also grows so well. He was somewhat interested in Zhang Yi's dishes. That's fine. Old Man Wu immediately returned to the vegetable market angrily, holding an inspection report in his hand. Zhang Yi had just finished packing up his stall and picked up Tang Tang when Old Man Wu came. The piece of white paper in his hand instantly attracted Zhang Yi's attention. Old Man Wu went straight to the stall selling tomatoes. Seeing that the vegetable vendor was still happily selling vegetables, Old Man Wu pointed at the tomatoes with his beard glaring. Your tomatoes are okay? Are you sure? What do you mean? Of course it's fine. What's wrong with tomatoes? This vegetable vendor is obviously smarter than the previous one. When Zhang Yi saw this situation, he knew that Old Man Wu had discovered that tomatoes really do contain hormones. Tang Tang poked her little head out curiously. Beep, beep, what's wrong with Grandpa Wu? Fine. There was nothing left at Zhang Yi's stall, so he brought Tang Tang to De Hu's stall. What's going on? De Hu was also very curious. Old Man Wu was still talking to the vegetable vendor over there. You still dare to say there is no problem? You injected hormones into our bodies. What kind of problems do you want us to have to satisfy you? Old Man Wu's words stunned the vegetable vendor. He obviously didn't believe that what he had done would be exposed. The vegetable vendor immediately thought of another excuse. How come my food has hormones? Don't slander me. Are you trying to stop me from doing business? Do you have any evidence? The noise here attracted everyone to gather over, and soon the place was packed with people. What's going on? What happened to Old Man Wu? Let's wait and see. Old Man Wu was so angry at the shamelessness of the vegetable vendor that he picked up the report. Look at this report of mine. There is proof in the lower right corner. How dare you deny it? He passed the report on to an ant. This report was quickly circulated among the crowd, and the vegetable vendors began to show a look of fear. Who knows if what you said is true? You actually injected hormones into it? Don't let us see you in the market again. I want to call the police. When the vegetable vendor heard the word call the police, he completely panicked. He didn't even want the tomatoes and picked up the bag containing the money and ran away. During the process, he was tripped by a potato on the ground and fell flat on his face. After the farce finally ended, everyone gathered around Old Man Wu. Jiang Yi left the vegetable market holding Tang Tang. As they walked on the road, Jiang Yi suddenly remembered something, and he immediately lowered his head to ask Tang Tang, "Does Sugar want to go to the amusement park?" Although the current amusement park is still very simple, he can take Tang Tang there once. In order to fulfill his promise in his previous life, he promised Tang Tang that he would take her to the amusement park. Even though she doesn't remember it now. But before that, he has to do something equally important. Chapter 22. In a blink of an eye, Tang Tang disappeared. That is to replace the electrical appliances at home. The white light bulb in the rental house has become much dimmer, and the TV is only the size of a square. A yellowed clock hangs on the peeling wall. The electrical appliances in the house are all aging, and some are even second-hand. The only new appliance was Su Yicheng's oven. Jiang Yi calculated the money he had and found that it was enough to replace the electrical appliances at home. Is an amusement park a fun place with horses and carts? There was excitement in the little girl's big eyes. Tang Tang has seen pictures in the picture book. There are also balloons and marshmallows. Tang Tang let go of Jiang Yi's hand and walked in front, and the ponytail on the back of her head swayed with the rhythm of her walking. She suddenly turned around and smiled sweetly, her big eyes curved into crescents, and she gestured to Jiang Yi with her hands and feet. Beep, beep, that horse can spin in circles, and the cars can bump into each other. Jiang Yi felt a warm current flowing through his heart, and the cute appearance of the little baby made him happy as well. This scene must be what Tang Tang wanted to see in her previous life. In this life, he wants to make up for everything to Tang Tang. The little girl was held in Jiang Yi's arms, and he reached out and scratched the tip of her nose. Dad will take you to buy some things for the family first, and we have to wait for Mom to go together. Yeah. Papa, Mama, and candy. On the way home, Jiang Yi bought a small windmill for Tang Tang. The little kid lay on Jiang Yi's shoulder, staring at the windmill spinning in the wind, and waved it from time to time. He was so cute. Jiang Yi stopped at an electrical appliance store near his home. The boss inside happened to be the same boss who sold the oven last time. Jiang Yi, what do you want to buy today? TV and lights, is there a clock? Jiang Yi put Tang Tang on the sofa beside him. Tang Bao, don't run around. Wait for me here. The boss's shop is a bit small, and all kinds of electrical appliances are crowded together, so they can easily be bumped into if you are not careful. The sofa was leaning against the store entrance again. Jiang Yi felt inexplicably uneasy. He gave the boss a few instructions before following him to the electrical appliances section. The little kid nodded and concentrated on playing with the windmill in his hand. Jiang Yi and the boss were choosing among several TVs. He looked back at the little girl who was playing with the windmill and felt relieved. Take this. Jiang Yi finally chose a medium-sized TV with an average price. This way Yi Qing shouldn't think it's too expensive. Deng and Zhong Jiang Yi picked a few more at random and bought a small refrigerator, which Su Yicheng would use to make desserts. Please send it to my house. After Jiang Yi bought the things and turned around to take Tang Tang home, he found that the little babe who was supposed to be on the sofa was gone. Sugar. Jiang Yi's heart was shocked. Tang Tang never runs around and she always listens to her two parents. She will do what she promised. But where did she go? Jiang Yi was extremely anxious. He kept telling himself to stay calm, but he couldn't find the little girl in the entire store, and his heart was in his throat. The boss knew something was wrong, so he started looking for someone under some tables or near the sofas. All the scenes that happened in his previous life appeared in front of Jiang Yi's eyes like a kaleidoscope. At that time, when he finally had time to take Tang Tang to the amusement park, a car accident happened and his daughter died tragically in front of him. And now he is preparing to take Tang Tang to the amusement park again. Tang Tang is missing. A feeling of fear suddenly crept into his heart. Jiang Yi's feelings of powerlessness and fear mixed together, causing his eyes to suddenly turn red. Why didn't he bring Tang Tang with him to pick things? Could it be that even if he were to start over again in this life, he still couldn't save Su Yicheng and Tang Tang? Anyone read this? Please give me a 5-star review and a small gift. Chapter 23. Is the tragedy of the previous life going to be repeated? Such a cute little Tang Tang just wants his company. He is not a qualified husband and father. Don't you even give him a chance to make amends? Oh, if you don't give him a chance to make up for it, why do you want him to be reborn? A bitter smile spread across Jiang Yi's lips. Seeing Jiang Yi, such a grown man, standing there and about to cry, the boss became even more anxious. The two ran out of the store entrance and looked for Tang Tang, but didn't see anyone nearby. Jiang Yi was now disheartened. He sat down on the ground helplessly, his voice trembling. Tang Tang. However, at this moment. Beep? A familiar baby voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Yi's first reaction was that he was hallucinating. Ba, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yi raised his head slowly when the voice came again. Little Liqian was holding a windmill in his hand and standing opposite Jiang Yi, with a little kitten beside him. At this moment, all the vehicles and people became background boards, and Jiang Yi only had Tang Tang in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and the moment he saw Tang Tang, he could no longer hold back his tears. He opened his mouth but found that he had lost his voice. The little girl tilted her head and saw the tears on his face. She stood there dumbfounded. She didn't understand why her father was crying. Jiang Yi has always been a superhero in Tang Tang's heart. Before the little girl could say anything, Jiang Yi rushed forward, knelt on the ground, hugged Tang Tang, and burst into tears. The boss standing aside saw this scene and turned his head silently. He is also a father, and he can understand Jiang Yi's feelings. Tang Tang only felt that the clothes on her shoulder were wet, and the person holding her was shaking uncontrollably. She raised her little hand and patted Jiang Yi's shoulder rhythmically. She coaxed Jiang Yi just like Su Yiqing coaxed herself. Baba, don't cry, don't cry. Is anyone bullying Baba? Where did Sugar Baby go just now? Jiang Yi's voice was so hoarse. I'm sorry, Tang Tang just saw the kitten, Tang Tang followed it, and Tang Tang found it again by herself. Tang Tang bit her lower lip tightly, blinked her big eyes, and clenched her other hand into a fist. She almost couldn't find it. But Dad is very sad now, Tang Tang can't cry. Jiang Yi held Tang Tang in his arms for about 10 minutes before he recovered. The events of his previous life left a deep mark in Jiang Yi's heart, and he was really afraid that these things would happen again. It's $200 in total. I'll send it to you now. Seeing that Jiang Yi had finally recovered, the boss called the other guys over to prepare to move things. After paying the money, Jiang Yi bent down and picked up Tang Tang. The tears on his face had long disappeared. Only then did Tang Tang feel that her heroic father had returned, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time turned into sobs. Beep, Tang Tang, I almost lost it, but the kitten brought it back. It's good that you're okay. Next time, you must tell Dad first, okay? Jiang Yi patted the little girl on the back and carried Tang Tang back home. When Su Yiqing came to open the door, she noticed that Jiang Yi was a little out of shape and his eyes were still red. What is even more unusual today is that the first thing Tang Tang did when she got home was not to look for someone. What's wrong? There were waves of footsteps coming from downstairs, and they sounded heavy. Who's downstairs? What happened when you two were out for a while? Su Yiqing was speechless until the footsteps stopped. What kind of big deal is this? The group came up with several boxes, the largest of which was a refrigerator. Jiang Yi, what's wrong? Your eyes. Mom, it's Tang Tang's fault. The little girl, who had buried her head in Jiang Yi's shoulder, raised her head and looked at Su Yiqing with tears in her eyes. Jiang Yi coughed. These are the new appliances I bought. I'll have them installed first and then I'll tell you something. Jiang Yi put the little baby on the sofa, turned around and discussed with the boss where to put the newly bought electrical appliances. Tang Tang was still looking at Jiang Yi with her big tearful eyes, and Su Yiqing sat down next to the little kid. Tang Bao, tell Mom, what happened? Jiang Yi's eyes were obviously red from crying, and his voice was nasal. Tang Tang went to play with the kitten, and Papa couldn't find me and started crying. The little milk ball spoke more and more quietly and lowered his head. When Su Yiqing heard Jiang Yi crying because he couldn't find Tang Tang, she was a little absent-minded. There was a mixture of worry and surprise in my heart. Jiang Yi has always been a strong man. She had never seen Jiang Yi shed tears. But what if Tang Tang really can't be found? She would never forgive Jiang Yi. Tang Tang is her everything. It's okay, don't cry. Tang Bao, remember to tell us where you're going next time, okay? You can't walk around by yourself. The little girl nodded, and realizing her mistake, she stretched out her little finger. Mom, pinky promise, Tang Tang. Let's make a promise and don't change it for the next 100 years. The boss took the money and left. There is a new refrigerator in the kitchen, which is of average size. The originally dim light became much brighter, and the clock on the wall was replaced with a new one. I bought you a refrigerator so that it will be more convenient for you to make desserts. If there is anything else you want to replace at home, tell me. We have money now and can replace it with a new one. Zhang Yi was packing up the boxes with his head down. How much did it cost in total? Although Su Yiqing felt warm in her heart, she was still tight on money deep down. The money Zhang Yi gave her during this period was not a small sum. The bag of money in the master bedroom is almost full, but I still can't buy anything too expensive. $300. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to take you to a place to play. Zhang Yi threw the garbage he had collected into the trash can and took the key to the electric car. Beep, beep, sorry. The little kid ran from the sofa to Zhang Yi and pulled his hand with his little hand. Tangbao, just don't run around anymore. Where are you going? Su Yiqing stood up and followed the father and daughter. Mom, Papa said he wants to take us to the amusement park. There are horses that can spin in circles. The 3 words amusement park made Su Yiqing's face change suddenly, and she stopped putting on her shoes. How could she forget her past life, the amusement park, and the car accident? These 3 things are what Su Yiqing doesn't want to recall. It was all a nightmare to her. Why do we want to go to the amusement park? Su Yiqing didn't realize that her voice was trembling when she said this. Tang Tang felt the change in Su Yiqing's mood, and the little girl pulled her hand. She didn't understand why her mother was unhappy. Baba said he wanted to take them to the amusement park. Mom, don't you want to go to the amusement park? If Mom doesn't want to go, Tang Tang doesn't have to go either. Zhang Yi paused for a moment, then opened the door. We Tang Tang should have what other kids have. Yiqing, why do you look so bad? Su Yiqing then realized that her reaction was a bit too much and quickly changed back to her normal appearance. I was just wondering if going to an amusement park would cost a lot of money. The strange feeling in Zhang Yi's heart disappeared and he smiled to show his understanding. No, I've asked around, and we have money now, don't worry. Good. Su Yiqing picked up the little baby, and her fear gradually grew. The car accident left a deep impression on her. How are we going to get there later? Tang Tang raised her head in Su Yiqing's arms, and only felt relieved when she saw that her mother was as worried as usual. Only then did she start chattering. Mom, let me tell you, there are marshmallows in it. I'll drive. The 3 of them came downstairs and saw the white electric car parked alone on the side. The little girl sat between the 2 of them. Let's go, let's go. Tang Tang was still holding the windmill in her hand. When she saw Zhang Yi was about to start driving, she raised it high to make the windmill move. Zhang Yi glanced at the mother and daughter in the rearview mirror and found that Su Yiqing's face was a little pale again. What's going on? Going to the amusement park is Tong Tong's wish. He wanted to make it up to Tang Tang. Why is Su Yiqing so pale and looks a little weird? Yiqing, don't worry, it's really not expensive. Sit tight and we're ready to go. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the electric car drove out and headed towards the amusement park. As time passed, Su Yiqing's face became paler and paler, and she hugged Tang Tang tightly. The fear in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and Su Yiqing's feeling of suffocation made her feel like she could hardly breathe. The events of her past life made Su Yiqing's eyes follow the traffic nearby. Su Yiqing felt dazed when passing by a large truck. It was as if the huge truck was about to collapse. Zhang Yi, be careful. Su Yiqing's voice was blown away by the wind, and only Tang Tang, who was sitting in the front, could hear it clearly. Beep, beep, Mommy's asking you to be careful. Tang Tang wanted to poke Zhang Yi with her little hand, but Su Yiqing held her too tightly. At this moment, the only thing in Su Yiqing's mind was her lower body being pressed down and the blood gushing out. And sugar. Mom, it hurts. Tang Tang's words made Su Yiqing unable to tell whether it was her past life or this life. It seemed as if she saw Tang Tang from her previous life sitting in the car and talking to her. Mom, you're hugging me too tight. It hurts, Tang Tang. Tang Tang called out Su Yiqing softly again. This brought Su Yiqing's thoughts back from her previous life. She looked down and found that the little breast was held in her arms, so Su Yiqing quickly let go. There were red marks on the white and tender arms, which showed how much force Su Yiqing had used. Tang Tang couldn't help but rub the red marks left by the squeezing with her hands. I'm sorry, Tangbao, I'm sorry, Mommy was just absent-minded. Su Yiqing rubbed Tong Tong's white and tender arms, and the fear in her heart was finally dispelled by guilt. It's okay, Mom. Tang Tang smiled at Su Yiqing, while her other hand was still tightly holding the windmill. The voice behind him made Zhang Yi turn around. What's wrong? Beep, beep, mommy's telling you to be safe. I know. Jiang Yi responded and concentrated on driving. A shrill whistle sounded beside her ears. Su Yiqing's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her heart was shocked. Is the ending of the previous life going to repeat itself? She shouldn't have let Jiang Yi take them to the amusement park. Chapter 24 finally arrived at the amusement park safely. A small car was honking impatiently behind Jiang Yi's electric car. A large truck passed by, and the extremely nervous mood made Su Yiqing have a momentary hallucination. Yi Qing? Yi Qing, what's wrong with you? If it really doesn't work, can we just not go? Jiang Yi was so scared when he saw Su Yiqing's face was as pale as a piece of paper that he immediately stopped the car on the side of the road. Tang Tang also took Su Yiqing's feelings into consideration. Mom, Tang Tang doesn't have to go. Su Yiqing sat on the side of the road with her head buried between her knees. After a while, she raised her head and her complexion looked much better. I'm fine, I just have a cold and feel a little dizzy. She made up a suitable excuse to cover up her strangeness. Then Tang Tang won't go to the amusement park. Tang Tang answered obediently. She didn't want Su Yiqing to stay with her when she was sick. Seeing that Tang Tang was so sensible, Jiang Yi rubbed her furry little head. Then can we wait until Mom recovers from her cold before going? The little head nodded, ready to go home with Jiang Yi. No, I'm much better. Su Yiqing stood up. She didn't want to disappoint Tang Tang. That was also Tang Tang's wish in her previous life. The father and daughter looked at each other, then looked Su Yiqing up and down for a while before deciding to move on. Su Yiqing was still a little worried after getting in the car. Only when she safely arrived at the entrance of the amusement park did she feel relieved. Bah, mommy has balloons. Before Tang Tang got out of the car, she spotted the boss selling balloons not far away. There are quite a few people coming to the amusement park, all of them are parents bringing their children. Various snack stalls are set up near the entrance of the amusement park, and there is also a small booth with the word ticket office written on it. Jiang Yi parked the car in the parking space. Tang Tang held Su Yiqing's hand and stood there, looking around the amusement park. The word expectation was written all over his little face, his big eyes were blinking, and his heart was already headed to the amusement park. A little boy passing by was holding a big ball of marshmallow in his hand, which made Tang Tang stare at him with his eyes wide open. I'll buy Tang Bao a marshmallow later. What flavor do you want? Tang Tang wants to eat pink. Little Nitian pointed to the stall selling marshmallows, and almost every child nearby had a marshmallow in their hands. She wants it too. When Jiang Yi came back, he held Tong Tong's little hand. The little girl's left hand is Jiang Yi, and the right hand is Su Yiqing. Tang Tang rubbed their hands with her little face, her big eyes curved into crescents, and she walked into the amusement park, shaking their hands. As promised, Su Yiqing bought a strawberry-flavored marshmallow and put it in Tong Tong's hand. The marshmallow covered Tong Tong's little face. When Jiang Yi held the little baby in his arms, Su Yiqing could only see a big pink marshmallow. Ouch! Tang Tang took a big bite of marshmallow and some of it got on her bangs. A pair of eyes as big as grapes appeared above the marshmallow, and she blinked at Su Yiqing. Mom, look at me. I only have eyes. The pair of eyes that were revealed were very similar to Jiang Yi's, but the slightly upturned corners of the eyes were like Su Yiqing. Jiang Yi smiled and scratched the tip of little Milkball's nose, then brought his people to the carousel project. He bought a ticket for the carousel and handed the little Milkball to Su Yiqing. Yi Qing, take Tuanchuan out to play. Su Yiqing hesitated for a while, wondering whether she should continue playing now that she was this old. But I was worried that Tang Tang was up there alone. Seeing that the carousel was about to start, Su Yiqing did not hesitate any longer and got on the carousel that Xiao Naichuan had personally selected. Be safe. Jiang Yi waved at the two of them. When turning the first circle, the little kid waved his little arms excitedly towards Jiang Yi. The little windmill in his hand also fluttered in the wind. His round little face was super cute. Beep. Stay here. Stay here. I see. Jiang Yi also smiled and answered the little girl who was rarely so interested. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared in Jiang Yi's peripheral vision. When Tang Tang turned to the other side, Jiang Yi left the guardrail. Tang Tang, who was about to share with Jiang Yi that she had completed her second turn, found that the person was gone, her eyes dimmed and the smile on her face froze. Mom, Baba is gone. She was still holding tightly in her hand the windmill that Jiang Yi bought for her. The marshmallow was almost melting in Su Yiqing's hands. He may have gone to see other projects and will be back soon. Suiching didn't know where Jiang Yi had gone, but the little girl was obviously in a much lower spirits, like a castrated vegetable. Oh. Tang Tang responded in a low voice, and her previous desire to share with others disappeared. Even the merry-go-round didn't seem so much fun anymore. Tang Tang pouted, and the windmill in her hand was still turning in the wind. The carousel continued to spin. Jiang Yi came back after buying something and put his hands behind his back. Mom, BABA is back. When Tang Tang saw Jiang Yi coming back, her eyes lit up again and she pointed in Jiang Yi's direction. Mom has seen it, Tangbao, please eat the marshmallow first, okay? The marshmallow in Suiching's hand was almost melted, so she had to put it back into Tang Tang's hand. Beep. Here. This is the 5th lap. Tang Tang had pink marshmallows on her mouth, and the sticky pink was stuck to the corners of her mouth. I saw sugar baby. Jiang Yi freed up one hand and waved at the two of them, looking like a big fool. This look made Suiching burst out laughing. She immediately turned her head away so as not to be noticed by Jiang Yi. But after he came back, Jiang Yi kept his hands behind his back, which made Suiching couldn't help but feel curious. Did you take something behind? Are you carrying it on your back because you don't want them to see it? Mom, this is the last lap. The carousel only went 6 turns, and Tang Tang was already staring at the next project before she even got off the carousel. Those were teacup-shaped seats, with many teacups rotating and colliding with each other in a venue. After the mother and daughter finished playing on the carousel, before Jiang Yi could say anything, Tang Tang pulled his hand and started acting coquettishly. Can you play with the teacup, sugar? The little girl was so attracted by the teacup project that she didn't even notice what Jiang Yi had been hiding mysteriously. Okay, but before that, Daddy has to give Mommy something, and Tang Tang also has a share. Tang Tang then let go of Jiang Yi's hand and tilted her little head. What is it? Suiching didn't say anything, but her eyes consciously fell on Jiang Yi's hand behind his back. Jiang Yi thought Suiching was cute seeing her awkward look. He was like a kid who had stolen candy, saying one thing and thinking another, and the candy wrapper in his hand was exposed. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Yi also automatically added a sound effect and took out the thing he had been hiding behind him. Wow! The little kid was so excited that he wanted to take one with his little hands. Chapter 25 Amusement Park makes up for the regrets of the past life. Jiang Yi took out a bouquet of bright red roses. The other is pink peach blossom. He just bought 2 bouquets for $5. Tang Tang consciously took the bouquet of pink peach blossoms, pinned a whole branch on her ear, and reached out to touch it. Great! The flowers I bought are really beautiful. Jiang Yi was still holding the bouquet of bright red roses in his hand, but Suiching did not take it. She bit her lower lip and turned her head slightly, pretending to watch the ride next door. Suiching was just about to change the subject when a bouquet of bright red roses was handed to her. There's no way to hide now. Thanks. The shyness on Suiching's face when she took the rose made Jiang Yi dazed for a moment. It seemed as if Suiching was still the girl they had just met. Their pink ears and cheeks betray their owners who are trying hard to appear calm. There was a circle of pink blush on Suiching's delicate little face, and her beautiful eyes did not dare to look directly at Jiang Yi. She was afraid that Jiang Yi would discover her embarrassing situation. I was clearly planning to stay away from Jiang Yi. But his sudden change of heart caught Suiching off guard. She had absolutely no way of rejecting Jiang Yi's warmth. Suiching felt that this life, which she had never felt in her previous life, was even more rare. The rose in Suiching's hand formed a sharp contrast with her fair skin, making her skin look even whiter. Her slightly open red lips made Jiang Yi's heart pound. Jiang Yi, how come you just discovered now that you have such a beautiful wife? What were you doing in your previous life? You are somewhat ungrateful. Jiang Yi cursed himself inwardly. The school beauty wife who was so popular that others couldn't get her actually followed him, but he didn't treat her well. Jiang Yi recalled the first year when Suiching married him. Suiching's originally shiny black hair turned into dry and yellow hair due to malnutrition caused by eating instant noodles for a long time, and her face turned yellow. After I joined the company, I wasn't so poor anymore, and I was able to support Suiching a little bit. Before she was with me, Suiching had always had a good image and was the recognized school belle. There are many people chasing after her in school, including rich second generations and handsome guys. In the end, he actually fell in love with me who was penniless. He is so lucky. For the first time, Jiang Yi felt that he was so lucky. Why are you telling me thank you? What's wrong with buying a bouquet of flowers for your wife? Jiang Yi took the initiative to hold Su Yiqing's hand, and held Tang Tang with his other hand. When Su Yiqing touched the big palm, her first reaction was to escape. She retracted her hand, but unexpectedly the other party held it even tighter. After trying to break free a few times, I found that I couldn't get free at all, so I simply gave up struggling. Su Yiqing dared not look at herself or Jiang Yi as her ears and cheeks became increasingly red. She could only look straight ahead to ease the embarrassment. There were quite a few young couples holding hands or couples with children around, and almost everyone came in pairs. They held hands, hugged, and kissed, and everything seemed so natural. Why should they be bound by these? After all, they have been married for so many years. It would be weird not to hold hands. After Su Yiqing figured it out, she let Jiang Yi hold her hand and take them to many projects. The last stop is the Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel still looks a bit simple. Jiang Yi remembered that the year he died in his previous life, the technology in the amusement park had become more and more advanced. The voices of a young couple discussing in front of them reached Jiang Yi and his friends' ears. I heard that if you make a wish at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, it will come true. So what do you want to wish for? I won't tell you. The two of them didn't calm down until they got on one of the Ferris wheels. Jiang Yi bought 3 tickets, and the whole family rode on the same Ferris wheel, gradually rising higher. The little girl sat next to Su Yiqing, leaning against the glass door and looking out the window. When they stopped at the highest point, Tang Tang immediately turned around and grabbed Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing's hands respectively, put them together, and muttered something in her little mouth. I hope Baba Mama and Tang Tang will be together forever. Fool, if you make a wish out loud, it won't work. The little hand pressing on the back of her hand was constantly transferring warmth to Su Yiqing's hand. And the big hand in her palm seemed to be able to burn her, making it difficult to ignore. Su Yiqing's ears turned pink again without her noticing. Jiang Yi finally discovered that when Su Yiqing was embarrassed, her ears and cheeks would turn red, but she always tried her best to act as if she was feeling the same as usual. What Tang Bao said must work. Jiang Yi was glad that Tang Tang was talking about such a simple thing instead of making some material demands. Now he cannot fully satisfy Tang Tang materially. At present he is just a young man who has made his fortune from scratch. There is still a long time before the company's economic crisis, which is enough time for Jiang Yi to develop. Yeah. We must be together. Tang Tang smiled with relief, and the peach blossom pinned on her ear swayed with her movements. Today, Tang Tang specially wore the princess dress that Jiang Yi bought for her. The flawless white dress no longer had the glaring bloodstains. The little girl rubbed her face on the backs of their hands. Su Yiqing finally spoke, and her tone of voice was no different from usual. What Tang Bao said will definitely come true. She never thought that they would have time to go to the playground as a family. Jiang Yi took the two of them to play almost all the projects in the amusement park, which made up for Tang Tang's previous regret. The bouquet of roses in Su Yiqing's hand seemed a little hot. Her heart was pounding and she couldn't help but look at the bouquet of roses. There was actually a small card on the rose. She recognized the handwriting on it. It was from Jiang Yi. Yiqing, you've worked hard. Su Yiqing immediately took the greeting card and put it in her pocket. What's wrong with Jiang Yi? Why is he suddenly doing these things? The sound of her heartbeat told Su Yiqing that she was probably really going to fall into this sweet whirlpool. She clearly told herself to be a sober person. But Jiang Yi has turned over a new leaf. Can she also fall into his trap? When Jiang Yi was about to go upstairs with the mother and daughter, he found a drunk man with wine bottles scattered all over the floor. He staggered to his feet, tripping over a parked bicycle. The man originally wanted to leave until he met Su Yiqing. Beauty, why haven't I seen you before? There was a hint of teasing in the drunkard's words, which made Jiang Yi's face darken immediately. After Su Yiqing was reborn, she didn't have to do any housework. She was concentrating on studying the pudding that she hadn't finished yet, so she seldom went out. Neighbors rarely saw Su Yiqing. I didn't even know that Jiang Yi had such a beautiful wife. Clean your mouth. Jiang Yi's voice was so powerful that it sobered the drunkard up a little. What? You won't let me call you beautiful? Jiang Yi took a few steps forward and came to the man. Chapter 26, Bringing My Wife to Know the Neighbors. Jiang Yi's height is considered very tall among men. When the drunkard saw Jiang Yi approaching him in such a condescending manner, he couldn't help but be scared and took a few steps back. The expression on Su Yiqing's face was not very good. It was the first time she was teased like this. Besides, she is a married woman, how can she let anyone say that? If Jiang Yi doesn't help her, then she will do it herself. She can't stand this kind of grievance. But how could Jiang Yi just sit there and do nothing? Tang Tang also realized that what the drunk uncle said was inappropriate, so she uttered something viciously and waved her little fist. Uncle, you are drunk, don't talk nonsense. My mom is the one who was talking nonsense. However, in the eyes of adults, the little girl's appearance did not pose any threat at all. Go away, or what do you want? Take your bottle with you. Jiang Yi pushed the drunkard. Due to farming, his skin was tanned and his strength increased a lot. The drunkard almost lost his balance after being pushed by Jiang Yi. What are you pushing for? Are you hiding a beautiful wife? I'm here to say something when I see you have such a beautiful wife. Although he was a little afraid of Jiang Yi, people who were drunk were still unreasonable. Shut your mouth and get away. She's my wife, so what? Jiang Yi picked up a wine bottle and pretended to smash it on the drunkard. Jiang Yi. Su Yiqing was worried that the wine bottle would really hit the drunkard. If that happened, it would be a big problem. Seeing Jiang Yi's aggressive look, the drunkard finally got scared and quickly bent down to take away the wine bottles scattered on the ground. He was cursing as he walked. Bah, you hid your wife from others, I think you just want to cheat on her. Try it if you let me hear you say these words again next time. Jiang Yi threw a stone in the direction of the drunkard, hitting him right on the calf. The drunk staggered and almost fell to the ground. He was afraid that Jiang Yi would get angry, so he didn't dare to look back and limped away. How come there are all kinds of people these days? It's okay. Next time you see him, tell me the first time. Good. Su Yiqing's eyes looked elsewhere, and the warmth in her heart made her nose a little sore. The first time Jiang Yi stood up for her. I think he's pretty handsome. Jiang Yi walked in front to clear the way for the mother and daughter, and took a look at the stairwell before going in. When I went upstairs, a few neighbors came out. They all knew Jiang Yi and Tang Tang. After all, everyone knew that he went to the vegetable market to sell vegetables every day. Jiang Yi, you just came back with your daughter? The person who asked the question was an auntie. When she saw Su Yiqing holding Tang Tang, her eyes looked a little strange. Who is this? My wife, Aunt Wang Li. I'm going back first. I'm a little tired after playing all day. Jiang Yi didn't chat with these aunts anymore. They lived downstairs and saw Su Yiqing less often. Oh, okay. Aunt Li looked Su Yiqing up and down. When the three of them went upstairs, it seemed that a few more aunts came downstairs. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Jiang Yi's family to hear. Jiang Yi has such a beautiful wife? No wonder Tang Tang is so cute. You rarely see his wife, I don't think I've seen her very often. I thought he was raising the child alone, but it turns out he was hiding because he was so pretty. Look at his wife, she doesn't really care about anyone. I wish my son's wife was this pretty. These words reached the ears of the three people. Tang Tang turned her head, kissed Su Yiqing's face, smiled brightly with her big eyes, and said softly. The answer's saying that Mama is pretty. Su Yiqing was not very happy. She thought about it and it seemed that since her rebirth, she had indeed been staying at home and had hardly gone out. This is why the neighbors rarely see me. But she also remembered that she didn't seem to interact much with her neighbors in her previous life. Jiang Yi opened the door of his home, and a door next to him suddenly opened. An old lady with gray hair came out and smiled when she saw Tang Tang. Tang Tang, have you eaten yet? Tang Tang smiled widely when she saw that it was someone familiar. Hello, Grandma Wang. Papa, I bought some food. Hey, okay, let's go back and eat. Grandma Wang paused when she saw Su Yiqing. Are you Jiang Yi's wife? I saw you before, but I didn't say hello to you. What's your name? Grandma Wang had a kind face, but she really seldom saw Su Yiqing. He kept to himself and never talked to his neighbors. She thought that Jiang Yi had this kind of personality because he was mean to others. However, I felt relieved when I saw Su Yiqing went shopping by herself and had a cell phone with her. Grandma Wang, my name is Su Yiqing. I'll go in and make them some food first. You guys chat. Su Yiqing responded, took the cooked food bought by Jiang Yi and went into the house. Tang Tang also followed Su Yiqing back home with her short legs, and did not forget to turn back and wave to Grandma Wang. Goodbye, Grandma. I'm full. Grandma Wang spoke only after the mother and daughter left. Jiang Yi, you don't have bad feelings towards I Ching, right? Let her go out more often so that everyone can get to know each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid people will gossip about her. Zhang Yi originally thought it was a good idea for Su Yiqing to stay at home and research the desserts for her dessert shop. But today, if we want to open a store, we need initial customer flow. Zhang Yi agreed. Okay, I'll let her go out for a walk. She's my wife. If I don't treat her well, who else can I treat well? Well, Grandma, I'm relieved. I'll go take a walk downstairs first. Grandma Wang turned around and left. When Zhang Yi returned home, Su Yiqing had just heated up the cooked food. Tang Tang ran to wash her hands and sat down in her seat. Come and eat. Su Yiqing put all the cooked food on plates and placed them on the table. Zhang Yi thought about Grandma Wang's suggestion for a moment and finally decided to put it forward. I Ching, you can go out for a walk sometimes. The dessert shop also needs customers, but it's okay if you don't want to. I respect your opinion. Su Yiqing looked down at the rice in the bowl. What Zhang Yi said was not without reason, but she was still in the stage of continuous experimentation. I already have a rough plan for the dessert I want to make, and have tried many flavors, but it's always a little bit short. It took her a while before she responded. I see. Zhang Yi did not mention this matter again. In this life, he would never let Su Yiqing do anything she didn't want to do. As time passed, the dishes served by Zhang Yi were as delicious and plentiful as ever. Old man Wu's son was still missing Zhang Yi's vegetables, so he took a day off and went to the vegetable market. Looking at the queue near Zhang Yi, he began to have some guesses in his mind and asked around for a while. Sure enough, the stall with the most people was Zhang Yi's. He was at the end of the line and it took about 20 minutes before it was his turn. When old man Wu's son saw the dishes on Zhang Yi's stall, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 27 Shocked. Zhang Yi's vegetables do not contain any pesticides. What a delicious dish this is. The last time I checked, I found that this vegetable is purely natural, and it is grown big and tender. The ordinary ones cannot be compared with this. He asked his father several times, but the old man was very stubborn and refused to say a word. Boss, weigh 1 pound for me. Zhang Yi agreed and handed it to him after receiving the money. Zhang Yi was a little confused when he saw that the person was still not leaving. There are customers behind him. What is he doing blocking the way? Hello, is there anything else I can help you with? There are people waiting to buy something behind me. Old man Wu's son finally reacted and hurried away. Excuse me, can I ask you some questions later? Sure, but you have to wait until I close the stall. In order not to delay the people behind him, Zhang Yi had to agree, but he found this person, who was about his age, familiar. But Zhang Yi discovered that the vegetable vendors at other stalls seemed to be looking at the man next to him. He vaguely heard a few words. What is he doing here? Is he here to check the environment and dishes of the stall? He even has a detector in his hand. Oh my God, please don't find that my vegetables exceed the standard. Everyone knows that he inspects the most strictly. I haven't been here for a while. Do you want to do a surprise inspection? Why is he so nice to Zhang Yi? Vegetable vendors are all afraid that men will find out that their vegetables contain excessive amounts of pesticides. These days, everyone's vegetables are sprayed with pesticides. Zhang Yi noticed that the man had a stern face when he didn't speak. Looks very majestic. Could it be that he is here to check his own dishes? After selling all the vegetables, Zhang Yi began to pack up the stall. He washed the cloth, folded it, and placed it under the bench. During this time, the man went to other stalls with a stern face and checked with a tester. We caught a few people whose environment was not up to standard and whose dishes were not fresh enough. The vegetable vendors also looked embarrassed, and one of them pointed at Zhang Yi's stall. Why didn't you check his food? Everyone was very respectful to men, and seeing that he treated Zhang Yi so well, they couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. The man was holding Zhang Yi's dishes in his hands at the moment. Do you think there's something wrong with his food? No. Just seeing that you didn't check his dishes. The vegetable vendor spoke evasively. The man also saw what they were thinking, they just wanted to make fun of their competitors. He put the vegetables in his hand on the vegetable vendor's stall. I bought this from his stall not long ago. Since you want to see it, I will inspect it in front of you. Other vegetable vendors also poked their heads out to see Zhang Yi make a fool of himself. They really don't believe that none of Zhang Yi's dishes have concentrations that exceed the standard. The man pushed the detector forward in front of several people. The results displayed on the detector were shocking. Not only does it not exceed the limit, but there is no pesticide at all. The food is 100% fresh. He tested each vegetable again. I have checked every strain, and I will show you the data one by one. The data displayed is exactly the same. This made the other vegetable vendors immediately turn their heads away and pretend they didn't see it. How dare they just watch the fun? It was their fault that their food was inferior to others. When the vegetable vendor saw the data displayed on the detector, his face turned pale. He immediately shut his mouth and began to tidy up his stall. No one can make it without any pesticides, but Jiang Yi actually did it. His relatives really know how to grow vegetables. The vegetable vendor complained in his heart but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. All of you that I just checked, correct them. Don't let me catch you again next time, or I'll punish you according to the rules. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely change it. The vegetable vendors kept trying to please the man, fearing that he would notice something was wrong. If you offend this person, it won't be easy to sell vegetables in the market. This guy is even stricter than his father, and he even holds a detector in his hand to check. Seeing that these people had no complaints, the man turned and went to Jiang Yi's stall. Hello, my name is Wu Haolei. My dad often comes to the market to buy vegetables, right? Wu Haolei briefly introduced himself and was very interested in the dishes in his hand. Jiang Yi let down his guard only after hearing that it was old man Wu's son, but the detector in Wu Haolei's hand did make him somewhat interested. Hello, I'm Jiang Yi, what can I do for you? He took the bag from Tong Tong's hand, then held the little girl in his arms as if he was ready to leave. I'm very interested in your food. I'm from the supervision department. Of course, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your food. I checked it and it's very good, so I came to ask about it. Wu Haolei paused for a moment, worried that Jiang Yi wouldn't be able to digest so much in an instant. I want to ask if you have any special features when it comes to growing vegetables? The vegetables are much bigger than others. The conversation between the two was heard by other vegetable vendors, who turned back to look over here frequently. The vegetable vendors almost dropped their jaws in shock. That's Wu Haolei, how could he speak so kindly? Who on earth is Jiang Yi? They have been selling vegetables here for so long but have never received such treatment. How could Jiang Yi, a newcomer, have it? Well, Jiang Yi, why don't you talk to him somewhere else? Da Hu reminded from the side. Jiang Yi also looked around and it was indeed an inconvenient place to talk. Let's find a place to talk. Wu Haolei also realized his own impertinence and took Jiang Yi to a snack bar to sit down. What you just said is what I wanted to ask. Would you mind telling me more? Jiang Yi's inner alarm went off when others asked about his vegetable growing business. He must not let others know about the system. He bought a bowl of sugar water for Tang Tang and thought for a while before speaking. Since mine is different from others, it proves to be my advantage, so it's not convenient to tell others about it. It's my exclusive secret recipe. What Jiang Yi said made sense. The only thing that gave him a big advantage over others was the space. This is the golden finger God has given him. He must not only make good use of it, but also conceal it. Wu Haolei's face looked a little embarrassed, but after thinking carefully about Jiang Yi's words, he felt that he was indeed a bit abrupt, and said angrily. Well, can I write an article about your dish? I'm from the Procuratorate, and it would be good for you if I wrote an article. I won't write it randomly. It's like a free promotion for your dish. Jiang Yi was also somewhat tempted by his suggestion. If more people knew about his dishes, wouldn't they sell faster? Maybe instead of several hours, these things can be sold out in just an hour. Jiang Yi agreed without hesitation. That's no problem. Seeing that Jiang Yi had finally agreed to a condition, Wu Haolei didn't bother to pursue the matter of growing vegetables. He took out some more food from the bag and placed it on the table. I'll take pictures of the dishes and send them out. Do you mind? Won't. Wu Haolei discussed with Jiang Yi again, and finally he decided to write an article about Jiang Yi's dishes. Upload it to a small newspaper, and if possible, he will try to get it included in the fruit and vegetable news. Although he didn't find a way to grow it, Wu Haolei decided to let more people know about Jiang Yi's dishes. Good food should be known by more people. After this incident, Jiang Yi didn't see any waves caused by it, so he didn't take it to heart. Until the third day after Wu Haolei's incident. There are twice as many people in the vegetable market today than usual. Zhang Yi thought that there were more people because it was a holiday, but there weren't so many people on holidays normally. As soon as he took out the dishes and placed them on the stall, people immediately rushed towards Zhang Yi. Tang Tang was shocked by the scene. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in front of her. She had never seen those uncles and aunts before. Aren't they here to steal my food? Boss, is your dish really this big? It's just like in the picture. I came all the way from the East Market. Please weigh 2 kilograms for me. I want one too. The procuratorate is really good if it's willing to make such a fuss about it. It was also the first time that Tang Tang saw such a messy scene. The uncles and aunts before them all lined up consciously, which made Zhang Yi and Tang Tang sell vegetables much faster. But if a bunch of people come up, say a few words to each other, and stuff money randomly, it can easily become a mess. Please come one by one and line up. Zhang Yi was a little helpless in the face of this situation. People in the East Market were more casual, so they flocked over here. The newcomers exclaimed when they saw they had to queue up again. Why do we have to queue? If you don't queue up, you won't be able to buy food even if you wait for hours. The aunties who had praised Tang Tang for being cute before also came to the vegetable market. When they saw that Zhang Yi was surrounded by a crowd of people, they rushed over. When they saw that they were all new faces, they were a little slow to react. But they still lined up in front of Zhang Yi's stall as usual. Tang Tang's nervous mood eased a little when she saw the familiar aunts. Good morning, aunties. Tang Tang smiled. Morning, sugar. The line of aunts quickly started buying vegetables, and people from the East Market gathered in a group. Seeing this, they hurriedly learned to line up at the back of the queue, and only then were they able to buy food. The flow of people this time is much greater than before. This also led to Zhang Yi's dishes being sold out in just 1 hour. The other vegetable vendors were extremely envious. As more people came, they also bought some other vegetables in the market. The only stall next to Zhang Yi's is Dehu's, and his stall is the closest. It was also the first time for Dehu to see so many people coming, and he started to get busy. Zhang Yi, who was about to pack up and leave, was stopped by a man. Hello, boss. I would like to ask if you are interested in cooperating with our hotel? The other party handed over a business card. Printed on the business card was the name of a relatively famous restaurant, and Zhang Yi had some impression of it. It's like this, our boss likes your dishes and wants to buy them. Zhang Yi didn't expect that a restaurant would actually come to him. Before he could answer, another person came. Chapter 28 successfully sold the vegetables to the big restaurant. Hello, boss. Our hotel would like to discuss cooperation with you. This time it was a woman who came and also handed over a business card. They are both big hotels, and Zhang Yi feels that the 2 postcards in his hand are like hot potatoes. Tang Tang hid behind Zhang Yi, looking at the 2 of them with a pair of big eyes. I still need to think about this. Can I call you back later? Are you worried about the price? Don't worry, I will give you a higher price regardless of how much he gives you. The well-dressed woman looked very good at business, and she thought Zhang Yi was worried about the price. You are so confident? Our hotel has also prepared enough funds to purchase it. Men are not to be outdone. After all, this is a dish that has been featured in newspapers and news. They were the ones who came early after hearing the news, otherwise if they came tomorrow, there would definitely be more people. Although I am worried about the price, I have to take my daughter home now. Please give me a price and I will think about it carefully when I get home. Zhang Yi will not do business that will lose money. If there was a restaurant that regularly purchased his dishes, he wouldn't have to run around like this every day. Tang Tang no longer has to get up early and run around with me. Fortunately, the little one goes to bed early at night, otherwise he would not get enough sleep. In half a year, little Nitian will have to go to preschool, and then he will be needed to do more things related to selling vegetables. You're selling it at 20 yuan per pound, right? If you sell it to our restaurant, it'll be 40 yuan per pound. We have so many people in our restaurant, so of course we don't mind having too many dishes. The man immediately spoke first and said that he would spread the news that the vegetables were grown by Zhang Yi later. Wouldn't there be more people coming to eat? If the taste is good, more customers will come back. They are all businessmen, so naturally they all want these things. We buy 1 kilogram at our restaurant for 50 yuan. The woman quickly offered a higher price. Seeing this, the man immediately raised the price to 55 yuan per pound. Seeing that both of them were about to hold a live auction, Zhang Yi immediately interrupted their conversation. How about this, you send me the highest price you can accept, and I'll get back to you. Jiang Yi also vaguely found some clues from the conversation in East City just now. I guess so many people came because Wusher found newspapers or news. It really made things a lot easier for him. The two of them then agreed. But 2 restaurants have come today, and there may be more tomorrow. He had to choose the biggest restaurant with the highest price. Jiang Yi was able to reach such a high position in his previous life because he had a good business sense. He will maximize the benefits. After the 2 men left, several other vegetable vendors who were nearby vaguely heard a few words. They would be so happy if Jiang Yi left. No one is competing with them for business. After returning home, Jiang Yi sent messages to the 2 phone numbers on the business card. Jiang Yi also mentioned the acquisition to Su Yiqing. There are restaurants that want to buy our dishes. The prices have gone up a lot. I plan to pick out a good one. When Su Yiqing heard that the restaurant was going to be acquired, she put down the flour in her hand, walked from the kitchen to the living room, with a smile on her pretty little face. Really? Then I don't have to work so hard every day, right? Su Yiqing was happy for Jiang Yi from the bottom of her heart when she heard the news. Jiang Yi and Tang Tang finally don't have to run back and forth like this anymore. In fact, Tang Tang has been running back and forth with Jiang Yi like this every day, and Su Yiqing has long wanted to let her have a rest. Yes, I will think carefully about which restaurant to choose, don't worry. Jiang Yi showed both business cards to Su Yiqing. Okay, then you choose first. Su Yiqing didn't stay long and went back to the kitchen. Jiang Yi looked at the messages the 2 people replied to him. The price we can offer is 60 yuan per pound. 65 yuan per pound, this is the highest price our restaurant can accept. Jiang Yi checked the news again and saw the news about his dish. If his dishes were bought out, the restaurant would certainly publicize them heavily to attract customers. More than 60 yuan per pound is already far above the market price. But what Jiang Yi needs is one that can be acquired for a long time and has a large flow of people. It was just as Jiang Yi expected. The next day, several more people from the restaurant came. Boss, this is my business card. Several people handed over their business cards, and he even went home to look up the names of these restaurants. In the end, it was still not as big as the first 2 restaurants I visited. The big hotel heard the news in advance and came here. In the end, Jiang Yi chose the restaurant that cost 65 yuan per pound, which was also owned by that woman. When the call came, the other party seemed to have guessed that Jiang Yi would eventually choose his restaurant. Hello, boss. What's your name? You can just call me Ms. Song. Jiang Yi, Ms. Song, how do you transport the vegetables? Jiang Yi calculated the time and felt that it would be hard to explain if he provided them with food every day. The plan is to provide it every 2 days, and then you can say that the other batch of vegetables will have to wait a few days to mature. We will send someone to deliver the food to your door. Boss Jiang, just prepare the food. How many kilograms can you prepare tomorrow? You'll need to bring a scale when you come. Jiang Yi had never specifically weighed the total weight of the space plus the 4 acres of land outside the city. But definitely not a small amount. We collect the vegetables and pay immediately. Okay, when do we sign the contract? Jiang Yi raised a point about the contract. The other party was also stunned. He did not expect Jiang Yi to want to sign a contract. She originally thought that a verbal appointment would be enough. It seems that Jiang Yi is also a smart person. The contract does not need to be that complicated. It only needs to state the price and the purchase price, as well as the consequences of breach of contract. Jiang Yi pointed out the 2 most important points. Ms. Song also agreed. I will have someone deliver the contract to your home today. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi sent his home address to Ms. Zhang. Yiqing, Tang Tang, we don't have to sell vegetables every day. Tang Tang put down the pinyin book in her hand, with confusion and worry on her little face. Beep, beep, how can we make money if we don't sell? Aunties can't buy our vegetables. Dad is going to sell the vegetables to a restaurant, so Tang Tang can sleep in now. Jiang Yi rubbed Tang Tang's little head. But Tang Tang's last sentence is also a problem. I also need to explain this to the people in the vegetable market. Su Yiqing felt a little comforted when she saw Jiang Yi had made up his mind. Ms. Song's contract was delivered 2 hours later. Jiang Yi read each one carefully, and his memories of his past life came in handy. His business acumen is not something that ordinary people can possess. After confirming that everything was correct, Jiang Yi signed his name. He came to the space during lunch break. The scene in the space stunned Jiang Yi. He just didn't come in one morning, how did he become like this? Chapter 29 helps Suiching rent a dessert shop. The white fog in the space dissipated again, and the road ahead could be seen clearly. The original 5 acres of land was expanded by 1 acre. System, why is there an extra acre of land? Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2. The female system's voice came. Jiang Yi clicked on the panel in the upper right corner and found that the number of gold coins had reached 5 digits. He had a bold guess in his mind. Gold coins are experience points, and you will level up every time you reach a fixed value. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door and Jiang Yi immediately left the space. Here I come. When the door of the study opened, Jiang Yi saw Suiching holding a plate in her hands and with flour on her nose. There was some flour on her fair face except for the tip of her nose. Her long eyelashes were also turned a little white by the flour. Her black hair was tied up casually by her and was a little messy at the moment. The excitement on Suiching's face and the upturned corners of her mouth showed that she was in a good mood. Jiang Yi, try it quickly. She finally got the taste right and had that feeling. But what she didn't expect was that the first person she wanted to share the dessert with was Jiang Yi. There was a piece of red velvet heart-shaped cake and a piece of caramel pudding on the plate. Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't move, Suiching stuffed the fork in her hand into his. Don't just stand there, help me try how it tastes. Jiang Yi finally reacted and tasted 2 desserts under Suiching's expectant gaze. Tasty. His eyes lit up. I knew that making desserts would suit you better, Yiqing. As a pastry chef, Suiching could see the sincere praise from the expression on Jiang Yi's face. Suiching finally felt relieved and made a dessert that satisfied her. But Jiang Yi's burning gaze made her ears blush secretly. Suiching coughed twice and quickly took the fork back from Jiang Yi. As long as it tastes good. I'm going back to the kitchen. Etc. While Tang Tang was sleeping, Jiang Yi told Suiching what he had been preparing for. Yiqing, give me the bag with the money. Wait a minute. Although Suiching really wanted to ask Jiang Yi what he wanted to do, she didn't open her mouth. The money was originally theirs in common. Jiang Yi also has reasons to spend money. The bag that originally contained the money could no longer hold so much, and the extra money was tied up neatly by Suiching. With some difficulty she took all the money in her hands and brought it to the study. It's all here. Jiang Yi counted them one by one. He finally took out 5,000 yuan. The bag that was stuffed full suddenly deflated in half, and Jiang Yi put the remaining money in it before it expanded again. What are you going to do with the money? Suiching felt heartbroken after seeing the 5,000 yuan being taken out, although 5,000 yuan was not much at all for them in their previous life and later life. But now is not that time anymore, they all have to spend frugally. Jiang Yi also made a rough estimate and found that it would cost 5,000 yuan to rent a store. At this time, rent of 5,000 yuan a month is considered quite expensive. Rent a store and turn it into a dessert shop for you. Jiang Yi's words made Suiching's pupils dilate slightly, her red lips slightly parted, and her whole face was full of disbelief. Okay, she admitted that this time she was completely soft-hearted towards Jiang Yi. Originally, she wanted to get a cart and start from a roadside stall. But Jiang Yi wanted to pay for her to rent a store to run a dessert shop, which made all her previous preparations in vain. No, I'll start with a roadside stall and take my time. When Suiching heard that she would have to spend so much money to rent a store all at once, she admitted that she did want to agree. But after careful consideration, I decided to start from the basics and then open a dessert shop. Moreover, in the early stages of a dessert shop, when it is not well known, it will be very difficult to earn back the rent. Because what Jiang Yi said before was indeed true, she hardly knew anyone now. I opened the store, but I don't know if there will be any customers coming. I originally wanted to use this money to open a dessert shop for you. Do you have any concerns? Jiang Yi did not put the money back. He was a little persistent about this matter. Suiching also saw that Jiang Yi was serious, so she had to express her concerns. I'm worried that no one will come and buy it. We can do a free tasting for everyone. After I provide the dishes to the restaurant, I won't sell them in the market. I can keep a small portion of the dishes and sell them specifically to people who buy your desserts. Jiang Yi thought of a compromise. From now on, he only planned to sell vegetables to those ants he was familiar with. Are you sure you've thought it through? I think you should think carefully about it. I don't want to waste my money. Su Yiqing was still a little hesitant, and she was also a bit worried about Tongtong's upcoming preschool tuition. The money I spend on you is never wasted. I will accompany you to see which store is suitable in the next few days and decorate it according to your preferences. A pair of hands were placed on Su Yiqing's shoulders. Zhang Yi squeezed them gently and found that her body was so thin. But how much courage did she muster in her previous life to make the decision to ram the car to the side? Just to protect him and Tang Tang. Zhang Yi couldn't imagine Su Yiqing's mood at that time, and was even more unwilling to recall that day. That was his lifelong nightmare. Su Yiqing was a little sensitive, and she pulled away from Zhang Yi's hand, with the warmth of his palm still seeming to remain on her shoulder. Well, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Yi also noticed her fleeing appearance. At the same time, he also discovered that he could tell Su Yiqing's mood from her ears. For example, just now, her ears turned red. Zhang Yi did what he said. He put the bag back to its original place, found a wooden board, took Tongtong's black watercolor pen and wrote a line of words on it. I will no longer sell vegetables here in the future. You can look at the vegetables at other stalls. Dahu's is pretty good. After finishing all this, Zhang Yi hurried to the vegetable market, placed the wooden board on his stall, and took away the stools and cloth left there. Dahu, I'm leaving now. If you need anything in the future, you can come to my house to find me. My wife is planning to open a dessert shop, so you can come and try some. Is it the restaurant owner who collects your food? Dahu was also there that day and heard the conversation between Zhang Yi and the people in the hotel. Right. That's great. I'm so happy for you. You don't have to carry Tang Tang back and forth anymore. Dahu is the only person Zhang Yi can chat with in the vegetable market. People from Northeast China are so straightforward and generous. After Zhang Yi left, the vegetable vendors came over to take a look, and after confirming that the person on the wooden board was Zhang Yi and would not come again, they smiled. Finally, no one is competing with me for business. Yes, no one buys our choy sum when he is here. While they were discussing, Zhang Yi came to the street. He walked towards the place with the most traffic, but suddenly saw something that could save him a lot of effort. Chapter 30, Taking Mother and Daughter to Visit a Store. At the entrance of the snack street there is a closed shop with a sign saying Shop for Sale. The snack street has the largest flow of people except for the vegetable market. Breakfast shops are also on this side. People who are outside come to the snack street to find food. Crowds of people were rushing to various shops. The streets of the snack street were crowded with people, and there were customers buying things in front of almost every store. A large number of pedestrians and vehicles are rushing here, children on the street are playing, and stall owners are busy with their business. Everyone was holding breakfast or snacks in their hands, and they were all queuing up in an orderly manner with smiles on their faces. Some children also ran to the stalls alone to buy snacks. Zhang Yi walked through the crowd and came to the only closed shop. There was contact information written on the iron door of the store, and Zhang Yi saved the phone number in his memo. He originally just came out to wander around and see if he could come across any shops for rent. As a result, I happened to meet one. Judging from the sign in the store, this was previously a breakfast shop. Zhang Yi looked around and asked a random ant. Hello, I wonder why this store is closed. I heard that the boss and his wife are moving away. It's a pity because they used to have good business. This ant happened to know something about this store. I think I've seen you somewhere. Are you interested in their store? Thank you, Auntie. I was just asking. This is the only shop closed on the entire street. After thanking him, Zhang Yi went home and immediately told Su Yiqing about the incident. Yiqing, I checked for you. There's a shop on the snack street that's selling it. If people want to buy a store at this time, they still need some preparation. This just happens to give Zhang Yi, who has sufficient funds, an opportunity. The street corner of the snack street is also a very good location. This is the first place people go when they come to the snack street. Snack street? There are a lot of people there, but the prices aren't cheap, right? Su Yiqing was taking out the baked cakes from the oven and putting one in Tongtong's hand. Let's call and ask together. Zhang Yi wanted to do this, so he did it immediately and called his boss. Hello. A man answered the phone. Su Yiqing was also a little excited. She even had a rough idea of the dessert shop in her mind. Hello, I would like to ask how much your shop is for rent or sale? The two people on the other end of the phone were very nervous. If the entire store is rented out, the price we offer is 5,000 yuan a month, but if it is sold, the price will be over 100,000 yuan. All the tables and chairs in the store will be left to you. The boss replied. The area of the entire store is slightly larger, and Zhang Yi thought about the issue of price. There is also a kitchen at the back of the store. 5,000 yuan was used to rent the store, and the remaining money was used for decoration. Considering the location, 5,000 is not too much, not too little. I'm sorry we don't. Su Yiqing's words were interrupted and Zhang Yi immediately agreed. Okay, I'll check out the store later. Would it be convenient for you to come and open the door for us? The other party agreed quickly and agreed on a time for today. Zhang Yi hung up the phone. After hearing the price, Su Yiqing immediately gave up the idea of renting a shop and said angrily, "It's too expensive. We can find something else. And why are you asking for it? Shall we go check it out first?" Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to pay the money directly. What was important was whether Su Yiqing liked it or not. The purchase of the store will have to wait a little longer. "Baba Ma, where are you going?" Tang Tang ran over from the mirror. Because she ate the cake too quickly, some cream got on the area around her mouth. She dipped her hands in some cream, drew a few cat whiskers on her face, and wrote a crooked character on her forehead. She looks as cute as a little tiger stealing food. Zhang Yi and Su Yiqing couldn't help laughing when they saw her like this. Su Yiqing tapped her forehead and took out a tissue to wipe off the cream. "You, don't get it on your hair. Dad said he's going to take us to the snack street tonight." "Hey, the snack street has the candied haws that Tang Tang wants to eat." Tang Tang tilted her little face up to let Su Yiqing wipe it. She had only been to the snack street when she went out to eat with Zhang Yi, and she had accidentally seen the vendors selling candied haws before. Normally when Su Yiqing is at home taking care of her, she rarely goes out, and at most she just goes to the supermarket. "I'll buy it for Tang Bao in the evening." Zhang Yi agreed. Tongtong's little face smiled, and the cream on her face shifted. Su Yiqing chased the cream on her face and rubbed it. Tang Tang also giggled, and the cream kept changing its position. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and took a photo of the two of them. Mobile phones of this era are still relatively backward and have low pixels. But the sweet smiles of the two people in the photo went straight into Zhang Yi's heart. The snack street at night is as lively as ever. The boss was already waiting for them at the door of the store. Zhang Yi kept his promise and bought Tang Tang a candied haws before going to the store with the two of them. "Hello, are you guys going to watch the store?" The boss seems to be an honest man. "Right." After the boss turned around and opened the door, Zhang Yi discovered that the kitchen visible from the outside was larger than he had imagined. The little girl looked around the store curiously and followed Zhang Yi without saying a word. Su Yiqing was also looking at the store space, and she paid most attention to the kitchen. "We have a kitchen here that's quite big. You can go and have a look." The boss was introducing Su Yiqing to Zhang Yi and Tang Tang, who were sitting on chairs. "Aren't you going to come and see?" Su Yiqing stood at the kitchen door, hesitant. "It's your shop as long as you like it." Zhang Yi didn't intend to interfere in this matter. "This is a store I want to buy for Su Yiqing, as long as she is satisfied." Only then did Su Yiqing follow the boss into the kitchen to check the situation. "Beep, do you want to buy it for Mom?" Tang Tang took a bite of the candied haws and kept looking around the shop with her little head. "Yes, buy it for Mom to sell desserts. What do you think, sugar baby?" Zhang Yi rubbed the little kid's head, thinking about Ms. Song coming to pick up the vegetables tomorrow. He doesn't know exactly how many kilograms he has planted, but he has planted a lot. If it doesn't make any money, he will buy a few more acres of land. It would be easier for him to save money if he acquired the restaurant. There is still a year before the economic crisis hits the company. He has to save more money during this period. Su Yiqing was becoming more and more satisfied with the store, but she was still worried about the money issue. The whole store is of a relatively large type. The decoration of the store is also of a relatively plain style. But Su Yiqing thought that if she rented it, it will definitely be renovated in the style of a dessert shop. That would cost more money. What do you think? Su Yiqing was interrupted by Zhang Yi before she could even open her mouth. Chapter 31. Zhang Yi wants to make up for Su Yiqing's regret. "Just rent this one." Zhang Yi could see the hesitation in Su Yiqing's eyes, so he spoke first. Zhang Yi knew what she was worried about. "Can the price be a little cheaper?" The boss said apologetically. "My store is in a really good location. If we weren't moving, we wouldn't sell it." But if you really want it, I'll give you less. 4,800 a month. Zhang Yi was also quite satisfied with the price. It was rare to rent a store in this location for only 4,800 yuan. Moreover, in his impression, this snack street will develop even bigger in the future, and eventually it will become a combination of commercial street and snack street. The traffic has more than doubled. Su Yiqing also thought of this. If she opened a dessert shop here, there would definitely be a lot of traffic. Rent it? Zhang Yi asked Su Yiqing what she meant. Rent it. Su Yiqing also agreed and began to think about decorating the store in her mind. When Tang Tang saw Zhang Yi was about to take money out of his bag, she automatically came to Su Yiqing and kept the last 2 candied haws. Baba, eat 1. Mama, eat 1. Thank you, Tang Bao. Su Yiqing kissed Tang Tang's fair and tender little face, and ate a candied haws very cooperatively. Zhang Yi took out 4,800 yuan and 4,800 yuan bills from his bag in front of the boss. The boss picked up one and held it up to the light, then checked all 48 sheets one by one. Seeing Zhang Yi take out so much money from his pocket all of a sudden, the boss was afraid that it was counterfeit money. Don't worry, I just got the whole amount from the bank. Zhang Yi took this loose change to the bank and exchanged it all for round numbers. After the settlement, the boss took out the contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's business acumen from his previous life allowed him to quickly read the contract, and after confirming that it was correct, he gave it to Su Yiqing. He did not intend to write his own name as the tenant of this shop, nor did he intend to write the name of the owner who later bought the shop. What's wrong? Su Yiqing was chatting with Tang Tang, and the little girl said that she wanted to put some of her paintings in the store as gifts for her. Sign it. I've read the contract. No problem. Zhang Yi placed the pen in Su Yiqing's palm. Su Yiqing was still a little dazed. If she signed, she would be the new owner of this store. Zhang Yi was essentially using his hard-earned money to rent a shop for her. Her heartbeat began to speed up, and the hand holding the pen was shaking a little. Write my name? Su Yiqing confirmed it again. Zhang Yi nodded, and seeing that the boss was still waiting for the two of them to give him the keys, he whispered a reminder. The boss is still waiting, please sign it quickly. Don't worry, I have read the contract carefully. Suddenly, a string of candied haws appeared in front of Zhang Yi, with only one left. Ba, eat. Tang Tang specially left the last one for Zhang Yi. Su Yiqing couldn't refuse, so she signed her name on the contract. When the boss saw that the contract had been signed, he immediately tore off the sale sign stuck outside the door and placed the key on the table. Then I wish you good business. When people in the snack street found that the sale information of this store had been torn off, they knew that someone had bought it. When everyone saw someone was so generous as to rent a shop, they couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see who was so rich to buy it. As long as the store door is not closed, everyone knows that the person who bought the store is still inside. When Zhang Yi took Su Yiqing out of the store and locked the door, he suddenly discovered the store entrance was completely crowded with people. Seeing Zhang Yi and Su Yiqing coming out, they all came forward to inquire about the situation. Are you the new owner of this store? My wife is. We will open a dessert shop in the future. You can come and patronize it. You can try it for free. Zhang Yi pushed Su Yiqing, who was following behind him, to the front. Hello everyone, we can open the store after the renovation is completed, and we will provide free tastings for everyone in advance. Su Yiqing also knew that the key point now was the flow of customers, so she greeted everyone. Hey, aren't you the boss who sells vegetables in the market? An ant in the crowd recognized Zhang Yi. Wow, vegetable vendors are so rich these days? His wife is so pretty, she's very pretty. I sell vegetables but I never have enough money to buy a shop. You may not know this, but I heard that a restaurant has purchased his dishes. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, if I can sell vegetables to a restaurant, I'll make a fortune. No wonder he has the money to buy a shop. His wife can also make desserts. The child looks like a porcelain doll, the wife is pretty, the child is pretty, and I make money. I am a winner in life? Seeing that everyone was discussing this matter, Zhang Yi knew that he had already attracted a wave of people in advance. This can pave the way for Su Yiqing to open a store and make everyone curious about this place. Zhang Yi decided to quit while he was ahead and took Su Yiqing away from the snack street. He brought the mother and daughter to a decoration store and took Su Yiqing to see the things that would be needed for the next decoration. With his current savings of several tens of thousands of yuan, it is enough for Su Yiqing to build the store into what she wants. Tang Tang didn't say a word along the way, her little head was thinking about what kind of picture to draw for Su Yiqing. I haven't thought about it yet, shall we go home first? You can look at the tables and chairs first, and think about the rest later. Jiang Yi was worried that Su Yiqing would only use the original things she had left to save money, so he had to strike while the iron was hot to make her willing to renovate the house properly. In her previous life, Su Yiqing told him that she wanted to decorate a dessert shop the first year she married him. And I have a general idea. But in the end, she gave up her dream because she had to take care of Tang Tang. Jiang Yi didn't want Su Yiqing to have any regrets in this life. He now has enough funds to let Su Yiqing do what she wants. His wife and daughter must use the best. Su Yiqing couldn't do anything about Jiang Yi, so she sighed, handed the candy to him, and went for a walk inside. The blueprint of the previous life once again appeared in Su Yiqing's mind. She once had a beautiful idea. Open a dessert shop, bring Tang Tang with you, and make desserts for Jiang Yi in her spare time. Those beautiful blueprints were eventually broken for various reasons. All the wishes I had as a girl have become regrets. But in this life, Jiang Yi made up for his regrets. Su Yiqing's nose suddenly felt sore, and a layer of mist covered her beautiful eyes. Su Yiqing sat down next to a wooden chair and quickly took out a tissue from her bag to wipe her tears. She hadn't felt that way for a long time. Jiang Yi in this life gave her everything. This is completely different from Jiang Yi, who only knew how to work in his previous life. Su Yiqing sniffed and forced back her tears. She knew that if she went back like this, Jiang Yi would find out. But what Su Yiqing didn't expect was that when she looked up, Tang Tang and Jiang Yi were no longer there. She no longer had the heart to shop any further and hurried over there. Chapter 32, The spiritual spring water in the space is about to dry up? Even though she knew that Tang Tang was safe with Jiang Yi, Su Yiqing suddenly felt empty inside when she couldn't see them anymore. The way Jiang Yi had always been considerate of her these days completely opened the gate in Su Yiqing's heart. Tang Tang? Jiang Yi? Su Yiqing saw two people in front of a table. Tang Tang was sitting on a chair and drawing on a piece of white paper. Tang Tang said she wanted to draw a picture for you, and now she wants to give it to you, so I went to borrow watercolor pens and paper from the boss. Jiang Yi was concentrating on looking at Tang Tang's painting. When he saw Su Yiqing coming over, he immediately explained to her. Have you decided what table and chairs to buy? You can think about the other decorations when you get home. I'll come back next time and I'll think about everything before coming back. Jiang Yi was no longer stubborn and looked down at the painting Tang Tang had drawn. Su Yiqing's eyes were also on Tang Tang's painting. The painting shows a man and a woman holding a little girl between them. There is a sun drawn in the upper right corner, and a big heart surrounding the three people in the middle. Tang Tang wrote another line of crooked pinyin below. Baba, Mama, as for her own name, she just drew a candy. You can tell at a glance that Tang Tang drew them. The only thing in little Naichuan's mind was the reunion of their family of three. Is Sugar finished painting? We need to go home. Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing waited quietly for Tang Tang to finish drawing before they spoke. I looked at the time and it was 8:30 in the evening. It was almost time for Tang Tang to go to bed. He wanted to plant the vegetables in the space, and the vegetables outside the city had already been planted in the fields this morning. Tang Tang has to draw a picture for Mom when she gets home, because she's going to open a dessert shop. The little milk ball jumped down from the stool. Jiang Yi gave her a look. He wanted to cultivate Tang Tang's ability to communicate with others, and this was the main reason why he asked Xiao Naitian to accompany him to sell vegetables. Tang Tang also worked very hard and learned a lot during this period. Her little mouth became as sweet as honey. Later, she even started to invite people to buy vegetables by herself. Tang Tang understood the look of seeing a ghost and trotted to the boss. Uncle, thank you. After successfully returning the watercolor pen, Tang Tang returned to the two of them and put away the painting she had just drawn. Mom, I'll give it to you after I finish drawing the candy. After saying this, the little kid blinked his big eyes mysteriously. Good. After dinner, Jiang Yi came to the space and began to plant seeds in the newest acre of land. When will the next upgrade be? With the acquisition of the restaurant, Jiang Yi certainly wants to increase production so that he can make more money. And that restaurant will definitely start promoting buying dishes from him tomorrow to attract people's attention. Sorry, host, you don't have permission to query. The female system replied. In order to understand this system, Jiang Yi even took the time to read several books on farming. He discovered that his system was surprisingly similar to the one in the novel. Is this something from the novel happening to me? But Jiang Yi was still grateful that there was such a system that could allow him to be reborn. He lived his entire life with regret until his death, and even after death he was too embarrassed to see Su Yiqing and Tang Tang. Fortunately, everything can start over again. Although this system is different from the novels where the protagonist has to figure things out on his own, there are many things that cannot be looked up by oneself. What if the next upgrade is a bottomless pit? Jiang Yi finally gave up the idea of asking the system for some information and could only let things take their course. Jiang Yi got up early the next day because he had to provide food. The night before, he had agreed with Tang Tang that she didn't need to get up so early to go sell vegetables with him. Jiang Yi had originally planned to go to the fields outside the city to work alone, but when he opened the study door, he found Tang Tang standing in front of the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Beep, beep, good morning. Tang Tang wants to go too. The little ball of milk's voice became quieter and quieter, and its furry little head followed suit, and it was about to fall asleep. Jiang Yi hurriedly supported Tang Tang's body, tiptoed to open the door of the master bedroom, and gently put the little girl back on the bed. You don't need Tang Tang's help anymore. Just go to sleep. Tang Tang tried hard to open her eyes, but in the end she couldn't overcome the sleepiness and could only close her eyes and nodded. Su Yiqing, who was standing by, was also awakened by the noise. She opened her eyes slightly, held the little baby in her arms, and then fell asleep peacefully. Jiang Yi saw two dark circles on Su Yiqing's lower eyelids, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow. The two dark spots on the flawless white face are particularly striking. What are you busy with at night? Jiang Yi said in his heart, and when he was about to leave the master bedroom, he found the answer on the bedside table. Tang Tang placed a new painting on the top. It showed a cake shop with a woman with a neat ponytail at the door. Below this painting is a design drawing, which is obviously the work of Su Yiqing. Jiang Yi looked through it carefully and found that Su Yiqing had also painted two photo frames in the store and prepared to hang them at the cash register. The two photo frames are meant to hold Tang Tang's two paintings. When Jiang Yi was about to leave, he discovered that Su Yiqing had already thought of a name for the store. It's a sunny day. The entire design drawing is almost completed. Su Yiqing has arranged everything carefully and she has also drawn the things that will be needed in the kitchen. She also drew the placement of each table on the drawing. It turns out I was busy with this all night. After Jiang Yi left the master bedroom, he immediately rushed out of the city, picked all the ripe vegetables and put them into the space, then hurried back home. After putting breakfast on the table, Jiang Yi closed the door of the study, flashed into the space, and put all the dishes into a nylon bag. After preparing everything, he dragged the vegetables to the door of his house with great effort. The time agreed with Ms. Song was 8 o'clock in the morning. During this time, Su Yiqing had already helped Tang Tang finish washing up. Beep, eat breakfast. Jiang Yi, have you had breakfast? Su Yiqing felt a little uncomfortable with the concern that had not been expressed for a long time. She picked up a cup of soy milk and was about to put it in Jiang Yi's hand. I've eaten, you guys eat now. Jiang Yi was staring at the clock on the wall. When the shorthand reached 8 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. There were two big men standing outside the door and Ms. Song who was leading the group. After opening the door, Jiang Yi pointed at the dishes on the ground. It's all ready, you guys weigh it. Ms. Song was very satisfied that Jiang Yi had prepared everything in advance, which saved a lot of time. It's 70 kilograms in total. If you have more, Boss Jiang, I suggest you prepare more. There are a lot of people in the restaurant. She went out of her way to promote the event and received a lot of responses. There were already a lot of people responding before, so there must be a lot this time. Ms. Song took the money from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yi, then left with the two big men in 5 nylon bags. Beep, beep, lots of money. Little Naitian saw the stack of banknotes in Jiang Yi's hand. Su Yiqing also looked up. You won't be so tired if you don't have to run around. The whole family felt much more relieved because of this incident. Jiang Yi took the money in his hand and put it back into the bag in the master bedroom. In the living room, Su Yiqing was still busy drawing the design, and Tang Tang was reading her pinyin book. He flashed into the space. When he was about to plant the seeds again, he found that the water in the spiritual spring had stopped flowing. Moreover, the amount of water is much less. Jiang Yi's heart suddenly trembled. Is it going to dry up? Please give me a 5-star rating. I really can't hold on any longer. I'm still working hard on updating 6,000 words during the Chinese New Year. Please give me some support. Chapter 33 Jiang Yi's wife is so pretty. System? What's going on? There's no water left in the spiritual spring. Jiang Yi's handsome face suddenly looked a little helpless. If there is no spiritual spring water, what if the water outside doesn't have that effect? The system that always answered Jiang Yi's questions was silent at this moment. The water in the spiritual spring was flowing away faster and faster, and Jiang Yi's heart was becoming heavier and heavier. He simply cannot afford to lose this spiritual spring now. But the system remained silent, which made Jiang Yi's mood fall to the bottom. He could only bite the bullet and come out of the space. He ran to the toilet, filled a bowl of water, and then returned to the space. After pouring water into the soil, Jiang Yi waited for small green sprouts to emerge as usual. But, not this time. Jiang Yi immediately frowned. He knew that the water from Lingquan was special. But now the spiritual spring has dried up, not a drop of water left. The spiritual spring that usually gushed out water was lifeless. The system has no sound. Is he going to fail? Jiang Yi quickly opened the panel, and the gold coins in the upper right corner had jumped to 50,000. Spending money outside does not affect the amount of gold coins. Since he can't grow it in space, he can always buy seeds and grow it outside, right? When Jiang Yi was about to buy 10 packets of seeds, he suddenly felt dizzy. The sudden feeling of dizziness forced Jiang Yi to close his eyes. Could it be that even the space will be gone now? Jiang Yi's face instantly lost its color. If he lost this golden finger, his current savings would not be enough to acquire the company. After opening his eyes again, Jiang Yi heard the voice of the female system. Congratulations to the host. The space level has been upgraded to level 3. I am rewarded with a spiritual spring and 3 acres of farmland. Jiang Yi now owns 9 acres of land in the space and 4 acres outside the city. Jiang Yi's heart finally settled down when he heard the system's voice again. He almost thought that the golden finger was going to be taken back. System, how do we make up for the drying up of the spiritual spring? As soon as he finished saying this, he turned around and found that the spiritual spring that had dried up was flowing again, returning to its normal state. There was another spiritual spring next to the spiritual spring, and Jiang Yi felt like he was alive again. The fields expanded a lot, and the white mist that had been filling the space disappeared, allowing Jiang Yi to see the entire world clearly. At first glance, it would take him quite a while to plant the trees alone. I'm sorry, host. There was an unexpected error during the upgrade just now. Host, considering your current situation, I suggest you open the panel again to check. Jiang Yi did as he was told and found that there was another transfer in the shopping column. There is also an automatic planting and watering function, but these 2 items are locked, and it is shown that they will be opened after the space level reaches 10. Host, this space does not allow automatic delivery. You need to do it yourself. Jiang Yi did not respond, but looked at the transfer. The only thing he could buy now was the transfer, but it cost 40,000 gold coins. What's the point of transferring? It can transfer the land outside the host city to the space. The land outside the city will remain the same as usual, but you don't have to plant there. The system replied. What Jiang Yi wanted more was the automatic planting and watering system. Once the field was big enough, he had to bend over and plant the seeds one by one, which was not only tiring but also took a long time. Although the time inside is slower than outside, the time outside will also be longer if the time is long. Jiang Yi finally clicked on the purchase transfer. It does take a lot of time to run from the city to outside the city every day, and this transfer happens to make things a lot more convenient. The gold coins immediately dropped from 50,000 to 10,000. Jiang Yi still felt a little distressed when he saw the suddenly decreasing numbers. And the space immediately expanded a little bit. What are the requirements for level 10? Host, this requires you to work harder. This time the system no longer said that there was no access, but instead extended an olive branch. Jiang Yi nodded, bent down and started planting vegetables. After being busy for a long time, Jiang Yi's waist could no longer be straightened. If he continued to plant seeds on the 13 acres of land, his waist would almost break. In the end, he could only plant seeds on 10 acres of land. He quickly scooped up the spring water and took a sip, only then did he feel that the sourness in his body had disappeared. Jiang Yi, I'm going to buy groceries, please look after Tang Tang. Su Yiqing's voice came from outside the space, and Jiang Yi immediately left the space. The first thing Jiang Yi did when he returned to reality was to look at the clock. He stayed in there for nearly 2 hours. I'll go buy it. You can draw the design at home. Zhang Yi opened the study door, picked up the car keys and prepared to go out. How do you know I? Never mind, I'll go this time. I want to go out for a walk. Su Yiqing also knew that she would have to tell Zhang Yi about the design draft sooner or later, so this time she took the initiative to take out the design draft and handed it to him, and instructed him. Please help me take a look. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me. She always believed in Zhang Yi's ability to do things and handed the design draft to him with confidence. Zhang Yi had no choice but to agree. After Su Yiqing left, Zhang Yi looked at the design draft and began to study it. She wanted to create a British tea party style, and the decoration also looked relatively novel. There are clay sculptures of busts, dolls, various teacups, and some strange mirrors. The store is designed with a glass curtain wall, so the interior decoration can be seen from the outside. Near the door, Su Yiqing planned to place a decorative sewing machine. The stools are also British style, and there is a bouquet of flowers painted on each table. I have to say that Su Yiqing has always had a good aesthetic taste. This style of decoration will definitely attract many people. After all, it is the only decoration style on the snack street. Zhang Yi couldn't help but recall Su Yiqing from his previous life. After he became a senior executive, the family's financial situation allowed Su Yiqing to start buying some things to decorate the house. Later, all kinds of things in the house were replaced by Su Yiqing, and she was also responsible for buying clothes for him and Tang Tang. Zhang Yi was always too busy to look at the decoration of his home. All he remembered was that the home was very warm and comfortable. Many people have praised his good taste in clothes. These were all done by Su Yiqing. Zhang Yi came out of his memories, and Tang Tang was reading the pinyin book by herself. Zhang Yi had no further suggestions for the design draft. On the other side, Su Yiqing came to the vegetable market and bought a few vegetables skillfully, and finally went to Dahu's stall. After buying vegetables from Dahu, Su Yiqing noticed a wooden sign that had been there for a day. The words above were Zhang Yi's, so she naturally recognized them. Su Yiqing silently placed the wooden sign to the inside, worried that it would block other people's way. Isn't that Zhang Yi's wife? A vegetable vendor muttered something, which made the other vegetable vendors explode. This was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman, and they couldn't help but follow Su Yiqing with their eyes. Hearing this vegetable vendor's words was like a blow to the head for the other vegetable vendors. Why does Zhang Yi have such a beautiful wife? One of them couldn't help but ask Su Yiqing a question. Chapter 34, Someone discovered the clue? Are you really the wife of Boss Zhang? Yes, what's up? Su Yiqing felt a little uncomfortable with the looks these people gave her. It's okay, it's okay. When Su Yiqing was about to leave, Daha called her again. Sister, are you Zhang Yi's wife? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Come, I'll give you some green onions to take back. Dahu put a few onions into the bag and handed it to Su Yiqing. Su Yiqing, who was worrying about how to refuse, was pushed away by Dahu. Zhang Yi and I know each other, so just take it with confidence. Su Yiqing didn't continue to refuse and left the market. As soon as Su Yiqing's figure disappeared, someone in the vegetable market said something envious. How come Zhang Yi's life is so damn good? At home, Zhang Yi is working hard to teach Tang Tang how to read and write. Tang Bao, do you know pinyin? The little milk ball nodded solemnly. Zhang Yi took out another pencil and held the little girl's hand. Right after Dad. After writing for a while, Zhang Yi suddenly gave up. Shouldn't he let preschoolers learn these things so early? Tang Tang doesn't know how to hold a pen very well. Zhang Yi sighed, grabbed Tang Tang's hand and began to teach her how to hold a pen. This was the scene Su Yiqing saw when she came back. Zhang Yi tried hard to teach little Naitian how to hold a pen, and little Naitian was learning seriously with a frown on his face. But the posture is still a little wrong. Zhang Yi suddenly laid on the table and howled, which made Tang Tang giggle. Yi Qing, you're back. Give me the food and go draw the design. When Zhang Yi looked up, he saw Su Yiqing standing at the door with vegetables in her hands. How's the design? Su Yiqing put the dishes in the kitchen. No problem, just do what you like. Zhang Yi hurried to process the fish that Su Yiqing bought, but found that there were a few green onions packed separately in a bag. Did you buy the onions separately? It was given by a man next to your stall. Su Yiqing responded and began to teach the little kid how to hold a pen. Mom, Tang Tang knows how to hold it now. The little kid held the pen properly and wrote down his mother's pinyin in front of Su Yiqing. Seeing that the two were still playing, Zhang Yi started to think about the fish himself. Su Yiqing's design draft has also been completed. The next thing to do is to buy these things and hire someone to do the decoration. She mentioned it at the dinner table, and Zhang Yi wrote it down. I'll make another copy of the design later. Zhang Yi picked up the design draft and copied it. Providing vegetables to restaurants is the same as selling vegetables before, and we have to get up early to collect the vegetables. The space is boundless because of the increase in fields. Zhang Yi felt tired just by looking at those lush green vegetables. But harvesting vegetables is not as tiring as growing them, and you can do it much faster. As for automatic vegetable planting and watering, the space is only level 3 now, which is still 7 levels away from level 10. The system suddenly popped up a panel for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, level 3, 50,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins. System, what is experience value? Zhang Yi saw that there was nothing else following the experience points. And the 50,000 experience points are probably the total money I have earned. This is your total experience points, which will not be reduced with gold coins. Zhang Yi rolled up his sleeves, dragged over a nylon bag, bent down and started digging up the plants one by one. Now that there are more fields, he can only cultivate 10 acres by himself. It would be much more convenient if there were automatic vegetable planting and watering. Zhang Yi could guess something if the system didn't have an automatic harvesting function. In order to prevent yourself from getting something for nothing so easily. After bending over and digging hard for more than a few hours, Zhang Yi finally harvested all the vegetables in the field. After leaving the space, Zhang Yi subconsciously glanced at the time. He had to calculate the time. The time and space is different from the real time, and the alarm clock cannot be set. The door of the master bedroom was closed quietly. Zhang Yi glanced at the time and left home. It was almost 8 o'clock when I came back from buying breakfast and vegetables. He hurriedly put the purchased vegetables into the refrigerator. As soon as I opened it, a gust of cold air from the refrigerator hit me. There are many small cakes placed in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping layer. Place them one by one in order, and the second layer is all caramel pudding. There was only one empty layer, and Zhang Yi put all the dishes on that empty layer. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Yi took out the 8 nylon bags from the space. Each bag was filled with green Chinese cabbage and ice cabbage. The 3 people who came today were still the same as before. Seeing that Zhang Yi prepared more dishes than before, they smiled. It's 90 kilograms in total, 10 kilograms more than yesterday. Thank you for bringing it from the countryside every day. The restaurant's business has been booming recently because of Zhang Yi's dishes. Those who couldn't buy it in the vegetable market also came to the restaurant to pack up a separate dish to take home. The hotel has more and more repeat customers, and Miss Song is very nice to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this, but he reacted immediately. It's not a bother, but it's hard work for you to come to my house every day to collect it. It seems that Ms. Song thought that everything was shipped back from the countryside. That's even better, and you don't have to figure out how to answer this question yourself. Boss Jiang, more dishes are good, but we need you to keep them fresh. Can you do that? Ms. Song took out a detector from her pocket, the same one as Wu Halei's. However, before Jiang Yi could answer, the data gave him a satisfactory answer. After all, there are too many fields in the countryside to grow so many vegetables. Is there any left in the countryside to harvest so many at once? Zhang Yi was very adaptable and immediately thought of a solution. You can use an instrument to measure the freshness. I have rented a field in the countryside and hired people to grow it. Don't worry. Zhang Yi paused for a moment. He had to wait 2 days before providing the next batch of dishes. Otherwise, it is easy to become suspicious, especially when facing businessmen. Please come back in a couple of days to get another batch. I'll bring these vegetables here because they're ripe faster than the others. But at the same time, the volume will be larger. It just so happens that I can help Su Yiqing decorate the store within these 2 days. Ms. Song's suspicions were dispelled, and she couldn't help but ask another question. The more the better. Our restaurant is a national chain. Would you mind telling us where the address is in the countryside? We can go there and collect it directly, which will be more convenient. No need. My cousin brings it to the city for me every day. I won't bother you making a trip. This time Zhang Yi refused quickly. Oh well. After paying the money, Miss Song left with the vegetables. Are you kidding? If I ask you to transport it directly, won't you be exposed? Zhang Yi saw that Miss Song had been testing him today. He thought that he might as well just provide food to their restaurant every 2 days. Otherwise, how could vegetable farmers sell dozens of kilograms of vegetables to restaurants every day? It's really unreasonable. It's easy to sell at the vegetable market, as you can take out so much at one time. While Jiang Yi was thinking about this, Ms. Song suddenly came back with people. Jiang Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Can't you see any disadvantages? It's obvious at first glance that Ms. Song is not someone who can be fooled. Chapter 35 Secretly Preparing a Birthday Gift for Su Yiqing. Boss Jiang, I've thought about it. In order to ensure the freshness of the dishes, we should collect a batch every 2 days. Ms. Song took out the previous contract from her bag. The contract states that it is provided on a daily basis, and the cooperation period is proposed by Jiang Yi. But the shortest cooperation period is 1 year. Then shall we amend the contract? No problem. Jiang Yi responded, and the heavy stone in his heart fell. Fortunately, he was not asking about Tian, otherwise he would not know what to say for a moment. Soon, the two of them revised the contract face to face, and Miss Song took it back and had it stamped again. Jiang Yi quickly finished his breakfast and went out with the design draft he had drawn on the table. He wanted to find furniture that would match the interior perfectly according to the pictures in the design. He also needs to find a decoration store to decide the decoration style. Jiang Yi walked around the furniture store for several times, and after comparing the furniture with the design draft, he bought the exact same chairs and table. As for the rest of the things used for decoration, Jiang Yi could only take the design draft to ask the boss. Are there any similar ones to these? Who drew this design? Is it for decorating a store? The boss seemed somewhat interested and asked an irrelevant question. Yes, do you have any other decorative items similar to those here? Jiang Yi put the design draft away and became wary of this boss. Of course. The boss took Jiang Yi to a small room, which was filled with many British Tea Party-style decorations. Some of them look the same as the ones in the design draft, and there are some other styles that match well. No wonder I don't see these things outside. Jiang Yi was just about to take out his cell phone to make a video call to Su Yiqing when he remembered. The video call is not available yet. How much are these? Jiang Yi took a photo of these decorations and planned to take them home and let Su Yiqing see if there was anything she wanted to buy. These are a bit more expensive than those sold outside. My wife bought them from some places and sold them to me. They are all the same price of 20 yuan. But no one has bought them yet, so I thought if you want them I'd sell them to you for $15 each. Jiang Yi weighed the things in his hand and hesitated for a while. Let's buy these first. If she buys too much, she might blame herself for spending money indiscriminately. After Jiang Yi hurriedly paid the money, he ran to the largest decoration store. He wanted to help Su Yiqing restore everything on the design draft as much as possible. Without her knowing, I would decorate the shop and give it to Su Yiqing. Jiang Yi made a decision secretly in his heart. A date was circled in red on the calendar in my heart. It was outlined several times with a red pen, which was enough to show how important this day was in Jiang Yi's heart. July 20th. It was Su Yiqing's birthday. Jiang Yi drove the small electric car for half an hour before arriving at the decoration shop. As soon as Jiang Yi parked the car, his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed my wife. The caller's note made Jiang Yi's heart tremble and he was dazed. This was the note he sent when he first got married to Su Yiqing, and he has never changed it since then. Hey, Yiqing. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment before answering. Where have you been? Tang Tang said she wanted to find you. It was very quiet on Su Yiqing's end. Suddenly there was a ding, and the sound of the oven door opening came from the other end of the phone. I bought a few decorations outside that you will need in your store. I'll show them to you when I get back. I'll be back soon. He had to keep this a secret. All right, be careful. Su Yiqing turned on the speakerphone and Tang Tang stood beside her. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi took the design draft into the decoration shop. Can you decorate this place in the style of a British tea party? The shop is a dessert shop. This is the largest decoration store, and the prices are also higher. Are there any rough examples? The boss came over with a cigarette in his mouth. There were several other men in the store sitting at a table discussing something. There is a design draft in the drawing, and now the store layout is the same as in the drawing. Jiang Yi handed the design draft to the boss. The boss looked at the design draft for a long time. The theme color of the entire store is warm tones. It can be repaired. When do you want it to be completed? before July 18th. He will use the extra 2 days to arrange all the decorations according to the picture. Suiching even specially drew 2 photo frames on the cash register. Okay, the total cost is 5,000 yuan. I can help you arrange the furniture after you buy it. You can come and take a look at it anytime. It will take half a month to ventilate. Okay, don't disturb other people's business, just arrange the furniture yourself. Since it is located in a snack street, there are many snack shops next to it, and the decoration cannot affect other people's business. As for the issue of price, Zhang Yi also felt that it was no problem. This was a big project and it would cost a lot of money over the entire series. Plus, since the style was rather complicated, he could understand the price. There was still a month and a half left until July 20th, and the boss left Zhang Yi's phone number. The two of them went through the procedures required for decorating a store before Zhang Yi went home. When Zhang Yi walked out of the store and looked at the time, he thought something was wrong. Haven't tea cooked yet? When Zhang Yi rushed home and opened the door, a burst of fragrance suddenly hit his nose. You're back? The food is just ready, wash your hands and eat. Suiching was wearing an apron and turned to look at the man standing at the door. He was holding a box in his hands. Beep. Time to eat. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't dare to move too much while holding the box, the little girl could only reach out and hug his thighs. Okay, wait for me to put my things away. Zhang Yi dragged the leg pendant with difficulty to the table in the living room and put the box on the ground. He then placed the remaining money in his pocket and the bill from the decoration shop on the table. I bought those little things and I don't really understand them. Take a look, some of them are the same as the design draft. He found the photos he had taken earlier on his mobile phone. This is what he left that I didn't buy. Take a look and see if there's anything you want. I'll buy it after dinner. Suiching's heart suddenly sank, and a sour feeling suddenly surged up in her nose. There was also a layer of mist in front of her beautiful eyes. Zhang Yi helped him get a lot of things done. She also has to do her best in her shop. But what she didn't know was that Zhang Yi had already prepared to decorate the shop as a birthday gift for her. Good. Suiching turned her head, sniffed quietly, and took off her apron. Suiching, who finished her meal first, walked to the box, opened it and took a look. Tang Tang couldn't hold back her curiosity and stretched her neck to look over here. All good, no need to buy anything else. The decorations here are worth at least dozens of dollars, which is more than enough. Suddenly, Suiching was attracted by a bill on the table. What's this? Etc. Zhang Yi couldn't help but speak out. Alas. This book has a very low rating. I have no confidence in it anymore. Maybe it will be finished in a few days. Chapter 36 almost exposed. Zhang Yi still had a mouthful of rice in his mouth. He quickly pushed the rice away, pounced on the table, and covered the bill with his body. What's going on? Such a big reaction. Suiching muttered and couldn't help but look at the table again. She saw a bill out of the corner of her eye, but before she could see what the bill was, Zhang Yi covered it with his hand. What on earth is making him so nervous? Zhang Yi immediately folded the bill and put it in his pocket, fearing that Suiching would see it. I was careless for a moment and put the bill on the table. Fortunately, no one was discovered. Otherwise it will be exposed in advance. Because he was too nervous, some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After putting the bill away, Zhang Yi dusted off his body and coughed. Tang Tang was amused by Zhang Yi's reaction and laughed, but she quickly remembered that they were at the dinner table and immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Beep, what are you doing? Zhang Yi was about to pretend nothing had happened and go back to eat when he was stopped. What is that? So precious? Suiching's words made Zhang Yi's foot, which had just been raised, freeze in midair. There is no way to avoid this today. Zhang Yi showed an awkward yet polite smile on his face. It's the bill for your decorations. Then why are you hiding it like this? Show me how much it cost. Zhang Yi laughed dryly twice. It cost $50 in total. Is there anything else you want? I'll show you the pictures. I'm going back to eat first. He took out his cell phone and placed it on the table, trying to change the subject. Suiching did not pursue the matter further and kept it in mind. What's the password? The phone was set with a 4-digit password lock, and Suiching subconsciously tried Zhang Yi's birthday. Wrong password. Tried the sugar one again. The password is still wrong. What else can be set to? Jiang Yi paused while eating, then naturally said the four numbers. 0720. It's Mommy's birthday. Tang Tang also remembered Su Yiqing's birthday. She had just finished her meal and walked over with her short legs to sit next to Jiang Yi. The little kid flexed his fingers and his face wrinkled into a bitter one. Sugar fingers can't finish counting the time. The little kid pursed his lips and pouted his chubby little lips. Su Yiqing opened her phone according to the password Jiang Yi gave her. She didn't expect the password was her birthday. The wallpaper on her phone's opening screen is a photo of her applying cream to Tang Tang. The album only contained a photo of the mother and daughter and a picture taken this morning. The pictures are full of British decorations. While Su Yiqing was checking, Jiang Yi quickly washed the dishes and winked at Tang Tang. The little girl also reacted quickly and blinked her big eyes in response to Jiang Yi. The white and tender little hand pointed at herself. Jiang Yi nodded and pointed to the study. The father and daughter successfully communicated using secret codes. Yiqing, I'm taking Tang Tang to look at the pinyin book. Tell me if there's anything you want. Jiang Yi even took a pinyin notebook specially. Good. Little Nightian followed Jiang Yi into the study. After Jiang Yi closed the study door, he held the little girl in his arms and sat her on a chair, then became serious. Little Nightian also imitated Jiang Yi and put on a stern face, looking very serious. Tangbao, there is still more than a month until Mom's birthday. Receive. Tang Tang smiled without having to count on her fingers. Dad will decorate the store before Mom's birthday. Tangbao has to keep it a secret for Dad. At the same time, Tang Tang can make some things she wants to give to Mom. Jiang Yi told Tang Tang the purpose of coming here. Tang Tang knows. The little kid thought about it, frowned, supported his chin with his little hand, and looked at Jiang Yi. Tang Tang, can you draw a picture for Mama? Of course, Mom will definitely like Tangbao's paintings. Tangbao has to help Daddy not let Mom go to the store. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. This was the most meaningful thing he could give Tang Tang at her age. It is something I made with my own hands. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Tang Tang found a piece of white paper from the table, then ran to the master bedroom to get a watercolor pen, but was stopped before she returned to the study. Tang Tang? What are you doing with the watercolor pen? Tang Tang wants to draw a lollipop. This was the first time that the little girl lied, and her face turned red with nervousness. Fortunately, Su Yiqing just nodded and lowered her head to fiddle with the things Jiang Yi bought. Tang Tang immediately spread her legs and ran into the study. Beep, Mommy almost discovered that Tang Tang wanted to draw. The little girl was panting while speaking. You can tell how nervous you were just now. We all have to be careful, shush. Jiang Yi smiled and picked up the little kid, then put him back on the chair. Shhhhh. Tang Tang also imitated Jiang Yi, stretched out her index finger, put it in front of her mouth, and made a few hissing sounds. The big and the small were busy with their own things. Jiang Yi brought a stool and sat next to the little kid. He was busy drawing a new design and the area where it would be placed. The design draft was handed over to the boss today, and Jiang Yi drew a new one based on his memory. This one is a little different from the previous one. He added an extra photo frame at the cash register. The painting used to hold Tang Tang this time. The little girl is coloring the painting with pink again. There is a big cake in the painting, with a female stickman, a male stickman, and a little stickman with 2 ponytails. The woman in the middle was facing the cake, and little Milkball drew a crown for her. Bobby, look. How do you write happy birthday? Can you write it for Tang Tang? After Tang Tang finished drawing, she excitedly picked up the painting and held it in front of Jiang Yi. The rest of the little face was covered by the painting, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes as big as grapes visible. Jiang Yi wrote happy birthday stroke by stroke in the lower right corner of the painting. The painting is finished. Tang Tang will give it to Mama personally. The little girl held up the painting and tilted her head back to admire her own masterpiece. Although the painting is full of immaturity, Jiang Yi could see what the little girl was thinking. Suddenly, Jiang Yi remembered the bill in his pocket. He opened the drawer and put the bill between a notebook before he felt relieved. If it was revealed in advance, it wouldn't be a surprise. Tangbao, drink some water. Su Yiqing opened the door of the study, but she didn't expect that the 2 people inside, one big and one small, were both startled. Tang Tang, who was holding the painting to admire it, was so scared that her hand suddenly loosened and the painting fell on her little face. The painting just happened to cover up the little expression on the face of the little breasts because they were worried about being exposed. Drink some water and draw later. Suiching smiled and was about to reach out to take the painting on the little girl's face. Before Jiang Yi could react, Tang Tang was even faster. Chapter 37: Another Way to Make Money. This time, it was Tang Tang who reacted faster. When she heard Suiching's voice approaching, she immediately pressed the painting firmly to her face with her little hands. Suiching was amused by the little girl's reaction. The back of the painting was facing her. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Tang Tang didn't take the painting down and kept her little hand on it, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Why don't you take it off? Suiching was left in tears and amused by Tang Tang's reaction. Mom, Tang Tang, drink some water later. Tang Tang wants it. Jiang Yi could feel the little kid's head tilted towards him. Even though there was a piece of paper between them, he could feel that Tang Tang was asking him for help. Leave it alone, Yi Chung. She just finished drawing a lollipop and made a mistake. She's feeling depressed now. Jiang Yi quickly made up an excuse. The little milk ball also cooperated and sighed loudly. Mom, Tang Tang didn't draw well. I don't want to see this lollipop. What happened to this big and small one today? It's so weird. Okay. I'll leave it here for you. I have to go and check the design to see if there's anything wrong with it. Suiching was still sent away by these two people. Although she said she wanted Tang Tang to drink water, she left 2 glasses of water. As soon as Suiching left, Tang Tang took off the painting that fell on her face. The father and daughter looked at each other and smiled triumphantly. Mom didn't notice. The little kid was so happy that he almost had a tail wagging behind him. The operation was a success. Jiang Yi stretched out his fist. Tang Tang also bumped her little fist with Jiang Yi. In fact, it would be useful for Jiang Yi to rent this shop for Suiching in advance to use as a dessert shop. He wanted Suiching to open her own shop and make money so she could save it for herself. Jiang Yi knew very well what kind of woman Suiching was. Being independent and yet able to take good care of the family. If she was asked to spend the money he earned all the time, she would still feel a little uncomfortable. But Jiang Yi doesn't have that much money to buy an entire store now. He needs to acquire the company first, and then buy the dessert shop after the company is running profitably again. The name on the property certificate will only be Suiching's. Suiching looked at the picture outside and found a few new things she wanted. But the price of 20 yuan each made her give up the idea. I'll go clean up the store and send the tables and other things back to the boss. We won't be using them. Let's go out and look at the tables and other things in the store together. Suiching put down her phone and said something to Jiang Yi. I got a call from my boss. I'll send it over to her. I'll go check out the tables and chairs with you tomorrow. There is no problem in ordering things to be used in the store, at least it won't be exposed. But if Suiching went to the store with me, big problems would arise. The owner of the decoration store took a video of himself and sent it to WeChat, telling himself that the decoration was already underway. If you go there now, they are still under construction. I'll go with you to clean up faster. Suiching was just about to change her shoes and go out. Then there's no one at home to watch Tang Tang, so I can do it alone. Jiang Yi quickly took the car keys from Suiching. We can take Tang Tang with us. Suiching waved to the little girl. Mom, Tang Tang wants to learn the pinyin book at home. Tang Tang's answer made Suiching feel even more puzzled. The little girl who always liked to cling to others chose not to go out with Jiang Yi this time. Both the father and daughter have been acting strangely all day today. Like he's hiding something. Then I'll be leaving first. Jiang Yi hurriedly left home, worried that Suiching would follow and help. But in fact, Jiang Yi had already asked the owner of the decoration shop to send back the things in the store. After all, the store needs to be renovated and nothing can be left behind. Jiang Yi took advantage of this time to come to the snack street. The store was being renovated, and the owner of the decoration shop even brought a partition to separate it from the store next door. The store is in the process of being painted and the floor has been replaced with wooden floors, while other places are still waiting for construction to start. Several people were coming in and out of the store and attracted a lot of attention. This shop was just rented yesterday and the renovation started today? It's really quick. What's important is that we have the money. Zhang Yi looked around the store and went home only after confirming that there was no discrepancy between the result and the draft paper. Zhang Yi went home after staying outside long enough. During the lunch break, both mother and daughter went to sleep. Zhang Yi came into the space and started growing vegetables. This time he had to plant all the 13 acres of land in the space. If he only provided vegetables every 2 days, the money he earned would not be enough. Then he might as well cooperate with other restaurants to produce the extra dishes. If we supply dishes to 2 restaurants at the same time, our income will double. Zhang Yi contacted the other man again. Boss Jiang? What can I do for you? Do you still need to buy my vegetables? Zhang Yi explained the purpose of his call, and the contract did not mention that only one restaurant could be provided. Otherwise, if the big vegetable vendors sell their menus to one restaurant, they won't make as much as if they sold them to several restaurants. Didn't Boss Jiang cooperate with another restaurant? Ms. Song spread the news that their restaurant used Zhang Yi's dishes, and many people came to visit. Isn't it normal for vegetable farmers to find more hotels or restaurants? Zhang Yi asked back. The other party also choked. In that case, Boss Jiang, are you willing to come and talk to us? Zhang Yi agreed on a time, and when the phone rang again, he didn't expect it was Ms. Song calling. Hello, Ms. Song, what's up? Of course there is something wrong. I heard from Anan that you were planning to sell the vegetables to him, right? Ms. Song's tone was not kind. Because she knew that if Zhang Yi's dishes were sold to multiple restaurants, their restaurant's advantage would be lost. Don't worry, I will supply enough production. Zhang Yi did not deny this fact. If you only support a restaurant, the money you earn in a year may not be enough to acquire a company. Even a company on the verge of bankruptcy will not sell its shares at a price as low as a few $100,000. Umiya is neither big nor small, but compared with those big companies, it is a small company. He knew very well that no matter how low the price was, it would not be so low as to be sold at a loss. We can buy them at a higher price, but you can only sell your choy sum and bing xian kai to our restaurant. Ms. Song then stated a higher price, raising it to 70 yuan per kilogram. But Zhang Yi knew very well that their restaurant earned much more than that. But Ms. Song only mentioned Chinese cabbage and ice cabbage. A plan suddenly came to Zhang Yi's mind. This is another way to make money. Chapter 38. Suiching is shy again. He can grow other vegetables and supply them to another restaurant. In this way, if 2 restaurants purchase dishes at the same time, they will have an additional source of income. And this will also allow him to save money faster. Chinese cabbage. These 2 varieties are quite common and often appear on people's dining tables. Good. Zhang Yi responded. Ms. Song then hung up the phone. Chinese cabbage and choy sum are both vegetables that people commonly eat. Zhang Yi glanced at the tightly closed door of the master bedroom and went to the fruit and vegetable market again. I turned several corners before I found a seed shop. Boss, please give me 3 bags of Chinese cabbage seeds, 5 bags each of ice cabbage and Chinese cabbage. Before Zhang Yi went out, he took a few $100s in cash, ready to purchase another batch of seeds. You again? How are the seeds I sold you before going? The boss was looking for seeds for Zhang Yi with his head down and said this casually. Have you read the recent news? It said that someone grew some very good vegetables, which happened to be the same as the ones you bought before. The boss took out 13 packets of seeds and placed them on the table. I saw in the picture that the crops were really amazing. I haven't seen vegetables like that in all these years. The vegetable grower was standing in front of the boss, and Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. The ones I planted before were the ones that were on the news. How much did they cost in total? Ah. The boss froze as he was about to check his phone. He looked up at Zhang Yi, then at the seeds. He then retrieved the news released by Wu Haolei and pulled out the photos. You said you grew these vegetables? The boss looked incredulous. He stood up excitedly and handed the phone to Zhang Yi. How did you grow it? The boss had never seen or even heard of this kind of dish before. And he bought the seeds from himself. Could it be that the seeds I have planted are also responsible for this? Zhang Yi actually grew something that others couldn't grow. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. How much do you want for this seed? Zhang Yi took out his wallet and pulled out 200 yuan. He couldn't help but feel the pain when he saw the flowers. But when he thought about how he could earn more money with the 200 yuan, Zhang Yi felt a little more balanced. A total of 180. The quality of my seeds is not bad, but why didn't the previous people grow seeds like yours? The boss couldn't help but be curious and wanted to know how Jiang Yi grew it. Jiang Yi didn't say anything else to the boss. After giving the money, he turned around and left. Hey wait, it's okay to talk to me, right? The boss was still calling Jiang Yi from behind. How can it be okay? It's a big deal. What's the point of telling you? Jiang Yi hurried back home and came into the space. The 13 acres of land are now empty. He planted the several types of seeds he bought in different areas. Ms. Song needs to provide more dishes. Only 3 acres of land were left for growing cabbage. Even with only 3 acres of land, you can grow dozens of kilograms of cabbage. Jiang Yi compared it with the fields in reality. An acre of land in space is much larger than in reality. Otherwise he wouldn't be so tired. Jiang Yi came out after being busy in the space for almost 3 hours. As soon as I came out of the space, I heard a noise outside the living room. Su Yiqing and Tang Tang are doing something outside. At this moment, Jiang Yi had no intention of listening and called the man back. Even though the cabbage is not yet ripe, he has full confidence in the space. Hello, I can provide Chinese cabbage. You name the price. The man was obviously hesitant when he heard that the dishes were of different varieties. Then I haven't seen the quality of your dish yet, how can I be sure it's good? Don't worry, I can grow Chinese cabbage of the same quality as the cabbage hearts I grow. Jiang Yi also noticed that the man was hesitating. But with the help of space, the quality of cabbage will definitely not be bad. However, thinking that the man was a businessman, Jiang Yi thought of a compromise. How about this, come to my house tomorrow afternoon, and I'll show you the dishes on the spot. Please draft the contract first. The man was a little hesitant about the different dishes. When he heard the man asking for the contract again, he said it directly. The dishes are different from the restaurant across the street? Why do we need a contract? Jiang Yi had to struggle for a long time to climb to this high position in his previous life. Being a capable person, he immediately came up with a plan in his mind. If the dishes are different, then don't they each have their own characteristics? If they are all the same, wouldn't it be easy to conflict with each other? The contract is also for the purpose of extending the cooperation period. It provides a guarantee, which is good for both you and me. After these words, the man was also conquered by Jiang Yi's words. Okay then, I'll go check out the dishes tomorrow afternoon, and you can just call me Mr. Gu. Jiang Yi pushed open the door of the study only after the man hung up the phone. Neither mother nor daughter was seen in the living room. From time to time, there were bursts of giggles coming from the kitchen. He followed the source of the sound to the kitchen. Mom, it's all over my face. The little girl is hiding from Su Yiqing's hand at this moment. There are several spots of cream on the little face, like a little cat. Okay, stop making trouble and go have some pudding. Su Yiqing then smiled and used a clean hand to help the little girl wipe the cream off her face. She also played with Tang Tang like a little child. Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing as he watched. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes as he looked at the mother and daughter. Beep. Tang Tang was the first to notice Jiang Yi standing at the kitchen door and suddenly threw herself into his arms. Hey, be careful. Jiang Yi caught the little ball of milk firmly. Su Yiqing blinked her eyelashes. She thought she must have been caught by Jiang Yi for acting like a child just now. He had found himself in this embarrassing situation too many times. Su Yiqing gradually got used to it, but she still turned her head away awkwardly, and her ears turned red. The first thing Jiang Yi looked at was Su Yiqing's ears. After noticing that her ears had turned red, Jiang Yi took Tang Tang to the living room again, letting Su Yiqing slowly recover her mood. I'll take Tang Tang to the living room to play first. Su Yiqing sometimes acts like a child. She is easily shy, but in the eyes of others she is a strong woman who takes care of both her inner and outer qualities. Only Jiang Yi could see Su Yiqing like this. Take the pudding with you. Su Yiqing put 2 packaged puddings in Jiang Yi's hands. Then he quickly turned back to whipping the cream. Jiang Yi pulled the cabbage out of the space and put it into a nylon bag. At the agreed time, she placed it at the door waiting for the man to arrive. When Mr. Gu came, he also had a detector in his hand. When Jiang Yi saw the detector, his eyes stayed on it for a second. It's a responsible behavior. The moment Mr. Gu opened the nylon bag and saw the cabbages full of it, he was so surprised that he couldn't help swearing. Oh my god. Chapter 39, Finding a Restaurant to Buy Chinese Cabbage. Boss Jiang, the appearance of your dish is really good. The vegetables in the nylon bag were the same size as the Chinese cabbage that Zhang Yi had sold before, and there were still water droplets on the leaves. It looks like it was just picked not long ago. Of course, I won't lie to you. You can test the freshness. Zhang Yi had seen it when he was picking vegetables in the space. The head of the Chinese cabbage is about the same size as the heart of the cabbage, and the leaves are just as tender, each one looking very juicy. One can tell that Zhang Yi's dishes are delicious even if you just look at the cabbage. Mr. Gu also put the detector on it for testing. Pesticide content 0, freshness 100%. 61 pounds, from now on our restaurant will take care of it, so don't give it to Song Yuan's restaurant, okay? Mr. Gu took out the contract from a file bag. Although we are only cooperating with one vegetable farmer, the fact that the other party proposed to sign a contract is indeed secure. Otherwise, what if Zhang Yi suddenly stops providing it one day? Sure. Zhang Yi took the contract and took a look at it, but found a misunderstanding. It says that the dishes are available for an unlimited time. Zhang Yi knew that he couldn't provide food to the restaurant for a long time. In a year at most, he will be able to buy the company, and then he will have no time to grow vegetables anymore. He had to get the bankrupt company running again, which required a lot of effort. Let's change the time to within a year. I'll let you know in advance when we'll stop providing the dishes. This was the only point Zhang Yi proposed to modify. Mr. Gu also took the contract back and took a look at it. Boss Jiang, are you planning to only provide it for 1 year? That's too short a time. It can be provided within a year. It is the same when I cooperate with Ms. Song. Zhang Yi replied. If you can't accept it, I'll contact Ms. Song to see if she wants my batch of vegetables. This time, Mr. Gu began to hesitate. If the offer was for a period of less than 1 year, his boss would definitely not be willing. But he didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. After all, Zhang Yi's dishes and reputation are unique. I need to check with my boss. He called the restaurant owner in front of Zhang Yi. But the other party said that the shortest time would be at least 2 years. When Mr. Gu was about to fight for it, the call was hung up. Zhang Yi also had a hunch that this deal would not be successful, but he could also ask Ms. Song. Sorry, I have to talk to the boss again. Mr. Gu's words were interrupted by the sound of high heels coming from the stairwell. Both of them looked towards the corridor. Zhang Yi remembered that he and Grandma Wan were the only 2 residents on this floor. A woman's figure gradually appeared in front of the 2 people. It's Ms. Song. Zhang Yi glanced at the time. This was the first day that the food supply was stopped. Why is Ms. Song here again? Boss Jiang. Ms. Song nodded at Zhang Yi, but her face suddenly darkened when she saw the man next to him and the nylon bag on the ground. I wanted to come over to discuss changing the time of serving food. What is this? She was pointing meaningfully at the nylon bag filled with cabbages on the ground. When Mr. Gu saw his competitor coming, he signaled to Zhang Yi, then turned around and left. Zhang Yi didn't expect to meet Ms. Song. He just wants to make more profit from multiple restaurants. If all the dishes were provided by just one restaurant, the restaurant might not be able to cope. I grow Chinese cabbages. I want to ask if the restaurant will accept them. Ms. Song said the time will be changed. Zhang Yi grasped the key point of Ms. Song's words. Is there a need to delay the time? He had already pulled out the ice cabbage and Chinese cabbage in the space and put them in a nylon bag. If the time is delayed, he might give more dishes at one time. Wouldn't that be more likely to arouse suspicion from others? Chinese cabbage? Our restaurant can buy it at a higher price. If we change the time, you still have to provide us with vegetables every day. Ms. Song did not miss this business opportunity. She took out her mobile phone and opened the WeChat chat page to show Zhang Yi. We have chain stores all over the country. The food we bought from you is not enough to share. Even our main store is a little short of it. The chat page is full of messages sent from the hotel in the neighboring city within the province. Ms. Song took back her phone and continued to explain. We can't deliver to other areas, but restaurants in neighboring cities and our main store are still short of supplies. Zhang Yi's reputation grew, and more customers came, so much so that there was almost not enough food to cook. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and his brain was working rapidly. It would be great if Ms. Song doesn't have to worry about the delivery time and can collect vegetables every day. It totally saves me a lot of trouble. There is no need to negotiate back and forth between 2 hotels. How much do you want for the cabbage? The same price. Miss Song's expression became less serious when she saw that the matter was settled. Okay, let's start the purchase from tomorrow. Zhang Yi returned home only after the two of them agreed on the cooperation. Su Yiqing asked when she saw Zhang Yi had been out for so long. What are you doing outside for so long? The restaurant has purchased another dish. The vegetables in the nylon bag that Zhang Yi took out had been taken away by Miss Song. That's good. Seeing that Su Yiqing was thinking about furniture again, Zhang Yi decided to take her to the furniture store to take a look. Let me take you to the furniture store to see if there's anything suitable. There are still tens of thousands of yuan left in the wallet, enough to complete the decoration of the store. Okay, but I want to go to the store first. I'll move the things you bought for me there in advance. I'll contact you again at the end of the year for the renovation. Next to Su Yiqing just happened to be placing the box of decorations that Zhang Yi bought last time. When the little girl who was reading a picture book heard that Su Yiqing wanted to go to the store, she immediately raised her head. Mom, wait a minute. Tang Tang wants to look at the furniture too. Why don't we look at the furniture first, and then we can place the decorations according to the design? Zhang Yi also continued following Tong Tong's words. The father and daughter have a great understanding. What the two said made Su Yiqing give up the idea of going to the store. Then I'll go look at the furniture with you first. Tang Tang, come put on your shoes. The little girl ran from the sofa to the entrance to put on her shoes. Su Yiqing was helping the little girl tie her shoelaces. Zhang Yi always felt that he had missed something important. While looking at the mother and daughter, I suddenly remembered that today's dishes had already been picked out and put aside. Wouldn't the freshness decrease if it's left in the space? When he thought of this, he immediately called the system twice in his mind. System, will the freshness of the food decrease if it is placed in the space? You know, what Miss Song cares most about is the freshness of the dishes. It would be terrible if the freshness decreased because he pulled it out early. Chapter 40. He will make life better for mother and daughter. Please rest assured, host, it won't happen. The system gave a brief reply and then fell silent. This finally made Zhang Yi feel relieved. Inside the furniture store, Su Yiqing was carefully selecting furniture. Zhang Yi and Tang Tang, who were both laymen, stood aside and watched her choose. After walking around for several rounds, Su Yiqing finally saw what she wanted. Her heart sank after she took a look at the price. It's too expensive. Just 4 stools and a table cost $300. Zhang Yi saw that Su Yiqing stayed in front of this table and chair longer than the others, so he followed her. Do you like this? Dislike. Su Yiqing answered quickly and pulled Zhang Yi to go see the rest. Zhang Yi probably understood her reaction. She behaved like this simply because the things were too expensive. It was the same reaction as the last time I rented a shop. It's the same as when Tang Tang bought the skirt. Zhang Yi sighed and pulled Su Yiqing to stop. Why are she and Tang Tang so poor? He would never let the two of them suffer because of financial difficulties again. If you like this set, we'll buy it. You and Tang Tang don't have to be so frugal anymore. I made money from selling vegetables. But one set costs 300. If I buy a few more and put them in the store, it will cost thousands. Su Yiqing bit her lower lip and took another look at the set of tables and chairs. The little girl blinked her innocent big eyes between the two of them, and finally took Su Yiqing's hand. Mom, Baba told Tang Tang that she can buy a beautiful dress and Baba will give her the money. Although children have limited ability to express themselves, Su Yiqing also understood what Zhang Yi meant. It's just that he makes money and can let them buy what they want. No more seeing something you want but not being able to buy it. Yes, you can buy whatever you want in the future. I will definitely buy it for you within my ability. Su Yiqing saw clearly the determination in Zhang Yi's eyes. Su Yiqing opened her mouth and finally nodded slightly. Yes, I want to buy that set. Then let's buy them. How many sets does the store need? I'll order them and deliver them directly to the store when the time comes. Zhang Yi then revealed a relieved smile. Su Yiqing and Tang Tang both deserve the best. In this life, he not only wants to make up for everything to the two of them, but also wants them to live a better life than in their previous life. Su Yiqing was thinking about buying a few sets to make the store less empty. Originally she wanted to buy 5 sets of tables and chairs. 5 sets are just right according to the space in the store. Buy 4 sets. Su Yiqing reduced the price of 1 set and used the remaining money to buy things needed in the kitchen. I will move my refrigerator and oven to the store, and I will buy some other things for the kitchen myself. I'll order new ones, because we need them at home, right? As Jiang Yi spoke, he took out 1,000 yuan from the wallet he brought with him. Leave the refrigerator and oven to me. Use this 1,000 to buy other things you need in the kitchen. Tell me if it's not enough. He was afraid that Su Yiqing would go back on her word, so he took the little girl to the boss in a hurry to order tables and chairs. Su Yiqing was in a daze holding the 1,000 yuan in her hand. Finally, he looked up at the light on the ceiling. Tears came again. Why is Jiang Yi so good? Even Jiang Yi in his previous life gave her enough money. But he never cared so much about what he wanted to buy. He just gave his salary to himself and didn't care where the money went. He would not help her give advice or do all this. Su Yiqing forced her tears back into her eyes before going to Jiang Yi, but her heart was still beating fast. It was getting closer and closer to the important time circled in red in Jiang Yi's heart. During this period, Jiang Yi stopped Su Yiqing from going to the store several times, and Tang Tang also helped to stop her from going. Jiang Yi had never even taken Su Yiqing to the snack street, but he had taken Tang Tang there several times. To look at the store's decoration and give advice, etc. After buying the kitchen items, Su Yiqing planned to take them to the store first. But he gave up when Jiang Yi suggested to take it away in advance and put it away when the renovation started. I also planned to take the design draft to the store to check if there was anything wrong. My attention was diverted by Tong Tong's words that she wanted to hear her tell a story. By the time I remembered to go, it was already before bedtime. Recently, when Su Yiqing went to the supermarket to buy flour and other things, she was stared at several aunties. Is it almost done over there? I think so. It seems to be winding down recently. Then let's go and try it out. The aunt's inexplicable words made Su Yiqing feel a little strange. She had a vague feeling in her heart, but she was busy researching new products and didn't think about it any further. Su Yiqing has made several new products recently for Jiang Yi to try. How about it? Su Yiqing followed Jiang Yi with expectant eyes. Delicious, but a bit boring. Jiang Yi answered truthfully, but he was still thinking about the things in the store. The shop is in the final stages of completion, so he has to go over to take a look today, and then wait for the ventilation time before going over to put things in place. Good. Su Yiqing picked up the plate and went back to the kitchen to adjust the taste. I have to go out for a while. The hotel needs me for something. Jiang Yi made up an excuse. But his cooperation with the hotel has always been smooth, and Jiang Yi has deposited all the money he earned during this period into his bank card. Good. Su Yiqing was concentrating on studying the dessert and responded. Little Nightian followed Jiang Yi very consciously. She guessed what Jiang Yi was going to do. Can Tang Tang go with Daddy too? Su Yiqing stopped what she was doing. Tang Bao needs to look at the pinyin book more because we are going to school soon and Dad is going to do some work. Can Tang Bao not go this time? The little girl gave Jiang Yi another pleading look. Her big eyes showed that she wanted to go too. Mom is right, Tang Bao, just stay at home and read the pinyin book. Dad is leaving first. Jiang Yi rubbed the little kid's head as a comfort and hurriedly left home. Su Yiqing's words also took him to heart. The time for Tang Tang to go to preschool is getting faster and faster. In spring, Tang Tang has to be sent to preschool. He has to find a good school for Tang Tang in advance. It has to be not only close to home but also have to be a good school. Jiang Yi planned to look for the school after finishing his business in the store. When Jiang Yi arrived at the snack street, his eyes lit up when he saw the new decoration of the shops. Su Yiqing will definitely like it. There is basically no error between the decoration and Su Yiqing's drawing. Because her draft was drawn according to the layout of the store. After completing the final handover with the boss, the shop opened the windows for ventilation. Su Yiqing's birthday is just half a month away. Jiang Yi couldn't help but get excited. On July 18th, Jiang Yi found another excuse and brought little Nightian to the store. When the father and daughter saw the store, their eyes lit up. This is totally different from when it was just renovated. Chapter 41. Baba is a big fool. Hugged Tang Tang quickly. They hadn't been there for about half a month, and they found that the color of the shop's paint had become darker under the sun. But it does not affect the appearance at all. And it looks even better. It is closer to the color Su Yiqing wanted. Ba, looks good. The little girl's big eyes were shining brightly, and she pointed at the shop with her little hand. The words sunny day on the sign were written in a cute font. Tang Tang, can you come over and take a look? Tang Tang still had the 3 paintings in her hand. Although she was holding Jiang Yi's hand, her heart had already flown to the store. Dad will take you there, there's no rush. Jiang Yi opened the shop door with his key. The owner of the furniture store has delivered the furniture and placed it in front of the store. Wait for Dad to see the design. Jiang Yi once again carefully analyzed the design draft. Little Nitian had already run to the cashier counter, opened the 3 paintings and placed them on the table. Put this one here, put Baba Mama and Tang Tang in the middle. Tang Tang muttered, stood on tiptoe to reach the photo frame nailed to the wall, and waved her little hands vigorously. However, she gave up because of her height problem. Bah! Tang Tang can't reach it, I want to put the painting in the photo frame. The aggrieved voice of the little girl rang in Jiang Yi's ears. Jiang Yi finally came back to his senses from the design draft and hurried over to the little girl. Just as he was about to pick up the 3 paintings and put them into the frame, he was stopped by Tang Tang. Baba, you put it in the wrong place. Baba, pick me up. The little kid looks very cute, with seriousness written all over his face. Okay. Jiang Yi bent down and picked up the little girl, then asked cooperatively. Where should I put it? Tang Tang took out the family portrait she had drawn from Jiang Yi's hand, and pointed at the photo frame in the middle with her fair little finger. Baba is a big idiot, this one should be placed in the middle. Why? Jiang Yi didn't quite understand, but he did it anyway. Because the most important thing should be placed in the middle, blah blah, you are so stupid. Tang Tang's words made Jiang Yi feel a little sad. Tang Tang in this life is a little younger than in the previous life. But no matter what, his daughter always put family at the center. But he didn't. After a surge of emotions in his heart, Jiang Yi's eyes turned red. He quickly adjusted his mood and answered Tong Tong's words. Dad knows. Our Tangbao is still smart. No matter what, Jiang Yi would not easily cry in front of the mother and daughter. He didn't want to make them worry. This cake's on the left. The little girl began to instruct Jiang Yi to put the paintings away one by one before she stopped. Jiang Yi brought a small stool for the little girl to sit on, and he went out to move in the newly bought furniture. Beep. Tang Tang is here to help you. Little Nitian also rolled up his sleeves like Jiang Yi, trying to pick up a stool. Hey. Tong Tong's hard-working look made Jiang Yi laugh out loud. The little girl clenched her teeth tightly because she had exerted too much force, but the chair did not move for a long time. Thank you, sugar baby. I can move it myself. Jiang Yi easily moved the chair into the store with one hand, leaving the little girl stunned and complaining. Why can't Tang Tang move it, but Baba can? Is it because Baba is a hero? Because Daddy is bigger than Tangbao, Tangbao can pick it up if he eats more. Jiang Yi squatted down and looked at Tang Tang at eye level. His expression was much more serious than usual. Tangbao, you must eat well and grow up. Daddy is your and Mom's hero. Remember? The little girl nodded heavily. Aha! Jiang Yi picked up the little girl and let her sit aside to rest. After the tables and chairs were moved in, he took out the design draft and began to arrange them according to the design draft. After struggling for a long time, Jiang Yi finally arranged it according to the design. In order to avoid attracting attention, Jiang Yi specially chose the evening time to bring Tang Tang here. There's another box of decorations to be moved in tomorrow. After finishing everything, Jiang Yi called out. Sugar baby. No one responded. Sugar baby? Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched and he turned around in fright, fearing that he would encounter the same situation as last time. Jiang Yi remembered clearly the last time Tang Tang left alone. He couldn't afford for Tang Tang to disappear. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the little kid sitting on the ground, sleeping with his hands on the chair. Jiang Yi glanced at the time on his phone. It's 9:30. Tang Tang didn't come to disturb me, and I don't know when I fell asleep. She was so thin that she huddled up into a ball. How can there be such a sensible child? Jiang Yi frowned, dissatisfied with himself for not paying enough attention. He suddenly felt lucky that it was not winter. He walked forward, picked up the little girl, and let her chin rest on his shoulder. Beep? Tang Tang mumbled something in a daze, but her eyelids were still too heavy for her to open. Well, let's go home. Jiang Yi patted Tong Tong's back gently. Only then did the little girl fall asleep peacefully again. Jiang Yi felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. After opening it, he saw several missed calls and messages. Be careful when you take Tang Tang out to play. Bring her back before 9. She needs to sleep. It's 10 past 9. Didn't you see the message? Tang Tang is getting sleepy, bring her back. The latest message was 2 minutes ago. Why don't you reply to the message? The missed call also came after 9 o'clock. Zhang Yi was about to call back when Su Yiqing called again. Finally, I answered the phone. Where were you in Tangbao? Why didn't you reply to the message? It was too noisy on the street just now. Let's go back now. Tangbao is asleep. Zhang Yi touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. He had been busy arranging the tables and chairs and had muted his phone. Okay, don't go out so late next time, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Su Yiqing gave an instruction. Good. After waking up, Tang Tang found herself lying on her bed at home, with Su Yiqing still sleeping next to her. She got out of bed, ran to the door of the study and knocked gently. Zhang Yi was busy harvesting vegetables in the space when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He quickly threw the last vegetable in his hand into the nylon bag and went to open the door. Bobby, good morning. Tomorrow is Mommy's birthday. The little girl's hair was messy, and one of her hairs was sticking up. Yes, I'll take you to the store again after Dad sells the vegetables. Zhang Yi was responsible for giving little Nightin a wash and then took people to buy breakfast. The clock finally pointed to 8 o'clock, and Miss Song arrived at Zhang Yi's house on time. 80 kilograms in total. Miss Song counted the bill, paid the money and left. Let's go. Zhang Yi secretly moved a box out of his home and placed it at the door, then called little Nightin. Tang Tang had just run to the entrance and was about to change her shoes to go out when Su Yiqing stopped her. Sugar baby? Where are you going? When Zhang Yi heard Su Yiqing's voice, he stood up reflexively and blocked the box with his body. The smile on the little girl's face froze suddenly. She looked at Zhang Yi, took a deep breath, and slowly turned around. Chapter 42, Hiding the Secret from Su Yiqing. Pa, take Tang Tang out to buy buns. The little kid smiled at Su Yiqing, but his eyes unconsciously looked elsewhere. Oh yes, take her out to buy breakfast. Zhang Yi also continued speaking along with Tong Tong's words. The cakes I make can also be eaten as breakfast. In fact, you don't have to go out and buy them every day. Su Yiqing took out the freshly baked cake from the oven. She specially made a pink cake with pink cream and a bright red strawberry on top. You can tell at first glance that it's reserved for Tang Tang. Mom, Tang Tang wants to drink soy milk. Tang Tang immediately made up another excuse. The words "believe me" are written all over the little girl's face. Okay, be safe. Su Yiqing didn't ask any more questions. The little girl immediately turned around and followed Zhang Yi, looking relieved. Call. Fortunately, Mom didn't notice. Tang Tang patted her chest and took Zhang Yi's hand. When Zhang Yi was about to take his people out, he was suddenly stopped by Su Yiqing again. Etc. Su Yiqing spoke again. There was a moment of blankness on Zhang Yi's face, and he turned around with his little baby. The speed of his heartbeat told Zhang Yi how nervous he was at the moment. He tried his best to restore his expression to normal and prayed in his heart. Tomorrow is her birthday, so don't let anything go wrong at this critical juncture. But Su Yiqing just glanced at the two of them for a few seconds, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, with her red lips opened. Has anything special happened recently? Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat when faced with Su Yiqing's question. He frowned and thought carefully for a while. Then he answered her question with great confidence. No, if it counts as something special, does it count as the fact that I made a little more money than usual? Yes, I made a lot of money. Tang Tang worked hard to draw a big circle, and her grape-sized eyes looked at Su Yiqing brightly. When Su Yiqing saw the two people's reactions, a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her originally bright eyes dimmed in an instant. She sighed slightly. Forget it, it's okay, you guys go ahead. Okay, we'll be back soon and bring you some soy milk. Zhang Yi didn't dare to stay any longer this time, and hurriedly left home with the little baby. They were afraid that Su Yiqing would ask them to stop again, otherwise their plan would be exposed. The door to the house slammed. Su Yiqing stood there staring at the closed door, disappointment filling her beautiful eyes. The sourness in her heart gradually spread, as if it was contagious, making her nose feel sore as well. Tomorrow is her birthday. But Zhang Yi seemed to have no memory of it at all, even though the password set for his phone was his birthday. He seemed to be the same as usual, and Tang Tang didn't seem to remember either. It was her first birthday after returning. Su Yiqing bit her lower lip, forced down the bitterness in her heart, and began to persuade herself. Forget it, Zhang Yi has made such a big change. She wanted nothing more. Su Yiqing stood there in a daze for a long time, until she felt her legs going numb, then she went back to the kitchen. When Su Yiqing saw the carefully prepared little cake on the plate in the kitchen, her nose suddenly felt sore. She quickly put the plate back into the refrigerator and leaned against the cold door to calm herself. Zhang Yi and Tang Tang downstairs both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The father and daughter looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Sugar baby is so smart. Hey, let's go, tomorrow is mommy's birthday. The little kid stared at Zhang Yi moving the boxes, then suddenly remembered something and clapped his hands. Beep, beep, we didn't buy a cake for mama. Zhang Yi, who was moving the boxes onto his electric scooter, also forgot about this. I only remembered to decorate the shop, but the most important cake has not been ordered yet. It will take more than an hour to get back after being outside. Wait until daddy has finished setting up the store before taking Tangbao to buy it. Zhang Yi patted the non-existent dust on the back seat, carried the little girl to the back seat, and put a pink Hello Kitty helmet on her. Hold on tight. Aha! The little kid hugged Zhang Yi's strong waist tightly, and his furry little head was also pressed tightly against his broad back. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the door of the dessert shop. When I was about to bring the little baby into the house, two aunties came over. Hello, is your store opening soon? Maybe in a few days. I'm busy right now. I'll let you know when it's open. Thank you, auntie. Zhang Yi kept track of the time, because if he went back too late the soy milk would have been cold. It doesn't take that long to buy a cup of soy milk. Thank you, auntie. Tang Tang also obediently imitated Zhang Yi's words and thanked him. I see. Okay. The two aunts left after hearing the news, and Zhang Yi sped up the process of unlocking the door. Tangbao, sit in the chair and wait for daddy. I'll put something there quickly. Okay. The little kid sat on a chair, swinging his short legs, humming a song and watching Zhang Yi's movements. After opening the box, a burst of fragrance hit my nose. It's an aromatherapy diffuser in the box. Zhang Yi took out the design draft and turned to the side where the decorations were placed. He took out the things in the box one by one. Then Zhang Yi appeared in every corner of the store. He restored the positions of these decorations one to one according to the design draft. He even followed the direction of the decorations strictly according to Su Yiqing's drawing. Okay, sugar baby, let's go order a cake for mom. Zhang Yi was busy for a long time before putting these things away, and the scent of the aromatherapy gradually spread. The aromatherapy smells like lime, which is not offensive. It's a very refreshing taste. Okay, I want pink strawberry and a big cake. Tang Tang slid down from the chair, jumped and followed Zhang Yi, and took his hand obediently. After locking the shop door, Zhang Yi looked at the shop again with some uneasiness. After confirming that everything was correct, he took the little kid away. It's only 5 minutes away from the snack street to another dessert shop. The father and daughter arrived at the place quickly. As soon as Tang Tang got off the car, she saw the largest cake in the store. It's 3 stories high. Likewise, the cake is exquisite. Bah, this looks good. Little Milkball pointed excitedly at the largest cake in the store and she ran up to check the price. Little Tang Tang, who was extremely excited before, immediately withdrew her hand, stuck out her tongue and muttered. It's so expensive. Mom can also make cakes, so we just need to buy her 1-layer cake. Zhang Yi knew very well what Su Yiqing would think if he bought a 3-layer cake. Plus, she knows how to bake cakes. Let's see if we can. Zhang Yi's words were interrupted by a cell phone ringing. He took a look at the caller and his heart suddenly tightened. Why are you calling? Chapter 43, My birthday is coming soon. The caller is Su Yiqing. Zhang Yi glanced at the time and found that it had been an hour since he left home. Just as he pressed the answer button, the clerk suddenly spoke. Welcome, what kind of cake would you like to buy? The little girl was currently sticking her face next to a freezer, staring at the various cakes inside, attracting the attention of the shop assistant. Zhang Yi was so scared that he immediately covered the microphone, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was the first time he had carefully celebrated someone's birthday, so he couldn't help feeling nervous. What's more, he was celebrating his wife's birthday. There can be no mistakes with this surprise. Zhang Yi covered the microphone and walked away, his eyes still on the little girl. Hey, Yiqing. Did I hear something just now? No, you heard wrong, Tang Bao and I are at the breakfast shop. Jiang Yi denied it quickly, cutting off Su Yiqing's intention to continue asking questions. Why such a big reaction? Su Yiqing was a little curious. She did hear the words welcome. Have you bought the soy milk? What do you want to eat? I'll go buy some groceries. I've bought it. I'll buy some groceries while I'm back. You can just help wash the dishes and cook. Jiang Yi finally found a reason to stay outside longer. What he was more worried about was that Su Yiqing would find out something. All right. Only then did Su Yiqing hang up the phone. Su Yiqing's phone calls and her words these days made Jiang Yi nervous. Maybe because it's South getting close to that day, I need to be more careful. Tang Bao, which cake looks good? Jiang Yi walked up to the little girl and saw that her face was pressed against the freezer, her big eyes staring at the cake inside. He gently lifted the little girl's collar with one hand. The freezer is cold. Which one do you want to buy for mom? This one. Tang Tang pointed to the cake in the middle. This cake is much more exquisite and simple compared to other cakes. There was nothing else except a few strawberries for decoration. Can I write? Jiang Yi asked. He took a look and found the price was within his acceptable range. Okay, what do you want to write? The waiter took out the cake that Tang Tang mentioned from the freezer and placed it on the table. Tang Tang is here. Tang Tang wants to write happy birthday to mommy. The little kid's big eyes followed the cake and he was eager to answer. Then write it down as she says. I'll pick it up tomorrow night. I want it made tomorrow. Jiang Yi picked up the little girl, took money out of her wallet and put it on the table. Don't worry, these are just for customers to see. The cakes in our store are all freshly made. The clerk took Jiang Yi's money with a professional smile. You must write nicely, the words on Mama's cake are very beautiful. Tang Tang instructed the clerk seriously. The clerk quickly agreed a few times, and the little girl turned her head with satisfaction. Only after everything was arranged did Jiang Yi take little Naitian home. You guys are back? Su Yiqing put down what she was holding and took out the cake that the two of them had not eaten this morning from the refrigerator. When Su Yiqing opened the refrigerator, her expression showed a moment of loss. But it was only a moment. Try some and see how it tastes. Tang Tang washed her hands and sat on the chair, picked up the pink cake and put it into her mouth. The sweet but not greasy cream and sweet strawberries were so delicious that the little milk ball narrowed his eyes and spoke incoherently. Mom, good times. I'm going to go cook first. You and Tang Tang wait outside for a while. Jiang Yi didn't have time to eat the cake made by Su Yiqing and went into the kitchen with the dishes in his hand. There was a larger cake left on the plate, which Su Yiqing had made specially for Jiang Yi. The lonely cake was placed in the middle of the plate. Su Yiqing felt a little heavy-hearted as she looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. After the little milk ball finished eating one, he stared at Su Yiqing with his big eyes blinking. Her eyes showed that she still wanted to eat another cake. Don't eat too much, Tang Bao. You need to eat later. Leave this for Daddy. But Baba is cooking. Mommy put the cake in the refrigerator. When Tang Tang heard that the cake was prepared for Jiang Yi, she gave up the idea of eating it. He walked from the stool into the living room and skillfully found his pinyin book. When Su Yiqing put the remaining cake on the plate into the refrigerator, she squinted her eyes because of the cold air from the refrigerator. It seemed that her heart was also put into the refrigerator. At this moment, Jiang Yi's mind was full of how to start tomorrow's birthday surprise. I didn't notice that Su Yiqing was standing behind me placing the cake. When Jiang Yi turned around and was about to pick up the kitchen knife, he saw Su Yiqing standing in front of him. Maybe it was because he was nervous and worried about being discovered that he was frightened. Yiqing, why are you here? The frightened expression on his face was so obvious that Su Yiqing was also startled. Put the cake there. Remember to eat it after dinner. Why are you so surprised? Is he hiding something from me? Su Yiqing wanted to find some clues from Jiang Yi's face. Oh, I thought you and Tang Bao were reading the pinyin book outside. Jiang Yi shrugged. Fortunately, he adjusted his mood quickly and immediately put on a calm smile. Mom! How do you pronounce this? Tang Tang's voice came from the living room, and Su Yiqing was attracted and planned to leave the kitchen. I'll come in and put some cake down. If you're hungry, you can fill your stomach first. I happen to be a little hungry. Jiang Yi opened the refrigerator again and put the cake into his mouth in front of Su Yiqing. Tasty. Then I'll go see Tang Tang first. Su Yiqing's slightly frozen heart seemed to ease a little, and the cake was finally delivered to the person she wanted to give it to. As a pastry chef, there is one thing that she pays special attention to. A specially made cake is given to an important person, and that person will feel at ease after eating it. When Jiang Yi turned around, his brain started working fast again. When he took Su Yiqing to the store tomorrow, he would definitely be able to see that the store had been renovated from outside. After thinking for a long time with a frown on his face, Jiang Yi came up with an idea. There is a way. There is still an hour and a half left for Jiang Yi to prepare. He found an excuse in advance to slip out again to get the cake and brought it to the store. The person responsible for bringing Su Yiqing to the store was not him, but someone else. He also specially thought of a perfect way to prevent Su Yiqing from seeing the decoration of the store before entering the store. Jiang Yi was decorating the birthday scene in the store and bought a few balloons and stuck them on the wall. The cake was also decorated with candles in order, and the words written on the cake were written neatly after Tongtong's special request. The clock on the wall was still ticking, and Jiang Yi's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He stood in the store and looked at the situation outside through the transparent door. It's finally here. Jiang Yi's heart was about to jump out, and he was unaware of the sweat on his head due to nervousness. His palms were sweating and his hands holding the store door were shaking a little, then he pushed the door open. Chapter 44, Su Yiqing was moved to tears and took the initiative to hug Jiang Yi. Mom, don't peek. The little girl took Su Yiqing's hand and led her to the dessert shop. Why do you suddenly want to play this? Su Yiqing was wearing a blindfold at the moment. Just now Tang Tang insisted that I take her to the snack street to buy food. She thought that she could come and see the store, so he agreed to take her here. As a result, as soon as I arrived at the place and hadn't even left, the little kid started pestering me to play hide and seek. I even prepared an eye mask for myself. The kid I know wants to play hide and seek with me, but Tang Tang doesn't want to be the one to catch him. At this moment, Tang Tang took advantage of the fact that Su Yiqing couldn't see her expression and lied seriously. When can we take it off? Su Yiqing's slender hand kept reaching forward, even though Tang Tang was holding her hand and walking forward. But she was still a little scared when she fell into darkness. Before she died in her previous life, she closed her eyes and there was a moment of darkness, and then she came to this life. We'll be there soon. You can't take off the blindfold until Tang Tang hides and agrees with Mama. The little hand suddenly let go of Su Yiqing's hand. Su Yiqing, who lost her support, stood there, not daring to move. Everything around her was dark. Sugar baby? Are you ready? Can Mommy take off the blindfold now? Su Yiqing's words received no response, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. Sugar baby? The culprit, Tang Tang, was standing at the door of the dessert shop, trying hard to push Jiang Yi with both hands. Beep. Go quickly. She tried to lower her voice. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands nervously, wiped the sweat from his hands before taking a step forward and walking towards Su Yiqing. When Su Yiqing got no response and wanted to take off the blindfold, her hand was pulled up again. Sugar baby? Is that you? The horrified expression on her face disappeared and a smile appeared. But when the big hands wrapped around her hands, Su Yiqing pulled her hands back reflexively. Who are you? That wasn't Tongtong's hand at all. It's me. Jiang Yi's voice calmed Su Yiqing's panicked heart again, and she put down the hand that was about to lift the blindfold. Where is Tang Bao? Is she hiding well? Seeing that Su Yiqing was still thinking about playing hide and seek with Tang Tang, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He held Su Yiqing's hand tightly and walked into the store. He made all the preparations just to give Su Yiqing a surprise. Jiang Yi let out a long breath and mentally prepared himself again. Why are you laughing? Hearing Jiang Yi's laughter, Su Yiqing couldn't help but ask. Lift your feet. Jiang Yi did not answer her question. An answer was about to come out in Su Yiqing's heart, and her heart was pounding. Today is her birthday, but she plans to treat it as an ordinary day. Mom, I'm hiding. The voice of the little milk ball is right beside me. Jiang Yi also let go of Su Yiqing's hand and brought the little girl to the cake. He also turned off the lights in the store, and the birthday song on his phone started playing as soon as Su Yiqing took off her blindfold. Su Yiqing responded and took off the blindfold. The scene before her shocked Su Yiqing beyond words, and her heart beat faster and faster. She didn't know how to describe the emotions in her heart at the moment. The softest spot in her heart was suddenly pierced by someone's hand. She was suddenly at a loss. It turned out that Zhang Yi and Tang Tang had been hiding things from her and doing things that she couldn't understand. All of this is to prepare for this. Although Su Yiqing didn't know what she was feeling, she must be happy at this moment. This moment made her feel like the happiest woman. The cake in front of me and this familiar decoration. Zhang Yi restored the store in the design draft. Her plans were disrupted in advance. I did all this for her secretly. And the words on the cake. Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, Yiqing. The little kid rushed to Su Yiqing, hugged her legs, and gave her a sweet smile. The birthday song also played at the same time. Happy birthday to Mama, happy birthday to Mama. Little Milkball sang the birthday song to Su Yiqing along with the tune. Soon, the beautiful eyes were covered by a layer of mist. Zhang Yi was stunned when he saw Su Yiqing was about to cry. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Or is there something not good enough about it? As a grown man, he was helpless in the face of his wife's tears. Although he had a head for business, he had no way of dealing with tears. He didn't know how to comfort a woman and thought he had done something wrong. Zhang Yi scratched his head like a teenage boy, not knowing how to face Su Yiqing's tears. Could it be that I didn't do something right? Zhang Yi's eyebrows jumped, but he had already confirmed that he had not done anything wrong elsewhere. Zhang Yi, who was turning around to look for something he had done wrong, was suddenly shocked. Suddenly, I was embraced by a warm embrace from behind. He looked down and saw Su Yiqing's slender hands around his waist. It's been so long. Whether it is the previous life or this life. Su Yiqing took the initiative to hug me for the first time. Zhang Yi turned around somewhat stiffly and saw that there was still a layer of mist in Su Yiqing's beautiful eyes. Zhang Yi, who was a little bit at a loss, was reminded by the little girl beside him. Bobby A, hold mommy. Zhang Yi then stretched out his arms and held Su Yiqing in his arms. He wiped away the tears from her face with heartache, and he felt a warmth when the tears fell on the back of his hand. Just like his heart at this moment. Zhang Yi patted Su Yiqing's thin back and coaxed her softly. Okay, stop crying, don't you like it? I like it. I'm just so surprised. Su Yiqing said with sobs. Zhang Yi felt even more distressed when he saw Su Yiqing crying so hard. The two hugged each other, listened to each other's thoughts, and hugged each other tightly. It was as if there were only two of them left in the world. Zhang Yi looked at Su Yiqing's slightly swollen eyes and red nose, with traces of tears on her face. Yeah. Seeing the two of them hugging each other, Tang Tang clapped her hands vigorously, and her little hands turned red from clapping. Ba, let's hug mommy. Su Yiqing felt a little shy because of the applause from the little girl, so she let go of Zhang Yi's hand and chose to hug the little girl. Seeing that there were still traces of tears on her face, Tang Tang reached out and wiped them for Su Yiqing. Don't cry, mommy. Baba and Tang Tang are here. Okay, mommy, don't cry anymore. Su Yiqing sniffed and forced the tears back into her eyes. Why did you buy a cake? Was this the reason you kept it from me these days? After calming down, Su Yiqing began to look at the dessert shop carefully. Every detail is exactly the same as in the design draft. This shows how attentive Zhang Yi is. 6,000 words report. Please give me 5-star praise and a small gift. Today is really very important. It is a matter of life and death. Please help me promote it in Shu Wang Square. Thank you. Chapter 45. Su Yiqing was moved. Yes, don't worry, the cake is not expensive. Tang Bao and I specially chose it. Zhang Yi looked at the little baby in Su Yiqing's arms. Tang Bao asked me to write the words. Actually, I wanted her to write them herself, but I didn't find a chance to take her out. Little Nightian suddenly remembered the birthday present she had prepared for Su Yiqing, and she pointed in the direction of the cashier counter. Mom, Tongtong's gift for you is over there, on the wall. Zhang Yi turned on the lights in the store. The chandelier on the ceiling is also designed in European and American style, and the light is warm yellow. When the light was turned on, Su Yiqing had already walked to the cashier counter. The sudden light made her squint her eyes in discomfort. 3 paintings were neatly posted on the wall behind the cash register. In the middle is the family portrait drawn by Tang Tang. My eyes became wet again. Su Yiqing looked at the little breast in her arms for a long time, and finally kissed her on the forehead. Thank you, sugar baby. Tang Tang is the little angel sent to her by God. Tang Tang has always been her spiritual support. That's why she didn't file for divorce with Zhang Yi. But everything seems to have changed in this life. they can all start a new life. Zhang Yi, who was looking at the backs of the mother and daughter, suddenly met Su Yiqing's beautiful eyes. The warmth in those beautiful eyes almost made Zhang Yi lose his way. The candles on the cake were still burning, and Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed by Su Yiqing's gaze, so he quickly opened his mouth to change the subject. Come make a wish and blow out the candles. As far as he could remember, he and Su Yiqing had never been close, let alone when they were busy with work in his previous life. He goes out early and comes back late every day. At the beginning, Zhang Yi was worried that Tang Tang would not recognize him, and even imagined the little girl calling him uncle. Later, when I became a manager, I had even less time to think about these things. My mind is full of work and making money to support my family. This time, Su Yiqing took the initiative to hug him, which made him unable to help but recall the first time they hugged each other. It was not until I thought back that I remembered that it was before they got married, which was too far away. Su Yiqing, who had always been independent and had never asked for anything, actually took the initiative to hug herself today. Zhang Yi's eyes were on the cake. The candlelight was still swaying gently in the wind, and the candle was almost burned out. Actually, there is no need to make a wish. Su Yiqing felt that making wishes was something that children did, and she had no use for them at her age. Just blow out the candles and that's it. No, mommy needs to make a wish. Birthday wishes can come true. The little kid suddenly put on a smiling face and spoke in a clear and loud voice. The serious look on her face seemed to say that she had to make a wish. Make a wish. Zhang Yi also advised from the side. Zhang Yi was a little dazed when he saw Su Yiqing's face with her eyes closed. Is this a successful conclusion? The little kid blinked at Zhang Yi, then gave him a thumbs up and said silently. Bah, that's awesome. Zhang Yi saw these words from Tang Tang's mouth shape and smiled back at her. Tang Tang's paintings are also amazing. When Su Yiqing opened her eyes, she saw the father and daughter playing a game of charades. Mom, have you made your wish? Can we blow out the candles, too? Can. Su Yiqing responded softly, and a blush appeared on her delicate little face. Zhang Yi, who was called, immediately walked over to the two of them. The three of them came together and blew out the candles. Happy birthday, Mom. Tang Tang hugged Su Yiqing again and kissed her on the face several times before letting go, her eyes falling on the cake. Tang Bao is a little greedy cat. Zhang Yi also noticed Tang Tang's gaze and started to tease. By the way, I picked up a strawberry and stuffed it into the little kid's mouth. No. Tang Tang retorted, somewhat lacking confidence, but her body honestly ate the strawberries that Zhang Yi fed her. It's not as delicious as Mama's. Su Yiqing smiled and picked up the cake knife, quickly and evenly cutting a few times on it. Zhang Yi counted and found that the cake was divided into 6 pieces. He and Su Yiqing can eat 2 servings, and Tang Tang can eat 1 serving, which is an extra serving. Bring one for Grandma Wang. Zhang Yi thought of Grandma Wang, who lived next door, a lonely old lady whose children worked away from home and only came home once a year during the Chinese New Year. That's why she treated Tang Tang as her own granddaughter. Occasionally, when he was busy going out and Su Yiqing happened to be out for something, he would ask her to help take care of Tang Tang. Tang Tang also liked Grandma Wang very much, but later he became successful in the company and bought a house and moved away after he became rich. He never saw Grandma Wang again. That's what I thought. Su Yiqing put one of them aside. She and Zhang Yi had the same thought in their mind. Ha, mommy has turned into a big tabby cat. Tang Tang had cream on her hands and took advantage of the time when Su Yiqing and Zhang Yi were chatting to launch a sneak attack. She didn't have time to draw patterns for Su Yiqing. In a hurry, he could only put one hand on Su Yiqing's face, then immediately withdrew his hand, ran to hide behind Zhang Yi, and looked at her with innocent eyes, observing whether she was angry or not. There was a small handprint on Su Yiqing's face left by the cream, and in Zhang Yi's eyes, she looked like a cute cat. Zhang Yi smiled, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Their eyes met each other, and Su Yiqing was the first to look away, but their heartbeats accelerated at the same time. Sugar baby, don't mess with the cream, got it? The blush on Su Yiqing's cheeks had not yet faded, so she used Tang Tang as a shield for the time being. I know. The little milk ball nodded. At this time, Zhang Yi's big hand had already been placed on Su Yiqing's face, and he used his fingertips to wipe the cream off her face. The thin calluses on his fingertips from using the hoe frequently to grow vegetables made Su Yiqing's face a little itchy. After Zhang Yi finished applying the cream, he squatted down and began to educate Tang Tang. Dad knows you're happy today, but this is a birthday cake. You can't get it on the birthday boy's face, okay? Okay. But Mama also got it on Tongtong's face before. The little milk ball nodded solemnly and then made a small complaint. Then Daddy won't let Mommy get on Tangbao's face anymore, okay? Jiang Yi smoothed Tongtong's fur. After the three of them finished the cake on the table, Suiching cleaned up the mess and went to the kitchen, while Jiang Yi prepared a small wooden sign outside. Free tasting tomorrow. A small wooden sign was hung at the door of the store. It was night market time and there was a large flow of people, and the word free attracted a lot of people's attention. Jiang Yi had previously drawn the curtains in the store to prevent people outside from seeing what was going on inside. After he and Su Yiqing agreed on the opening time, he helped her make something to attract customers. Boss, are we going to open tomorrow? What can I try? Everyone was already attracted by the unique decoration of the Lang Lang Sunny Day store, and this free tasting attracted even more people. I'm not the boss, my wife is. It depends on what she makes, maybe pudding or cakes. You can bring your own children over to have a taste. The person walking behind Jiang Yi instantly made the crowd boil, asking all kinds of questions at once. Chapter 46 Happy Birthday Mommy. What time does it open tomorrow? Can you do more? I'm afraid it will be gone by the time I get here. Madam, can I visit your store without buying anything? That's really strange. Su Yiqing did not expect that there would be so many people blocking the door. She was stunned for a second, then put on a smile and faced everyone calmly. We'll open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll make more food for tasting. You can come in and take a look even if you don't want to buy anything. Everyone is welcome to come in and take a look. Jiang Yi looked at Su Yiqing facing everyone calmly and his eyes darkened. She is somewhat similar to Su Yiqing in her previous life. As a senior executive, he occasionally attends business gatherings. Whenever he needed a companion, he always took Su Yiqing with him. Su Yiqing also gave herself face and her dress was almost the same as those socialites. It was her first time attending the party, but she looked like she had been there many times. But it is less immature and more mature and stable. Jiang Yi had only seen the word green on Su Yiqing in school. Jiang Yi stared at Su Yiqing's profile as she spoke, his thoughts flying back to his school days. He is always busy studying at school. Jiang Yi's heart trembled. How come you only know how to study in school and only know how to work when you enter society? He couldn't help but curse himself. At that time, Su Yiqing was a famous campus beauty and was always surrounded by many people. Her looks and personality alone are enough to attract many people. What's more, at that time there were many boys whose families had some money or whose parents were officials who pursued Su Yiqing for a period of time. But Su Yiqing didn't agree to any of them, and instead came to learn from this nerd every day. At that time, his appearance was just above average, and until now he still didn't understand why Su Yiqing fell in love with him. But Su Yiqing is definitely a treasure given by God to me. What he didn't know was that Su Yiqing didn't want to lose face for Jiang Yi. Su Yiqing made so much preparation before attending the party and practiced in front of the mirror so many times to achieve that elegant demeanor. Jiang Yi. After Su Yiqing dealt with the customers, she was about to take Tang Tang home, but found him standing beside her, staring at her in a daze. After calling a few times, Jiang Yi's thoughts were pulled back from his memories. Yeah, I'm here, what's up? When he looked up, he found that the crowd gathered at the store entrance had dispersed. What are you thinking about? You're so engrossed. Su Yiqing pouted subconsciously and said dissatisfiedly. Jiang Yi noticed her little action and his heart skipped a beat. He finally saw what this little woman looked like. Maybe it was because I held this birthday party for her that the distance between us was shortened. Jiang Yi was also intoxicated by the warmth revealed by Su Yiqing. Nothing, I'll go get Tang Bao out. Jiang Yi turned and walked into the store, bent down and picked up the little baby whose head was nodding because of sleepiness. The warm yellow light in the store shone on Jiang Yi's broad arms. The man's tall and strong figure was like a safe haven. For the first time, Su Yiqing felt a sense of security in Jiang Yi. She believed that Jiang Yi could support the family. Tang Tang fell asleep on Jiang Yi's shoulder, exhausted after a whole night of playing. We're going home, sugar baby. Su Yiqing patted Tongtong's head gently. After hearing Su Yiqing's voice, Tang Tang forced her eyes open a little, and murmured something when she saw her. Happy birthday, Mommy. The sound became quieter and quieter, and finally he fell asleep exhaustedly. Jiang Yi could hear the little kid's gentle breathing, so he hugged Tang Tang tighter. Let's go home. Good. The family of three walked towards home, and the street light shone on the little baby's face. Su Yiqing stretched out her hand to block the light at the side of Tong Tong's forehead. I'll just block it. Su Yiqing was holding the cake that she had specially reserved for Grandma Wang, and Zhang Yi blocked the light for Tang Tang. Zhang Yi didn't drive here today. He walked here just to relieve his tension on the road. You take Tang Bao back, I'll give the cake to Grandma Wang. Zhang Yi glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. He wondered if Grandma Wang had gone to bed. Okay, if Grandma Wang doesn't respond, then you must have fallen asleep. Put it in the refrigerator and give it to her tomorrow. Su Yiqing lowered her voice and took over the sleeping little baby. Zhang Yi waited until Su Yiqing brought Tang Tang into the bedroom before coming to the next door. Knocked on the door gently. There were heavy footsteps from inside, and then Grandma Wang opened the door. Only after seeing that it was Zhang Yi did Grandma Wang reveal a kind smile. Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Grandma Wang, we prepared this cake especially for you. Zhang Yi picked up the cake in his hand. Oh my, whose birthday is it? Grandma Wang also took the cake and looked at the small cake with joy. It's Yi Qing's birthday today. I bought her a cake. Say happy birthday to Yi Qing for me. I'm old and can't keep going any longer. I have to go to bed. Zhang Yi responded and waited until Grandma Wang closed the door before returning home. The house was pitch black, with the only light coming from the master bedroom. Zhang Yi subconsciously walked towards the master bedroom without closing the door. He knocked on the master bedroom door, but no one answered. Yi Qing? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice before walking inside. The little kid on the bed had already fallen asleep. But Su Yiqing was still nowhere to be seen in the master bedroom. There was a sound of dripping water coming from the bathroom and the master bedroom. The lights inside were still on. The door is made of frosted glass. When Zhang Yi first rented this house, he found that the master bedroom was the best. The other toilet in the house was extremely narrow, but it was acceptable for Zhang Yi, the only man using it. A graceful figure was walking behind the door. Zhang Yi felt inexplicably hot. Because he knew that Su Yiqing was taking a shower behind that door. Su Yiqing helped Tang Tang take a bath before she went out, as they both knew that the little girl would feel sleepy. It was so quiet in the master bedroom that you could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of water coming from the bathroom made Zhang Yi feel itchy. Perhaps it was because of the sound of water that Su Yiqing couldn't hear the knock on the door. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take a bath in there with such a clear conscience. The heat in Zhang Yi's heart did not disappear until the sound of water stopped. The bathroom doorknob moved and then swung open. Su Yiqing walked out, and when she saw Zhang Yi sitting on the bed looking at Tang Tang, her fair face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She subconsciously pulled the silk pajamas she was wearing closer. She was too tired today and didn't put them away properly. The pajamas she was wearing were hanging loosely on her body, exposing her shoulders. You, why are you here? Chapter 47 must read Zhang Yi, please sleep with me. Zhang Yi's heart was even hotter when he saw Su Yiqing like this. Her silk pajamas hung loosely on her body, allowing him to see some of her spring scenery. There was a blush on that beautiful face, and then she avoided Zhang Yi's gaze. In order to avoid embarrassment, Su Yiqing was gently wiping her wet hair with a towel, allowing her to concentrate on the ends of her hair. Su Yiqing's skin is as white as snow, and her straight and slender legs are exposed to the air at this moment. In addition, the pajamas she wore today were not loose-fitting, so Zhang Yi could see that the piece of fabric attached to her waist outlined her slender and soft waist. What's more, there is that beautiful sight on her chest. Her curvy figure almost made Zhang Yi unable to take his eyes away. He frowned to make himself look calmer. I saw that all the lights were off but this side was on, so I came over to take a look. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhang Yi told himself that if he stayed like this any longer, something bad would definitely happen. Just as he reached the door of the master bedroom, he heard Su Yiqing's voice. Why don't you just not leave? Su Yiqing's voice became lower and lower, and her beautiful eyes were still staring at Zhang Yi's back. Zhang Yi's steps suddenly stopped, and he turned around stiffly to look into Su Yiqing's eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? But he was thinking in his heart. What did it mean to tell him not to leave? To stay? To stay for what? To sleep with her? Su Yiqing blushed and lowered her head, looking at her toes. Sleep with us. After all, we have been sleeping in separate rooms for so long, and we still have to sleep in the same bed. Su Yiqing thought to herself, if it wasn't for the birthday he prepared for her that brought them closer together, they might not be able to sleep in the same bed for a long time. Jiang Yi was surprised when he heard Su Yiqing suggest sleeping together. Her words confirmed what she had guessed. This is not like Su Yiqing, who is used to being independent and keeping a distance from herself. This is simply the sun rising from the west. For a moment he really didn't know how to answer. After all, he had been sleeping alone in the study for such a long time. However, looking at Su Yiqing, who was standing next to him in a white silk suspender nightgown that showed off her curvy figure to the fullest, Jiang Yi certainly couldn't refuse this request. Okay. I'll go back and take a shower first. Jiang Yi turned around and left the master bedroom. His steps were a little hurried, as if he was running away. After Su Yiqing went back to the bathroom to dry her hair, Jiang Yi had not come back yet. She walked lightly to the bed and slept next to Tang Tang. This time it was Su Yiqing's turn to lie on the bed. She couldn't help feeling a little nervous and shy. After all, she hadn't been so close to Jiang Yi for a long time. After Tang Tang was born, they had separate rooms, and now she suddenly asked to come back and sleep together. The sound of footsteps was heard, which made the extremely nervous Su Yiqing close her eyes instantly and pretend to be asleep. Jiang Yi, who had just finished a cold shower, walked into the master bedroom and saw Su Yiqing and Tang Tang sleeping peacefully. The woman's sleeping face was very seductive. She frowned slightly, as if she was immersed in a beautiful dream, with a pair of slender and tender arms pressing down on the quilt. Anyone who sees this look would be confused, Jiang Yi complained in his heart. The heat that he had finally washed away with a cold shower seemed to be surging up again. Jiang Yi rubbed his brows, took a few deep breaths, and then tiptoed to the bed, fearing to wake up the mother and daughter. She could feel the bed beside her sink a bit, probably because Jiang Yi had gotten into bed. The rustling sound made Su Yiqing open her eyes involuntarily, and she met Jiang Yi's eyes. There was Tang Tang between the two of them, which eased Su Yiqing's tension a little. Did it wake you up? No. After Su Yiqing finished speaking, she stared blankly at Jiang Yi, her only man. She looked at the man in front of her. There was a smile on his handsome and sunny face. The tenderness in his eyes when he looked at her made her heart melt into a pool of water. Then go to sleep, good night. Jiang Yi didn't dare to say much. Tang Tang in the middle was sleeping soundly and he didn't want to wake the child. Su Yiqing nodded gently and turned over, facing Jiang Yi with her back. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Yi at this moment. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated between the two of them, but because of the child between them, the temperature in the room did not rise any further. Jiang Yi faced Su Yiqing's back and saw the back of her neck exposed between her hair. His throat rolled up and down a few times, and the heat in his heart seemed to be coming back again. The flames on his body also started to rise. Jiang Yi secretly moved away and lifted the quilt to cool himself down. This suppressed the brewing fire. At the same time, Jiang Yi's naked upper body was exposed. Doing farm work for a long time has made his figure better and better, and his strong chest muscles and evenly distributed abdominal muscles are also exposed to the air. Jiang Yi was used to sleeping without a shirt on. This was the scene Su Yiqing saw when she slowly turned around. This was no less impactful than when she was wearing her nightgown in Jiang Yi's eyes. Su Yiqing subconsciously held her breath, and she felt a little worried when she saw Jiang Yi was not covered with a blanket. The heat on her face rose again. Su Yiqing patted her face and blamed herself for being so disappointing. You are in your 20s, not a teenager anymore, so why do you blush so easily? Cover yourself with a blanket, or you'll catch a cold easily. Su Yiqing tried her best to avoid looking at Jiang Yi and reached out to pull the quilt up. But Jiang Yi had completely lifted the quilt, and it was useless for Su Yiqing to pull it off. I feel a little hot. I'll cover you when you go to bed. Go to sleep. Jiang Yi made up a lame excuse, but his own body temperature was high enough, and it would be even hotter if he covered himself with the quilt. Even if he was covered with a thin blanket, it was enough to raise his body temperature in this situation. It must be covered. Su Yiqing raised her voice a little, but didn't dare to speak too loudly because the little kid was sleeping soundly beside her. It would be bad if Tang Tang was woken up. But the little one will definitely be very happy when he wakes up tomorrow morning and finds his mom and dad are by his side. At this moment, Jiang Yi was no longer able to listen to Su Yiqing's words. What lingered in his mind was the last time she changed her clothes and wore a nightgown. He stared at the ceiling in a daze, ignoring Su Yiqing and not hearing what she said. Jiang Yi, cover yourself with the quilt. Su Yiqing frowned her delicate brows. Did she want to catch a cold and get sick by not covering herself with a blanket? The man still didn't react. Following his gaze, I found Jiang Yi staring at the ceiling in a daze. Su Yiqing was a little angry, so she got off the bed and walked around Jiang Yi. When she wanted to reach out to cover Jiang Yi with the quilt, she tripped over the toy that Tang Tang had placed on the bedside and hadn't put away yet. Then she fell straight onto Jiang Yi, and her nightgown slid off with her movements. High energy ahead. Today is really important. Please give me 5-star praise and small gifts. I will continue to update tomorrow. Chapter 48. Jiang Yi took a bath several times at night. Jiang Yi subconsciously reached out to catch Su Yiqing, and the stunned expression on his face was immediately replaced by another expression. Su Yiqing was lying on top of him motionless, and Jiang Yi could feel a softness that did not come from her. Jiang Yi was stunned. Seeing such an ambiguous posture, any man would definitely be distracted. After all, this was his wife, and a beautiful one at that. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Su Yiqing's body also froze. She raised her head and looked at Tang Tang beside her, worried that such a loud noise would wake her up. Fortunately, Tang Tang didn't wake up. Jiang Yi looked down at Su Yiqing. Her delicate and small face was very beautiful, her long eyelashes fluttered, and the 2 layers of blush on her face spread to her ears. They stayed in this position for a minute, and Su Yiqing just lay on Jiang Yi, burying her face in his chest, not daring to lift it up. Su Yiqing listened to the heartbeat coming from Jiang Yi's heart, and her nose was filled with his scent. It was Jiang Yi who broke the deadlock, otherwise his abnormality would have been discovered. He rolled his throat up and down, swallowed, and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Be careful, what's going on? Jiang Yi wanted to reach out and help her stand up, but he touched the wrong place. The soft touch made him pull his hand back as if he had been electrocuted. Su Yiqing also screamed in fright, quickly pushed Jiang Yi away, stood up, and began to tidy up her nightgown. The nightgown had already slipped down from her shoulders, revealing her soft spot. With a red face, she pulled up her nightgown again, covered her chest with her hands, and ran back to the other side of the bed, covering her face with the quilt. And a heart that was beating wildly. Why did you suddenly come to my side? Did you fall accidentally? Jiang Yi tried hard to calm his breathing, and he felt the temperature of his whole body gradually rising. Who told you not to cover yourself with a blanket? What if you catch a cold? Su Yiqing's muffled voice came from inside the quilt. Although the air inside the quilt was thin, it was better than looking at Jiang Yi outside. I didn't cover myself because I was too hot. You go to sleep first. I'll go take a shower. Jiang Yi went from the master bedroom to the bathroom outside the living room and turned on the cold shower. Su Yiqing knew why she was taking a shower at this time. The blush on her face had not faded yet, and what was even worse was her ears. She reached out and touched her face, closed her eyes and tried hard to fall asleep. But the scene just now kept lingering in her mind, and Su Yiqing felt a little short of oxygen. She stuck her head out of the quilt, with her back facing Jiang Yi. The room was so quiet that the only sounds she could hear were Tong Tong's breathing and her own heartbeat. There was a sound of footsteps. Jiang Yi came back. Su Yiqing's heartbeat began to accelerate again, but this time she didn't dare turn around. When Jiang Yi came back, he no longer felt the hot sensation he had before. The charming atmosphere in the master bedroom also dissipated. Jiang Yi smiled secretly in his heart when he saw Su Yiqing's red ears. This really scared her. Jiang Yi lay back on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. No matter what, as long as Tang Tang is still here, they can't do anything beyond the limit. When Su Yiqing couldn't sleep, she listened carefully to Jiang Yi's voice behind her. Finally, the 2 of them couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Jiang Yi was woken up by Tang Tang. When the little milk ball woke up early in the morning and was about to slide down the bed with his eyes closed as usual, he was blocked. Tang Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes, and when she opened her eyes, she found Jiang Yi sleeping soundly beside her. She turned around and looked at Su Yiqing on the other side. The little girl woke up all of a sudden. She and her mother were sleeping in the same bed. She gently pushed Jiang Yi beside her. Beep beep. The baby's voice was still sleepy, and it wasn't loud, but it was just enough to wake up Jiang Yi, who had a restless night's sleep. As soon as Jiang Yi opened his eyes, he saw Tang Tang blinking her big eyes and looking at him. She tilted her little head. Did Baba and Tang Tang sleep together? Yes, Tang Bao, are you awake? I'll take you to wash up, and we'll keep quiet. Jiang Yi glanced at Su Yiqing, who was still sleeping soundly, reached out to pick Tang Tang up from the bed, and carried her to the bathroom. After washing up, Jiang Yi prepared the dishes as usual. After Miss Song paid and left with the dishes, he took Tang Tang out to buy breakfast. Baba, Why did you sleep with Tang Tang yesterday? Did Mom allow it? Will you sleep with Tang Tang from now on? Tang Tang was holding a few meat buns in her hand, and the rest were in Zhang Yi's hands. She tilted her little head and looked at his chin and asked. Tang Tang wants to sleep with Baba Mama from now on. Mom allowed it. I don't know if I will sleep with Tang Bao again in the future. I need to ask Mom's opinion. Zhang Yi patiently answered every question Tang Tang asked. He didn't know how to answer the last question. It all depends on whether Su Yiqing gives it or not, but if the same thing as yesterday happens a few more times. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the master bedroom. Then Tang Tang, go home and help Baba ask Mama. Tang Tang held Zhang Yi's hand and strolled all the way back home. Mom! After Tang Tang put the soy milk in her hand down, she ran into the kitchen to look for someone. The kitchen was empty, even things like flour were gone. Little Naitian ran to the master bedroom to look for someone again, but still didn't find Su Yiqing. Beep, Mom, she's not home. Tonton's little face suddenly looked a little depressed. Zhang Yi then remembered that Su Yiqing opened the store today. She should have finished washing up and went to Lang Lang's sunny day with the snacks for tasting. Mom has gone to open the store. Let's go find her after breakfast. Zhang Yi picked up the little kid and put him on the dining table. Okay. Come on, eat some soy milk. Little milk ball pointed to the third cup of soy milk on the table. Zhang Yi finished his breakfast in no time, and Tang Tang also ate her breakfast as quickly as possible. The two hurried to the snack street, as he had something more important to do today. The time for Tang Tang to go to preschool is getting closer. He had to prepare things for Tang Tang in advance and take Su Yiqing to the mall. This time, Zhang Yi planned to go to the mall with his family to buy new clothes, as well as select a school bag and various stationery for the little one. Tang Tang stood in front of the car, holding the mirror steadily. The small windmill that Zhang Yi had bought before was stuck to the front of the car. The windmill is turning continuously with the wind. When the two of them arrived at the snack street and parked their car, Zhang Yi discovered that there were more people today than usual. It feels a bit crowded even when walking. Tang Tang held Zhang Yi's hand tightly, worried that they would get lost. Beep, beep, there are so many people. Seeing that there were too many people, Zhang Yi held the little girl in his arms and walked towards the store. Before they reached the store door, they were forced to stop and stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. This scene was something they had not expected. Chapter 49. Su Yiqing's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. There were crowds of people outside the Lang Lang Sunny Day store, and there were also many customers sitting inside. Su Yiqing placed the snacks for tasting on a wooden table at the entrance of the store and provided disposable forks. People outside the store are there to try the desserts, while those inside the store are there to buy desserts. Su Yiqing had already prepared enough desserts in the store before opening, so it was more than enough to serve desserts to customers now. When Zhang Yi took Tang Tang to wash up, she woke up and was busy with the menu in the master bedroom. She also put up a wooden sign at the door with the opening hours. Beep, beep, there are so many people. Tang Tang poked her little head out to see what was going on inside the store, but there were too many people in front of her, blocking her view. But Zhang Yi's height allows him to see what's going on inside the store. This pudding is delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before, and the decoration of the store is very beautiful. And this little cake, I'll let my grandson try it. Grandma, I want to eat this. There were 4 plates of puddings and small cakes for tasting on the table, at least 100 of them. But now there are only a few desserts left for tasting, and the rest have been eaten. A child in front came into the store with his grandmother to buy dessert. He protected Tang Tang and pushed through the crowd as they walked into the store. The seats in the store were already full, and there were several people placing orders at the cash register. The decoration inside the store attracted many young girls, who gathered together to take pictures. Zhang Yi looked at Su Yiqing, who was busy, and silently took Tang Tang to sit on a small chair beside her. Although he wanted to help, he was worried about the little girl. Beep, go help Mama. Tang Tang, go sit in the kitchen. Tang Tang picked up the small stool she was sitting on and went to the kitchen panting. Zhang Yi also followed the little girl all the way to the kitchen. When Su Yiqing saw the father and daughter coming, she was too busy serving desserts to them and could only give instructions. You sit down for a while. After what happened yesterday, this was the first time Su Yiqing faced Zhang Yi, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Her ears gradually became hot, so Su Yiqing turned around and served desserts to the customers. Su Yiqing, wearing a brown apron, tied her hair up, revealing her stunning face. She also put on lipstick, making her look more energetic. Several male customers couldn't help but look at Su Yiqing several times. Zhang Yi frowned and walked over to block their view. Everything in the store is fully equipped, and what each table of customers orders will be printed on the order form. After each order, Su Yiqing would tear off a piece and put it in the cash register cabinet. Zhang Yi even helped Su Yiqing sort out the change from the cash register, and printed out the payment code and stuck it on the cash register table. Beep, go ahead. Tang Tang can't help. The little kid sat obediently near the kitchen door, knowing that he couldn't move the plates, so he didn't go to help. The business in the store is lively, but not booming. However, business is booming and I don't know if Su Yiqing can handle it alone. After acquiring the company and having money, I will recruit employees. Zhang Yi now does not have enough money to pay the 5,000 yuan rent and employees' salaries every month. Then sit here, sweet baby, come back and have some pudding when we are done. He took a plate of pudding from the table and placed it next to Tang Tang. Zhang Yi stood at the cashier counter and looked at a few orders, memorized them, turned to the kitchen to get desserts, and served the dishes to the people according to their table numbers. When Su Yiqing was about to go back to get dessert, she saw Zhang Yi busy at work. He went in and out of the kitchen faster and faster. When he saw Su Yiqing looking at him, he walked over and spoke softly. You go collect the money and leave the food to me. After Su Yiqing served the dishes, if someone wanted to pay the bill, she would be busy with the bill. Zhang Yi felt distressed when he saw her running back and forth. It looked like the puddings and cakes in the kitchen had just been made not long ago. If Su Yiqing hadn't made them in advance, the store would have been even busier. Su Yiqing turned her head and saw the deep love and heartache in Zhang Yi's eyes, and her heart felt very sweet. But she pretended not to see it and curved her eyebrows. Okay. Madam, pay the bill. There was a table of customers preparing to pay at the cashier counter. Su Yiqing responded and hurried over. The two of them served the dishes much faster. On the table next to Tang Tang were the soy milk and meat buns that she brought, but they were already cold. She watched the two of them busying around, waiting for a time when Su Yiqing was not so busy. Mom hasn't had breakfast yet. Little Milkball thought to himself and put the soy milk and meat buns in his hands to warm them up. Su Yiqing finally had some free time when there were fewer customers in the store. When I turned around, I saw Tang Tang holding a cup of soy milk and a meat bun in her hands, staring at me with her big eyes. She looked around and saw that there were no customers coming to pay yet before coming to Tang Tang. Is this Tang Bao's breakfast? Why not eat it? Tang Tang shook her head and handed the soy milk and meat buns in her hand to Su Yiqing. It's not Tang Tang's, it's Mama's, but it's a little cold, and Tang Tang wants to warm it up. These words made Su Yiqing's beautiful eyes moist, and crystal tears slowly gathered in her eye sockets. She took a deep breath, suppressed the emotion in her heart, and did not let the tears fall. Thank you, Tang Bao. Mommy will have breakfast now. Even though she had already eaten the cake she made before coming here, how could she not eat the cake that the little girl prepared specially for her? She finished her breakfast under Tang Tang's supervision. The soy milk was cold, but Su Yiqing's heart was warm. After Zhang Yi served this batch of desserts, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he saw that the men were still looking at Su Yiqing, his face suddenly darkened. He walked over to a few people. Do you need anything from my wife? The smile on Zhang Yi's face did not make these men feel friendly at all, so they withdrew their gazes. No thanks. His words were simply a warning to them not to continue looking at the boss lady. Seeing these people's gazes withdrawn, Zhang Yi went to order the next batch of desserts. He inexplicably felt a little childish. But she is my wife after all, so it doesn't matter if I'm a little stingy. When Zhang Yi passed by the kitchen, he saw Su Yiqing eating breakfast. The little kid was urging Su Yiqing seriously. Until Su Yiqing finished her breakfast. Chapter 50. Dad, please sleep with us. Beep, Mommy doesn't want to eat breakfast, Tang Tang is supervising Mommy. Tang Tang also saw Zhang Yi walking over, and the seriousness on her little face did not disappear until Su Yiqing finished breakfast. Tang Bao, you must supervise your mother next time. Skipping breakfast is not good for your health. Zhang Yi also spoke to Tang Tang in a serious tone. The little milk ball nodded solemnly. Leave it to Tang Tang, Mommy, can I ask you something? Tang Tang rubbed her hands nervously, observing Su Yiqing's expression with her big eyes. Zhang Yi's curiosity was also aroused, but when he saw the little girl's eyes constantly looking at him, he guessed what she was going to ask. I'm going to serve dessert first. He coughed, feeling somewhat expectant, but he was somewhat hesitant to listen to Su Yiqing's answer. Zhang Yi turned around and went into the kitchen to serve desserts to other customers. What's up? Su Yiqing sat next to Tang Tang. Can we let Baba sleep with us from now on? Little Milkball was quite cautious when he said this, with a gleam in his grape-sized eyes. Su Yiqing was silent for a while and didn't say anything. This made Tang Tang a little worried that she would be rejected, so she anxiously pulled Su Yiqing's hand. Mom, why don't you let Baba sleep with us? Baba won't kick the quilt. This sentence made Su Yiqing laugh out loud, and she patted the little kid's head. It's not about whether to kick the quilt or not. When Tang Tang asked this question just now, she couldn't help but recall the scene of yesterday. Only Tang Tang didn't know what happened yesterday, so naturally she didn't know what she was hesitating about. Did Dad ask Tang Bao to ask Mom? No, it's Tang Tang who wants Baba to sleep with us. Tang Tang replied with a look full of sincerity, and it was almost as if the words Mom, do you agree? Were written on her face. Okay then, Tang Bao, you can if you want, but you have to tell Daddy to cover himself with the quilt. Su Yiqing pretended to be reluctant, but in fact she could accept Zhang Yi sleeping in the same room with her. Good. Tang Tang nodded vigorously, her eyes curved into crescents due to her smile. If Tang Tang had a tail, it would probably be sticking up now. She looked around, found Zhang Yi, and ran towards him. Su Yiqing returned to the cashier to collect the money. When the little girl ran to Zhang Yi, she didn't call him right away. She waited until he finished serving the table before she reached out and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Said in a low voice. Beep, come here. Tang Tang's lips were bent all the time, and the joy in her eyes made Zhang Yi guess Su Yiqing's answer. When she brought Zhang Yi to the kitchen, Tang Tang coughed like an adult and put her hands on her hips. Baba, Mommy said you can sleep with us, but... She even paused for a moment. This little adult look made Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. But what? Mom said that we should cover ourselves with the quilt. Papa, did you secretly kick the quilt? Tang Tang even told Mom that you don't kick the quilt. Tang Tang pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. When Zhang Yi heard the words cover yourself with the quilt, he choked and coughed for a long time due to the saliva. He also understood the meaning of Su Yiqing's words. Both of them had not forgotten what happened yesterday. Baba, what's wrong with you? Tang Tang didn't say Baba kicking the quilt. The little girl was so scared that she immediately came over and used her little hands to calm Zhang Yi down. It's okay, Dad will cover you with the quilt. I'm going to check out the new orders first. Tang Bao, please sit here. Zhang Yi slowed down, patted Tang Tang's little head, turned around to check the new orders and started serving the new customers. Tang Tang acted as a messenger between the two of them and ran to tell Su Yiqing what Zhang Yi had said. Mom, Papa said he won't leave the quilt behind anymore. Then Dad can come and sleep with us. Su Yiqing nodded and busied herself collecting money. Great. Tang Tang ran back to her seat and sat down to wait for the two of them to rest. Su Yiqing set her working hours from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. During the lunch break, Zhang Yi took Tang Tang home and made lunch. Beep, I'll serve Mama some rice. Little Milkball brought a thermos bucket, scooped a full spoonful of meat with his spoon and put it into the thermos bucket. In the end, almost half of the thermos was filled with meat. Zhang Yi took out some meat helplessly and put some vegetables in it. Bang, bang, meat. The little kid got anxious when he saw it and wanted to put it back. Mom has to eat vegetables too, she can't just eat meat, and so does Tang Bao. Zhang Yi closed the lid of the thermos, and the little kid nodded as if he understood. As he was in a hurry, Zhang Yi simply packed up the meals for the 3 people and put them in a thermos bucket, then drove to the sunny day. It's closed this afternoon. Let's go to the mall to buy some things after dinner, Tang Bao's school bag or something. Zhang Yi was standing in the kitchen washing the thermos buckets for 3 people, while Su Yiqing was preparing afternoon desserts. When she heard Zhang Yi's words, she was stunned for a moment and glanced at Tang Tang, who was sitting on the small stool. Good. Tang Tang is going to the kindergarten class. Perhaps because of the comfortable life, time passed so quickly that Su Yiqing felt a little dazed. Why do you want to buy a school bag for Tang Tang? Is Tang Tang going to school? When the little kid heard that he was going to have a school bag, he excitedly stood up from the stool. Yes, Tang Bao, don't cry when the time comes. Su Yiqing answered Tang Tang's question for Zhang Yi, and the reluctance in her heart suddenly surged in her heart. In her previous life, Tang Tang was full of anticipation when she went to the kindergarten class, but when she arrived at the kindergarten gate, her eyes were red. Tears as big as soybeans kept flowing out, but Tang Tang didn't cry out loud at that time, and just looked in one direction for a long time. In the end, her face turned red from crying, she bit her lips tightly and refused to speak, and followed the teacher into the kindergarten. Su Yiqing remembered that her eyes also turned red at that time. When she saw Tang Tang looking towards them, she knew what the little girl was thinking. The children around her were all brought here by their parents, but she was the only one brought here by her mother. Jiang Yi had agreed to come with Tang Tang that day, but a sudden meeting forced him to decisively get back to work. Tang Tang won't cry. Tang Tang patted her chest, looking confident, and muttered to the two of them. Tang Tang can play with her friends then. Mommy will take Tang Tang to school. Jiang Yi put down the clean thermos in his hand and looked at Tang Tang, who was looking forward to going to school. The regret in his heart surged up again. He did not forget that he did not accompany Tang Tang to the kindergarten class. That day he promised Tang Tang to take her to kindergarten, and missed the child's first school start. Jiang Yi spoke weakly with regret in his heart. When Su Yiqing heard his words, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. This was the first time she heard these 3 words from Jiang Yi's mouth. 6,000 words are here. Dear friends, please give me 5-star praise. It is really important. If the rating is too low, the book may end early. Please help me give it a 5-star rating. Chapter 51. I will give you the best. I'm sorry, sugar baby. It is a rare thing for a parent to apologize to his child, let alone it came from Jiang Yi's mouth. He was a strong-willed man. Su Yiqing had never heard him apologize before, but this inexplicable apology made her feel confused. Why the sudden apology? Why should Baba apologize to Tang Tang? Little Lietian has no memory of his past life and doesn't remember what Jiang Yi had done. The only ones who have memories of their past lives are Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing. Dad was too busy before and didn't spend enough time with you. I won't do that anymore in the future. Jiang Yi dried his hands and rubbed the little kid's head. Baba, you don't have to apologize. Tang Tang knows that Baba is busy with work. Tang Tang took the hand off her head, placed it on her palm, and patted it as if to comfort her. Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly became red. Tang Tang is always so sensible. But he had cheated on Tang Tang again and again in his previous life, but she only made a fuss with him for a short while the last time. Dad is not busy at work now. Tangbao, you can tell Dad wherever you want to go and Dad will take you there. Jiang Yi's voice was trembling a little. He turned his head away, not wanting the mother and daughter to see his red eyes, and walked out of the kitchen. Going to school for the first time is a big event for a child. He was absent as a father. What's wrong with Baba? Tang Tang didn't understand Jiang Yi's abnormal behavior, she only knew that her father seemed unhappy. He's fine, Tangbao, just sit still. Daddy wants to tell Tangbao that he will accompany her well in the future. Su Yiqing lowered her head and concentrated on whipping the cream, hiding the heartache in her eyes. Okay. The little kid obediently sat back on the stool and watched Su Yiqing make the cake attentively. When Jiang Yi came out of the kitchen and walked to the cashier counter, he felt a sour feeling in his nose when he saw the family portrait drawn by Tang Tang. Guilt and self-blame gradually spread in my heart. He glanced at the time, walked to the door and turned the sign that said recess over. 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Yiqing began to clean up the things in the kitchen, cleaning them one by one and putting them back in their original places. Jiang Yi wiped all the tables outside and put all the garbage in the store today into a garbage bag. Beep. Tang Tang wants to take out the trash with you too. Little Milkball sat obediently on his little stool and watched the two of them the whole day. Jiang Yi came in a hurry today and didn't bring a pinyin book to help Tang Tang relieve her boredom. Now that she could go out for a walk, she immediately stood up. Jiang Yi responded. Good. Tang Tang paused when she was about to take a step with her short legs, and stood at the kitchen door and said something to Su Yiqing. Mom, Tang Tang, and Baba are going to take out the trash. Su Yiqing was washing today's dishes. She glanced at the little kid and nodded. Be safe. I know he. Tang Tang then stretched out her short legs and ran to Jiang Yi. The little girl subconsciously wanted to hold Jiang Yi's hand, but found that he was holding 2 big garbage bags in both hands. Beep, beep, how do you hold Tongtong's hand? Jiang Yi took a look at the flow of people and vehicles outside, and changed the 2 garbage bags to be carried in one hand. Although this may be a bit strenuous, the small milk ball is more important. Okay, let's go. Jiang Yi immediately wiped his free hand on his pants before taking Tongtong's soft little hand. Mom said, be careful. Tang Tang did not forget Su Yiqing's instructions and conveyed them to Jiang Yi in the same serious manner. Got it, Tang Bao, you have to hold daddy's hand. I'll take you and mommy to buy clothes later, okay? Jiang Yi glanced at the trash can opposite and smiled at the little girl. But the little girl seemed a little hesitant. Tang Tang looked down at her toes and then secretly glanced at Jiang Yi. Finally he whispered. Baba can't buy expensive things for Tang Tang anymore, but you can buy expensive things for Mama. Dad and Tang Bao have told me that he will buy you the best things. You can tell Dad if you want anything. After Jiang Yi threw the garbage into the trash can, he took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands before picking up Tang Tang. Maybe Tang Tang is used to living in poverty and can't change it for the time being. She blinked her grape-sized eyes and looked at Jiang Yi seriously. Really? Do you have enough money for Baba? I will never lie to you, Tang Bao, and Mom. Dad will make more money for you to spend. Jiang Yi looked so sincere that Tang Tang finally smiled and leaned on his shoulder, giggling. Can Tang Tang buy a little skirt? Can. While the two were talking, they had already returned to the store. Su Yiqing had also packed her things and happened to meet the two of them coming back. Let's go to the mall. Jiang Yi drove here specially today. Good. At this moment, Su Yiqing thought that she was simply buying a school bag and stationery for Tang Tang. Jiang Yi closed the curtains in the store and locked the door before taking the mother and daughter to the mall. The number of times the family went shopping together was rare. In her previous life, Su Yiqing would only take Tang Tang to the mall for a stroll after Jiang Yi became a senior executive. However, Xiao Naitian never asked Su Yiqing to buy anything for her at that time. Without her father's company, Tang Tang sometimes loses interest in some things. Wow! What a big shopping mall! Tang Tang was being held in Su Yiqing's arms. When she saw the tall building, her big eyes immediately lit up. There is also a large screen at the entrance of the mall playing advertisements, and the neon lights emit colorful light at night. In the mall, customers were bustling around, and all kinds of people were walking back and forth. Jiang Yi protected the mother and daughter as they shuttled among the crowd. After walking around for a while, I finally arrived at the stationery store. Tang Bao wants to see what kind of school bag you want. Jiang Yi signaled Su Yiqing to put the little baby down. Tang Tang looked a little restrained as she stood among the dazzling shelves, holding tightly onto the corner of Su Yiqing's clothes and refusing to let go. When she saw a pink little school bag, her big eyes brightened even more, and she confirmed it with Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing again. Can Tang Tang buy the school bag she wants? Of course you can. Yiqing, take Tang Bao to have a look. I'm going to look at something else. After seeing a piece of merchandise in the store, Jiang Yi thought that this Tang Tang would be very suitable for him to wear. But such things were a bit far away from the shelf selling school bags, so he could only go to another shelf to buy them for Tang Tang. Su Yiqing also followed Jiang Yi's gaze, and after seeing what he was looking at, she curled the corners of her mouth and looked down at Tang Tang, who was completely unaware. This really goes well with sugar. Chapter 52: A Sense of Foreboding. Baba, don't you want to look at the school bag with Tang Tang? When Tang Tang heard that Jiang Yi was going to look somewhere else, her eyes suddenly dimmed and the light in her eyes disappeared. Dad wants to buy something else. Mom will go shopping with Tang Bao. I'm still in the store. I'll be back when Tang Bao has chosen her school bag. Jiang Yi squatted down to look Tang Tang in the eye, rubbed her little head before leaving. Tang Tang looked at Jiang Yi's leaving back reluctantly. Dad is out buying something else, Mom and Sugar Baby will do the shopping. Su Yiqing noticed the direction Tang Tang had been looking at, and brought the little girl to the school bag she had been looking at. The little dark clouds surrounding Tang Tang's heart dissipated a little when she saw the school bag she wanted. How much is this? The little girl pointed at the pink school bag in front of her, which had a few cute little dolls on it, and asked the boss next to her in a baby voice. When the boss saw a customer coming, he immediately followed. This school bag costs 70 yuan. Su Yiqing's face changed when she heard the price, but she felt relieved only after she remembered the dessert shop's revenue today. Then this. Tang Tang's face wrinkled when she heard the price. What about the other one? The little hand pointed to another pink school bag, but this one was very plain. This one costs $60. The boss brought the two school bags that Tang Tang liked and placed them in front of her. Little boy, the 70 yuan one is cuter, isn't it? Tang Tang was a little hesitant when faced with the two school bags. 6 was less than 7, but the one with 7 looked better. Finally, Tang Tang frowned and made a decision. She wanted to save money for Baba Mama. The other backpack is also nice. She pulled at the corner of Su Yiqing's clothes and motioned her to bend down. Su Yiqing also cooperated very well, but she could naturally tell which one the little girl liked. Tang Tang lowered her voice and spoke in a baby voice next to Su Yiqing's ear. Candy costs 60 yuan. The 70 yuan one is expensive. Su Yiqing didn't say anything, but looked at Tang Tang with a smile. The boss guessed something from watching the two people whispering, but how could he miss this opportunity to make money? The boss waited until the two finished whispering before he began to persuade them. This one, which cost 70 yuan, is cuter and suitable for little girls. Tang Tang thought Su Yiqing agreed with her idea and pointed to the 60 yuan school bag. Buy this. Take the $70 one. Su Yiqing and Tang Tang spoke at the same time. The little kid's hands froze and he looked at his mother in confusion. But Tang Tang wants another one. The boss was also working according to Su Yiqing's expression and had already put down the 60 yuan note. After all, it is the parents who give the money, not the children. Tang Bao actually likes the other one, right? We'll buy the one you like. Su Yiqing glanced at the boss, who immediately understood what she meant and went to the cashier with his school bag. Tang Tang was speechless as she held Su Yiqing's hand, with a mixture of happiness and depression on her little face. But the little girl said nothing and followed Su Yiqing obediently to the cashier. At this time, Jiang Yi also came back with the things in his hand and hid them behind him. He used his body to cover what he was holding and placed it on the counter together with his school bag. Let's get married together. Yiqing, take Tang Tang out first. Su Yiqing took out 100 yuan in cash from her bag. When she was about to pay, Jiang Yi saw it and his face suddenly darkened. Jiang Yi took the money from Su Yiqing's hand and put it back into her bag, then took her out of the store. I'll pay. I'll pay from now on. The expression on his face was too serious, and even had a hint of anger, which frightened Su Yiqing a little. Good. Jiang Yi's expression softened only after Su Yiqing agreed. Things are changing very quickly. Then I'll go pay first, but don't let Tang Bao see it. Jiang Yi glanced at Tang Tang, whose eyes were following him closely, and returned to the cashier counter in a mysterious manner. What is it? Tang Tang also heard what Jiang Yi said. When he came back, he kept hiding something behind his back. The child was very curious, and when he wanted to take a closer look at what was behind him, Jiang Yi had already put it on the counter. I even used my school bag to block it. Su Yiqing didn't say anything, but gave the little girl a gentle smile. After Jiang Yi paid the money, he came back with the things in his hand. What did Baba just say? Why can't you show it to Tang Tang? Tang Tang was a little anxious and wanted to take the bag from Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi gave it to her generously. The little girl's eyes lit up. After opening the bag, she found only her school bag inside. There is nothing that cannot be shown to Tang Tang. The little kid tilted his head, looking confused. Jiang Yi took out the hidden thing from behind him and added a sound effect. Dang dang dang. What Jiang Yi took out was a headband with a pair of tiger ears on it and a small tail that could be clipped to the waist of the pants. Putting on the whole set makes you look like a little tiger. Tantan's big eyes suddenly lit up when she saw these two things. Is this for sugar? Jiang Yi touched the little kid's head and said with a gentle smile. Of course it's true. He put it on Tang Tang himself and gave the little tail to Su Yiqing. After they put the mask on Tang Tang, they both smiled at the same time. The little kid touched the two ears on his head, then turned around and looked at the tail behind him. Bobby Mom, does Tang Tang look like a little brain axe? Then Tang Tang acted like a little tiger trying to catch someone, with his little hands raised to his face and whimpering. Don't move, Tang Bao, I'll take a picture of you. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone from his pocket and took more than a dozen photos of Tang Tang. When he saw this thing, he felt that he must buy one for Tang Tang, and it turned out to be a perfect match. Su Yiqing also took a few photos of Tang Tang and recorded a video. The two of them gathered next to Tang Tang and took a family photo. Tang Bao and little tiger look so alike. Su Yiqing also touched the little kid's tiger ears with a smile on her face. Tang Tang excitedly began to look around for a mirror. It was not enough to just listen to what the two people said, she wanted to see what she looked like with her own eyes. When he saw a full-length mirror in the mall, he spread his short legs and ran over. Jiang Yi didn't have time to stop Tang Tang, and she ran away by herself. His eyelids twitched and an ominous feeling came over him. The little tail behind the little baby also swayed, making it look like a cute little tiger. Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing were just about to catch up with Tang Tang. Suddenly there was a bang. Johnny and Suiching felt their heartbeats suddenly stop, and expressions of worry and fear appeared on their faces. Sugar baby. 5 stars. 5 stars are really important. Please support. Chapter 53. Tang Tang fell down, looking pitiful. The little tiger was lying on the ground motionless. Johnny and Suiching were both very nervous. What frightened them the most was the fact that Tang Tang was lying motionless on the ground. This was the first time in such a long time that the two of them saw a little milk ball injured. Tang Tang, whom they had always held in their hands, had rarely been injured. The most serious incident was the one that they didn't want to recall. The two men quickly rushed to Tang Tang and were about to help her up, but the little girl moved on her own, with a cry in her voice. Tang Tang is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw Tang Tang, who had just fallen because she ran too fast and the floor was too slippery, stand up by herself. Tang Tang rubbed her red chin and gave Johnny and Suiching a miserable smile. Ming Ming's chin was already red from the knock and tears were welling up in her big eyes. Tang Tang sniffed and limped to the mirror. Johnny and Suiching looked at each other and saw helplessness and heartache in each other's eyes. Tang Bao, be careful. As a mother, Suiching felt even more distressed. She took out a few tissues from her bag and held them in her hands. Tang Tang giggled when she saw the little tiger in the mirror. There were traces of tears on the little tiger's face, and his chin and eyes were red and about to fall out. Tang Tang pointed at herself in the mirror, turned around and smiled at Zhang and Suiching. The little cerebellar axe has turned into a crying little cerebellar axe. Seeing that there were still tears on Tang Tang's face, Suiching immediately stepped forward and wiped them with a tissue. You can't run so fast. The floor is slippery. Mom and Dad will be worried, okay? Her tone was a little fierce, which made Tang Tang touch her chin, which was bruised by the fall, feeling a little guilty. Just now, the little girl was so happy that she ran too fast and fell down without paying attention. I know. Baba, Mommy, don't be angry. Tang Tang nodded her head and carefully looked at the expressions of the two people. Johnny felt even more distressed when he saw Tang Tang fall. He left the place without saying a word and went to a nearby medicine shop. Where are you going? When Tang Tang saw Jiangyi leaving quickly, she thought he left angrily because of her recklessness, and subconsciously raised her foot to catch up with him. But the fall just now not only bruised her chin, but also her knee. She could only run a few steps because of the pain and couldn't walk anymore. Beep. Don't be angry, Tang Tang won't dare to do it again. As the little girl was talking, her mouth pouted and tears of grievance fell again. Don't run away, Tang Bao. What if you fall if you run again? Suiching wanted to call Tang Tang back, but when he heard Tang Tang's voice, Zhang Yi quickened his pace and turned back. Seeing Tang Tang crying like a little kitten, she sighed helplessly. I'm going to buy you some medicine. Just stay here with your mom and wait for me to come back. Aha! Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhang Yi was not angry, and slowly moved back to Suiching. The noise of the little boy falling just now attracted the attention of many passers-by. They did not go forward to help him up until they saw the child's parents. However, a few children stopped curiously when they saw the little tiger that Tang Tang was carrying. Then they surrounded the little tiger. Tiger! Tiger! Can I touch it? The tail. The little girl, surrounded by everyone, was stunned. She quickly took a tissue and wiped her face again. After making sure there were no tears, she nodded to the other children and smiled. Of course you can. When the children touched her tiger ears, Tang Tang even whimpered, like a real little tiger. When the little kid smiled, his pointed fangs were exposed. Suiching watched Tang Tang playing with other children, with a lot of doting in her eyes. When Zhang Yi came back with a bottle of medicine for bruises and sprains, the children were just saying goodbye to Tang Tang. Goodbye, little tiger. Bye-bye. Tang Tang waved her little hand at them, her eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Yi coming back, and she called out sweetly. Beep. Zhang Yi gave the medicine in his hand to Suiching, picked up the little tiger and went to a nearby place for customers to rest. Tang Tang was placed on the chair, and Zhang Yi took the medicine back from Suiching. Let me apply the medicine to Tang Bao, you just sit down and rest. Suiching felt a pain in her heart when she saw Tang Tang's originally fair knee, which was now bruised. She didn't hesitate and just wanted to apply the medicine to Tang Tang as soon as possible, and took a look at the current time. It's still more than an hour until 9 o'clock. Tang Bao will be sleepy soon. Let's go back after applying the medicine. The school bag has been bought, but Zhang Yi still wants to buy something else. Tang Tang's new skirt and Su Yiqing's new clothes. This time Su Yiqing also came along to look at clothes, which made it much more convenient. Tang Tang is not sleepy now. The little tiger was full of energy now, and the cool medicine rubbed on her knees made her take a deep breath. I have some things I want to buy. If you're not sleepy, can we go shopping for a while? Daddy will hold you while you shop. Zhang Yi concentrated on applying medicine to Tang Tang, then massaged the wound for a while before letting go, and applied a little medicine on her chin. Later, he will hold Tang Tang in his arms so as not to affect Su Yiqing in choosing clothes and trying them on. The important thing is that Su Yiqing and Tang Tang haven't changed their clothes much in the past few years, and the only new clothes they bought were the ones they bought last time. At this time in his previous life, he was still some time away from becoming a senior executive, so naturally he didn't have more money to buy them new clothes. Although he hadn't changed into new clothes for a long time, he could not let himself down, but he could not let his wife and children down. Not to mention that now that he has some money, Zhang Yi has made up his mind to buy new clothes for them. Tang Bao, are you really not sleepy? Su Yiqing looked at the time and wanted Tang Tang to go home and rest. Mom, Tang Tang is really not sleepy. The little kid opened his eyes wide to show that he was not sleepy at all. Tang Tang also wants to go shopping with Baba Mama. Su Yiqing had no choice but to follow Zhang Yi and the others. When she arrived at the door of the women's clothing store, she was stunned and looked at Zhang Yi beside her. What are you doing here? I'll buy you some clothes. Go in and see if there's anything you like. Then go try them on. I'll pay for them. Zhang Yi carried the little girl to the sofa in front of the fitting room and sat down on it. Just when he was about to take off Tong Tong's tail, he was stopped. You can't tear it down, Tang Tang is a little brain axe. Tang Tang covered her tail and sat in another direction, fearing that Zhang Yi would take her tail off. Zhang Yi, who originally thought that it would be more convenient to remove the tail, had no choice but to follow Tong Tong's wishes and sit with her to watch Su Yiqing. Su Yiqing was standing among a wide variety of women's clothing, watching the interaction between the two. Just as she was about to go over, she was stopped by someone. Chapter 54. Su Yiqing is too beautiful. Hello ma'am, do you want to look at some clothes? Your husband is waiting over there. The shopping guide in the store came over after seeing the outstanding-looking Su Yiqing. She knew this was a business deal. What's more, such a beautiful woman is just a clothes hanger. I'm going to go talk to my husband first. Before Su Yiqing had the chance to answer Zhang Yi, he took the little girl and sat down, leaving her no chance to refuse. Your husband wants you to pick out clothes. I can introduce some to you. The shopping guide saw Zhang Yi's eyes and urged her to take Su Yiqing to look at clothes. Su Yiqing also noticed the urging in Zhang Yi's eyes, and her original hesitation disappeared, and she followed the shopping guide. When it comes to clothes, Su Yiqing still trusts her own taste. But she doesn't plan to buy expensive clothes. What do you think of this one? The shopping guide took out the most popular apricot-colored hip skirt, which was paired with an apricot-colored sweater. But this version is a bit slim. Su Yiqing couldn't help but think back to the nightgown she wore that night. The shopping guide noticed that Su Yiqing was a little hesitant, and since she was a good shopping guide, she immediately explained. This suit is very suitable for you. You can go and try it on. The clothes have a good shape and are very fashionable. What's more important is that the price is not expensive, only 200 yuan. Before Su Yiqing could respond, the shopping guide continued. I see you're just a hanger on clothes, so I'll give you a discount, 180. Su Yiqing liked the dress very much at first sight, but hesitated for a moment about the price. Only when she heard that it could reach 180 yuan did she decide to try it on. Let me try it on. She took the suit and went into the fitting room. Zhang Yi and Tang Tang also saw her take a suit and go into the fitting room. The little kid tilted his head and pulled Zhang Yi's hand. Does mommy want to change clothes? Tang Tang saw it, mommy wants to change her skirt. Tang Tang pointed to the closed door of the fitting room with some excitement. Her big eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Yes, let's wait outside for Mama to come out. Zhang Yi took off Xiao Naitian's shoes, moved her legs to the sofa, and took a piece of tissue to put under her feet. It is better to lie flat like this than with your legs bent. The large blue area on the knee contrasted with the rest of the white area. The door of the fitting room opened with a click. Su Yiqing was the only one trying on clothes in the store right now. The little girl raised her head immediately after hearing the voice. When she saw Su Yiqing coming out, her big eyes lit up. Wow! Mommy is so beautiful. Zhang Yi, who was about to apply medicine to Tang Tang again, suddenly raised his head when he heard Tong Tong's voice. When he saw Su Yiqing, his eyes lit up noticeably. The medicine in his hand almost slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the bottle and put it aside. This outfit is obviously autumn clothes. The apricot-colored, slim-fitting sweater was worn on Su Yiqing, and perhaps because of her good figure, it outlined her curves. The hip skirt highlights her curvaceous and tall figure, and her straight and long legs, which are matched by the pair of long boots brought by the shopping guide, which wrap around her slender calves. It looks great. Should I buy this one? Zhang Yi's eyes were wide open as he stared. He subconsciously glanced around and only felt relieved when he saw that there was no man nearby. For some reason, he didn't want Su Yiqing to go out wearing this outfit, but he didn't say it out loud. Women dress up for themselves, not for men. Although he was a little bothered in his heart, he didn't want Su Yiqing to overshadow her charm because of him. Su Yiqing did not agree, but looked in the mirror. When she saw Zhang Yi and Tong Tong's eyes lighting up, she knew that this dress was very suitable for her. When Su Yiqing saw herself in the mirror, she felt a little emotional. This dress was really beautiful. A faint pink color gradually appeared on her face. She had not been dressing up properly in these days. She also liked the new sweater Zhang Yi bought for her very much. Fortunately, it was thin and not too thick. It's just right for this season, so she has worn that sweater several times. After Zhang Yi left Su Yiqing, his eyes have been on her, his eyes full of admiration and love for her. It turns out that girls will be beautiful if they dress up well. He didn't have the conditions to dress up Su Yiqing before, and when Zhang Yi thought of this, he wanted to slap himself twice. Su Yiqing, who was so glamorous in school, was like a pearl covered with a layer of dust after she married him. Fortunately, her previous self had the conditions later, but the dim years when Mingzhu was in trouble wore away half of Su Yiqing's girlish heart. Su Yiqing also noticed this scorching gaze, and her ears turned red again when she met Zhang Yi's gaze. This set is 180, right? Su Yiqing quickly changed the subject, pretending not to see Zhang Yi's look, and talked to the purchasing agent next to her. There are so many emotions in that look: surprise, love, and heartache? Yes, but I'll give you a discount privately. You mustn't tell anyone. I'm selling it to you for 150 yuan because you're so beautiful. Can you let me take a few pictures for promotional purposes? When the shopping guide saw Su Yiqing coming out, the surprise in her eyes was no less than Zhang Yi's. With this figure, she can definitely be a model. Her ability in judging people is always good. Su Yiqing was also a little surprised. How could she reach the level of being used as a promotional picture? The shopping guide's eyes suddenly lit up and he took Su Yiqing to the other side. Tang Tang wanted to swing her short legs, but then she remembered her leg after she fell and pouted, so she had to give up. Mom, can I take a photo with you, Tang Tang? Seeing Su Yiqing taking pictures nearby, she also wanted to take pictures with her mother. Sure. The shopping guide's eyes lit up when she saw the good-looking little tiger. The mother and daughter were both extremely beautiful. The older one was stunningly stunning, and the younger one was delicate and pretty. The man sitting there was also full of masculinity, and his handsome face and tall height were outstanding among men. How come this family is so magical? Why don't you three come together? I'll take a family photo for you. The shopping guide took a look at the solo photo of Su Yiqing taken on her mobile phone, and that was enough. Zhang Yi carried the little baby to Su Yiqing and then quietly returned to his original seat. No need, just take pictures of them. He glanced at the ordinary clothes he was wearing today, opened his mobile phone and took several photos of the mother and daughter. Su Yiqing looked at Zhang Yi, feeling a little uncomfortable. He had been the one who had been paying all the time. Chapter 55, starting tonight, actively respond to the two-child policy. She also wanted to buy some clothes that would fit Zhang Yi. When Tang Tang wanted to pull the corner of Su Yiqing's clothes, she found that she could only reach her skirt, so she grabbed her hand instead. Mom, why don't you take a photo with us? Dad may not like taking pictures, so let's take pictures first. Mom will go buy some new clothes for Dad later. Can Tang Bao help Mom keep it a secret? Su Yiqing figured out the reason why Zhang Yi didn't take photos with them, and planned to find an excuse to go to the men's clothing store when she took Tang Tang to buy clothes later. The store's profit today was enough for her to buy Zhang Yi a few new sets of clothes. Okay, leave it to Tang Tang. The little girl smiled and patted her chest. The shopping guide didn't try to persuade them much. He took out his mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the mother and daughter. Finally, he selected a few of the best-looking ones to use as promotional pictures for the store. Have you finished the photo shoot? Take a look at other clothes to see if there are any you like. Buy a set for summer and winter as well. Johnny waited until the shopping guide put away his phone before going over and picking up the little baby. He planned to buy another set of skin care products and cosmetics for Su Yiqing. Today I specially brought 2,000 yuan from my wallet to buy new clothes for the mother and daughter. Oh, right, one set of clothes for each season. I'll continue to introduce them to you. As a thank you for taking promotional photos for our store for free, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about that? The shopping guide was very professional and quickly brought a few more sets of clothes for Su Yiqing to see. The styles of these clothes are very nice, and the colors suit you very well. You look good in any color because you are so fair. Su Yiqing only liked 2 of the 4 sets and didn't plan to buy any more. The shopping guide took Jiang Yi to the front desk, and after paying the bill, he held Tang Tang in one hand and carried the shopping bag in the other. Su Yiqing's heart sank and she took her shopping bag from Jiang Yi. I'll just get it. Can you take Tang Bao to buy some clothes? Go buy you skin care products and cosmetics. Jiang Yi and Su Yiqing said at the same time. The 2 of them paused before parting, and there was still some surprise in Su Yiqing's eyes. I already have skin care products and cosmetics at home, so there's no need to buy new ones for now. Take Tang Bao shopping for clothes. Tang Bao will be sleepy later. Su Yiqing does have several sets of skin care products and cosmetics at home. She brought it from home. I moved all my stuff out and haven't been back since. Those skin care products were from big brands and were unopened when I brought them from home. She didn't expect that she would be outside for so long. Okay, then remember to tell me when you run out. Jiang Yi had no choice but to turn around and go to another children's clothing store. As soon as Su Yiqing arrived at the store door, she covered her stomach and found an excuse to leave. I'm going to the bathroom. You take Tang Bao to see me first. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Jiang Yi to react, she hurried towards the toilet. Then take Tang Tang to buy clothes. When Su Yiqing left, Tang Tang looked at her, and they exchanged glances for a second in a way that only the mother and daughter could understand. Okay, Tang Bao, tell Dad which one you want and Dad will give it to you. Jiang Yi was still staring at Su Yiqing's back in a daze when he was called back by the little girl. He picked up the shopping bag in his hand and walked into the children's clothing store with Tang Tang. On the other side, Su Yiqing did not go to the toilet, but found a men's clothing store based on her memory. She picked out a few sets of clothes, packed them up, and left the mall instead of returning to the children's clothing store. Su Yiqing found her own small white electric bike among a row of electric bikes parked outside. Tonton's windmill stuck on it is particularly eye-catching. Su Yiqing opened the storage box under the seat and put the clothes she bought in it. She didn't plan to give it to Jiang Yi now. When Jiang Yi returned to the children's clothing store, he was holding 2 skirts in his hands and comparing them on Tang Tang. Which one does Sugar Baby want? The one on the left. Is it expensive? Tang Tang doesn't like expensive things. The little girl stood on tiptoe and wanted to take the skirt on the left to have a look at its price. Jiang Yi put the thing on his right hand back, took the skirt that Tang Tang mentioned in his hand, and asked her in a gentle voice. Does Sugar Baby have any other dresses she wants? Tang Tang was frowning and wanted to look at the price when she saw Su Yiqing, who had just returned. Mom! The attraction of the little milk ball immediately attracted Su Yiqing. She blinked quickly at Su Yiqing several times. Su Yiqing also winked at her. The 2 of them successfully exchanged secret signals, and the little girl smiled and hugged Jiang Yi's neck. Tang Tang wants to buy those pants. Yiqing, are you okay? Does your stomach hurt? Jiang Yi carried Tang Tang to the pants she mentioned, and did not forget to ask Su Yiqing. Tang Tang looked at Jiang Yi's profile and giggled twice, revealing her little fangs. It's okay, I'll take Tang Bao to look at clothes. At 8:30, Jiang Yi was carrying large and small bags in his hands and placed them in front of the car. When they got home, Su Yiqing immediately took the little baby to take a bath. After taking a shower, Tang Tang sat in the middle of the big bed. Jiang Yi had also just finished taking a shower and was about to return to the study. Tang Bao said he wanted to find you. Su Yiqing and Tang Tang agreed that Xianchuan would send Jiang Yi away, and she would be responsible for going downstairs to bring back the clothes and put them away. Good. When Jiang Yi returned to the master bedroom, Su Yiqing ran downstairs as quickly as possible to get her clothes back and hid them behind her back. In the master bedroom, Tonton's little head was nodding, and she was about to fall asleep. Mom, you're back. Su Yiqing was holding something behind her back. Well, aren't you going to sleep yet? But the little girl shook her head and made an unprecedented request. Today, Mommy and Daddy will sleep together. Can Tang Tang sleep on the inside against the wall? Tang Tang wanted Jiangyi and Su Yiqing to get closer, even though she really wanted to have Baba on her left and Mama on her right. But she is very happy today and wants to be closer to her mom. Jiangyi's body shook violently, and the thing in Su Yiqing's hand slipped and fell to the ground. Both of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. The sparks almost ignited that night. What if something else happened if they slept together? Jiangyi wasn't sure if he could control himself if it happened again. What? The little kid could hardly open his eyes, his body was swaying, and he asked in a baby voice. Is it not possible? It's not possible. Tang Tang wants to sleep in the innermost. Tang Tang crawled to the side close to the wall and obediently covered herself with the quilt. Jiangyi also saw the bag that Su Yiqing dropped on the ground and helped her pick it up. When he saw the things inside, he stopped. Bought it for me? Su Yiqing felt a little awkward. She picked up her nightgown and went into the bathroom. Jiangyi once again listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, looked at the vaguely moving figure, and the heat in his heart surged again. He put aside the clothes that Su Yiqing bought for him, lay on the bed and closed his eyes. But this time there were no sparks like before. When Su Yiqing was lying next to Jiangyi, their shoulders kept touching each other because the bed was not big enough. Jiangyi could clearly feel the warmth coming from Su Yiqing. The two did not speak to each other, perhaps because they were afraid that the same situation as last time would happen again. Jiangyi was awakened by being pressed late at night. He opened his eyes dazedly and suddenly found Su Yiqing leaning on him. The slender arm was placed on one side on her chest, and one of her jade white legs was pressed on his leg. The important thing is, it seems to have been pressed. Jiangyi's whole body tensed up instantly, veins on his forehead bulged, and he couldn't help but breathe heavier. He placed his hand on Su Yiqing's snowy skin, but his reason told him that he should take his hand away. But the next second, Jiangyi couldn't help but frown again. That's not right. This is the wife he married legitimately. He needs reason because he is sick, right? Shouldn't a man's true rationality lead him to continue to work hard and actively respond to the two-child policy? Thinking of this, Jiangyi's heart moved. 6,000 words report. Enough talk, brothers. Next chapter, 20 more updates with 5-star reviews. 10 more small gifts. Chapter 56. If Jiangyi wants, she can. Because Tang Tang was still there, Jiangyi didn't dare to do anything out of line after thinking it over again and again. Just when he was about to pick up the smooth legs, Su Yiqing suddenly muttered something. Jiangyi was so frightened that his hands froze in mid-air. Su Yiqing slowly opened her eyes and was so frightened by the scene that she immediately supported herself on the bed and sat up. But her hand accidentally pressed on her nightgown, and her action pulled the nightgown, which she had been wearing well, revealing a piece of spring light. Now both of them froze. Su Yiqing's heart was beating wildly. She glanced to the side and looked at the sleeping Tang Tang. Her heart was pounding wildly as if it would jump out of her throat at any time. 2 blushes had already appeared on her originally fair face. Her hands were nervously clasped together under the quilt, and her face looked shy, like a girl in love for the first time. But she is not. She was already a married woman with a child, but perhaps because of her rebirth, everything seemed to have returned to square one. There was quite a bit of rift between the two of them. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiangyi in a trance. Jiangyi's eyes lingered on it for a moment and then he immediately turned his head away, giving Su Yiqing enough time to tidy up her clothes. The heat in his body made him feel uncomfortable, and the blue veins on his forehead were throbbing. The man seemed to lack self-control in this regard. He restrained himself and waited for Su Yiqing to tidy up her clothes before leaving. Tang Tang is still here, so I can't do anything else. Just take a cold shower if you feel uncomfortable for a while. He repeated several things to himself before he regained some of his sanity. It would be bad if Tang Tang saw him in the middle of the night. Even if she went to the study, Tang Tang would definitely be scared if she woke up in the middle of the night and found no one by the bed. Therefore, this kind of thing probably has to wait until Tang Tang sleeps in a separate bed. What's more, Jiangyi is not sure whether Su Yiqing is willing now. Because he owed her so much, he wanted to make it up to Su Yiqing completely before considering this matter. Jiangyi stared at the wall on the other side, not daring to even look at Su Yiqing out of the corner of his eye, for he was afraid that the fire would burn again. Now Su Yiqing can feel the burning temperature on her cheeks and her ears. She quickly put her clothes in order and quickly lay back on the bed. But this time, Su Yiqing put the sleeping Tang Tang back in the middle and covered her head with the quilt. This time, without Tang Tang to act as a barrier between the two of them, an accidental shooting almost occurred. Fortunately, Jiang Yi didn't have that kind of thought. Su Yiqing's heartbeat had not yet calmed down and the blush on her face had not yet faded. She gently touched her face under the quilt. He pulled his hand back as if he had been burned by fire, but he was feeling conflicted. If Jiang Yi wanted to, maybe she could. When Su Yiqing lifted the quilt again and wanted to see Jiang Yi, she found that he was no longer in the master bedroom. I guess he went to take a shower. Su Yiqing also dismissed the thought in her mind, closed her eyes and tried her best to fall asleep again. On the other side, Jiang Yi in the bathroom might not be so happy. He had long forgotten how he felt about this kind of thing. How could he have the time to be intimate with his wife when he was busy with work? It's no wonder that Su Yiqing was unwilling to do this. Workaholics are only focused on work and have no time to take care of their families, let alone these things. Fortunately, Su Yiqing had nothing else in her mind except Tang Tang and her desserts. However, there was one thing that Jiang Yi was a little curious about. He had never seen where Su Yiqing learned how to make desserts, but her dessert-making skills were amazing. It's even better than the dessert shops outside. Recalling that Su Yiqing married him after graduating from university, she also brought her household registration booklet to register. But Su Yiqing never took out the household registration booklet again, nor did she talk to me about her family affairs. Jiang Yi washed his face and put on his clothes. He looked at himself in the mirror and gave himself a mocking smile. It's normal that he doesn't know. He had been busy with work before and had never asked about Su Yiqing's family situation. He had not mentioned his family affairs to Su Yiqing. Jiang Yi still felt a little uncomfortable when he thought about his family situation. All of a sudden, the longing for his mother flooded into his mind. After considering his current financial ability and his mother's situation, Jiang Yi decided not to bring his mother over for the time being. The mother may not agree either. It took Jiang Yi about half an hour to return to the master bedroom and lie down on the bed. After Su Yiqing fell asleep, he had to get up and go to the system to collect the harvest. The only sounds in the master bedroom were the mother and daughter's gentle breathing. Jiang Yi glanced at the time, got up from the bed, and went to the bathroom. When he came to the space, Jiang Yi opened the panel and looked at his gold coins as usual. It has continued to rise to 190,000. Jiang Yi has saved a lot of money from selling vegetables in recent days. Now he hopes that he can upgrade quickly to enable automatic watering and planting. Jiang Yi noticed the newest option on the panel. There is only a question mark on this option, and it is even locked with a lock. The bottom line shows 2 million gold coins. Host, that option is to upgrade the system, allowing me to help you with more than just planting. The system's words were vague and it obviously didn't make it clear what other areas of help would be. But it's better to have it than nothing. Jiang Yi took a look at the gold coins required for that option and gritted his teeth. 2 million gold coins was just the price he could pay to buy the company. The gold coins will be deducted if I exchange them for something, right? Jiang Yi asked, and the speed of picking vegetables with his hands increased a lot. Yes. This means that he can't spend gold coins indiscriminately, and it is still unknown how many gold coins are needed to reach level 10 in the space. He would rather make himself a little tired than take any risks. You won't lose gold coins if you spend real money, right? Jiang Yi was still a little worried. What if one day he spent real money to acquire a company and the price of gold coins also fell? Wouldn't that mean we are back to the time before liberation? Jiang Yi shuddered in his heart. Yes, host, please rest assured. The female system's voice was still as cold and mechanical as ever. In what way can you help me with the 2 million gold coins option? Jiang Yi planned to give it a try, although he might not be able to pry anything out of the system, and it might even choose to play dead as before. However, this time the system's answer surprised Jiang Yi a little. It actually answered his questions, although the answer was still a little ambiguous. This is much better than not saying a word. Chapter 57. Su Yiqing's ears turned red again and again. To help you in the areas you need it. The system was unwilling to speak again after saying this, and Jiang Yi knew that this was the only answer it could give him. The area he needs. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, could he think that he could help himself at work? He quickened the pace of picking the vegetables and kept this matter in mind. If it can also help me at work, then wouldn't the effect of this golden finger be doubled? He came out of the space only after filling all the nylon bags. He would take out all the dishes when Su Yiqing went to open the store. Glancing at the time, it was 6:30 in the morning. Zhang Yi quickly washed up and went out with the change. By the way, deposit all the cash into the bank card. It's too troublesome to pay cash every day, so he plans to ask Ms. Song to add him as a friend and transfer the money via WeChat as soon as she arrives today. It's 2016 now, and these big hotels must pay wages via bank cards or WeChat or Alipay transfers. Zhang Yi suddenly felt fortunate that he had returned to 2016. If the timeline moves forward, it won't be so convenient. When Zhang Yi was going out, he happened to run into Grandma Wang nearby. "Good morning, Grandma Wang." "Hey, good morning." Grandma Wang's cloudy eyes moved, and she greeted him only after she saw clearly that it was Zhang Yi. "Go buy breakfast?" She already had her own breakfast in her hand and opened the door. "Yes, they are still sleeping. I will buy them when they wake up." Zhang Yi relaxed the force on his hands, closed the door, and took a bag out with him. "Okay, go ahead." Grandma Wang returned home slowly. Zhang Yi went to the bank and deposited the money into his bank card before rushing to buy breakfast. "When I got home, there was someone in the kitchen. Su Yiqing is preparing the dessert for today. Yiqing, come and have breakfast." Zhang Yi called the people in the kitchen, as if it was the same as usual. The two of them had a tacit understanding about what happened yesterday and no one mentioned it. Su Yiqing's ears turned red in the kitchen and she responded. "Good." Zhang Yi considerately opened the lids of the 2 servings of century egg and lean meat porridge he had bought, and sat at the table and stuffed the meat buns into his mouth in small amounts. "Mom!" Little Lightian was rubbing his sleepy eyes at this moment, and walked out with a little tiger doll in his arms. "Hey, Mom is here, let Dad take you to wash up." Su Yiqing was busy kneading the dough in her hands and couldn't free her hands for a moment. Zhang Yi had just finished breakfast. Seeing the dazed look on little girl's face, he smiled and took the doll from her hand and put it back on the bed. "Go wash up." "Oh." Tang Tang opened her mouth and responded, still a little dazed, and followed Zhang Yi obediently. In the bathroom, Tang Tang closed her eyes and let Zhang Yi wipe her face and brush her teeth. Only after she finished washing up did she seem to turn on her energy switch. Beep. The little kid opened his arms towards Zhang Yi Chang. "I'll take you to breakfast." Zhang Yi picked up Tang Tang with her open arms and walked towards the living room. Tang Tang hung on Zhang Yi tightly like a koala. When passing by the kitchen, Tang Tang's eyes lit up and she called out in a baby voice. "Good morning, Mom." "Tang Bao, go have breakfast." Su Yiqing was looking at the desserts in the oven and the refrigerator, and found a multi-layered lunchbox with a large capacity. Zhang Yi found another bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and a packaging of soy milk in the trash can. It seems that Su Yiqing deliberately avoided being with him, but Zhang Yi could understand this situation. She has always been thin-skinned when it comes to things about herself. "Okay, Mom, have you finished breakfast?" Tang Tang sat at the dining table without touching her spoon, as if she was doing a routine check. "I have already eaten." After getting Su Yiqing's affirmative answer, Tang Tang drank the porridge in her bowl with satisfaction, while asking Zhang Yi vaguely. "Papa, have you had breakfast yet?" "What time is it now?" "I've eaten. It's 7:30 now." Zhang Yi glanced at the time on the mobile phone screen. In the kitchen, Su Yiqing was putting the dessert she had made into the lunchbox. But this is definitely not enough, as it is used to feed the first order of customers. "Tang Bao, do you want to go to the store with your mother later or wait for your father to sell the vegetables first?" Zhang Yi still remembers what he is going to do today. "Go with Mama." This time, little Liken did not choose to pester Zhang Yi, but wanted to follow Su Yiqing to the store first. "Tang Tang wants to help Mama sweep the floor." Zhang Yi laughed out loud as he looked at the little ball of milk that was only slightly taller than the broom, then gently rubbed her little head. "Wait until Tang Bao grows taller before helping Mommy sweep the floor." What he said was true. Tang Tang was only a little over half the height of a broom now, so it would be a bit difficult for her to sweep the floor if she really wanted to. "When will Tang Tang grow taller?" The little girl raised her little head. The porridge in the bowl was finished. She gulped down the soy milk in the cup. Finally, Tang Tang patted her bulging belly and burped, feeling a little embarrassed. "Hey, hey." She laughed twice and dangled her short legs over the chair. "Tang Bao, eat more and go to bed earlier, and you will grow taller. Drink more milk." Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Yi put the car keys on the table. "I've left the car keys on the table. Yiqing, take Tang Bao to open the store later." I'll go over after I sell the vegetables. Zhang Yi was still concerned about the vegetables in the 8 nylon bags in the space. The time until the company's economic crisis was slowly approaching. I will come over to help you after I finish selling vegetables. I will come over after Tang Bao goes to school after I drop her off. He has already planned his future in his mind and hopes to maintain stability until the company is up and running again. Good. Su Yiqing also prepared all the desserts and took the car keys from the table. She was a little evasive when she met Zhang Yi's gaze. Let's go, sugar. But the little girl did not follow Su Yiqing directly, but got down from the public chair. Mama, wait a minute. Then he ran back to the master bedroom. Sugar baby? What are you going to do? Be careful, don't run until your legs are healed. Zhang Yi and Su Yiqing called out one after another, but the little girl had already returned to the master bedroom. Tang Tang didn't say anything in the master bedroom, which made Zhang Yi and Su Yiqing feel nervous. Tang Tang started running today even though he broke his leg yesterday. How can we not be worried? Su Yiqing immediately put down the lunchbox in her hand and walked towards the master bedroom. When she saw the little girl's actions, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Today I will update twice. Wow, there were so few 5-star reviews yesterday. So I will ask for a small gift today. Good night everyone. Chapter 58 Tang Tang can be a lucky cat. The little girl was facing a mirror in the master bedroom and struggling to clip yesterday's tiger tail on her waistband. But because my arms are not long enough, I can only clamp it a little to the left. The tiger ears on the head have been put on, but the tail cannot be put on properly. Tang Tang took it off and put it back on again and again. After repeating this several times, she noticed that Zhang Yi and Su Yiqing had come over. She sighed, looked at the two of them pitifully, and pursed her lips. Mom, I can't bring Tang Tang up. Why do you want to bring this, Tang Bao? Although Su Yiqing didn't know why Tang Tang wanted to bring this little tiger with her, she still tucked her tail between her legs for her. I thought Tang Tang just liked the little tiger costumes, but what she said next made the two adults laugh. Although Tang Tang can't help Mama sweep the floor, she can be a lucky cat for Mama. The little milk ball said seriously. Ha ha ha. Johnny laughed out loud when he saw Tang Tang's serious face. He touched the little kid's ear and asked in a serious tone. Tang Bao, the lucky cat sits on the cash register. Do you want to sit on it too? Tang Tang was also stumped by this question. She frowned and thought about it carefully. Tang Tang can sit on it, too. Su Yiqing gently pushed Zhang Yi and said coquettishly. Stop teasing Tang Bao, we have to open the store. Okay, you guys go first. Zhang Yi looked at the time and realized that it was indeed running out of time, so he stopped teasing Tang Tang and let the little tiger go by himself. After the mother and daughter left home, Zhang Yi sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, thinking about the issue of space. There are too many reward fields in the space now, and he can't cultivate them all by himself. Moreover, 1 acre of land can produce at least 50 kilograms of vegetables, but he can only plant 5 acres of land at most by himself. If automatic planting and watering were enabled, he would be able to grow more vegetables. But the current level is not enough. Zhang Yi muttered something in his mind and then came into the space. Zhang Yi felt a little tired looking at the endless fields. He scooped a cup of water from the spiritual spring and put it into the cup. Just 5 acres of land can produce 250 kilograms, but he can only plant 5 acres at most. System, are you there? Zhang Yi was unsure of the number and could only ask the system for help. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Hello, host. How many kilograms of vegetables can be grown on 1 acre of land in the space? Zhang Yi leaned on a stone beside him. He must be very tired from bending over to plant crops like this. Wouldn't those farmers be even more tired? Host, according to the system's measurement, 1 acre of land can grow exactly 50 kilograms of vegetables. Sure enough, Zhang Yi murmured in his heart. I produced several hundred kilograms of vegetables at once, but I don't know if Ms. Song can buy so many. There was a knock on the door, and Zhang Yi moved all the nylon bags out of the space and placed them near the door. After opening the door, he looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Ms. Song stood at the door and gave Zhang Yi a friendly smile. As usual, the 3 men carrying vegetables followed behind her. Ms. Song, I have something I want to discuss with you. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he glanced at the men behind Ms. Song. Ms. Song also noticed this look and understood what was in Zhang Yi's eyes. Go wait for me downstairs first, I'll call you up later. The three men looked at each other and went downstairs without hesitation. "What's up?" Ms. Song spoke only after everyone went downstairs. "The schedule has been changed to once every 2 weeks, with a minimum of 250 kilograms provided each time, because the vegetables in the fields need time to grow." Zhang Yi had already calculated the price in his mind. If he could produce at least 250 kilograms, he would earn 17,000 yuan a month. If you plant 5 acres of land a day and plant every few days, you can harvest more than 250 kilograms of vegetables, and naturally the income will be more than 17,000 yuan. And you can also relax a little. When Miss Song heard this, she frowned and looked at Zhang Yi for a while before she relaxed. "Boss Zhang, our restaurant is a national chain, so we need to serve a lot of dishes." She paused, obviously reluctant to pick up vegetables once every 2 weeks, but there was nothing she could do about the fact that the vegetables needed time to grow. "How about this? I'll come to collect once every 2 weeks. Can you give us at least 300 kilograms? Ms. Song calculated that the vegetables harvested every 2 weeks could be airlifted to restaurants in other provinces. Restaurants from other provinces have always told me that they want Zhang Yi dishes, but they are unable to share them because of the large portions. Of course, no problem. One more thing is, can I receive money via WeChat transfer in the future? Is there a limit to the dishes we can provide?" Zhang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, the vegetables could reach 300 kilograms, and he also wanted to grow more and earn more money. But if you bring out several hundred kilograms of vegetables every day, Miss Song will definitely ask about it later. It would be better to do it once every half a month and sell a few hundred kilograms more vegetables. There is no limit to the dishes we can offer, and we can also pay via WeChat, which is more convenient. Miss Song took out her mobile phone, added each other as a friend, settled the bill and left. After Zhang Yi clicked on the payment button, his WeChat balance, which was originally empty, suddenly increased to 5 digits. The time in the upper left corner was already 8:30, and Zhang Yi hurriedly took the water bottle he brought out from the space and rushed to the sunny day. In a clear sunny day, Su Yiqing was busy serving desserts. Zhang Yi was not there at the moment, so she could only serve the desserts she brought from home first and then go on to make desserts. Fortunately, she gets up every morning and does some in advance. When Zhang Yi came to the store and saw the little girl, he felt helpless. The child was determined to do whatever she was told, and Zhang Yi couldn't do anything about her. She really came to the store to be a lucky cat. No, to be more precise, it should be a lucky tiger. This time, Tang Tang did not sit at the kitchen door. Instead, she followed Zhang Yi's instructions and moved the stool to sit next to the cash register. "Are the vegetables sold out?" Su Yiqing also noticed Zhang Yi at the door, and she was about to rush back to the kitchen to get more dessert. "Let me serve the food, you go make dessert. Does Sugar Baby want this for herself?" Zhang Yi took the dessert plate from Su Yiqing and looked at the little kid beside him, feeling neither amused nor helpless. Su Yiqing followed Zhang Yi's gaze and looked at Tang Tang, revealing a gentle smile. Yes, and there is no way to stop her. After all, this is her own child. Su Yiqing can understand why the little boy wants to do something to help her. So Tang Tang was allowed to do everything that Su Yiqing could do within her ability. It's okay, as long as she's happy. Zhang Yi had no objection to this. At this time, several young girls were surrounding Tang Tang and wanted to take photos together. Su Yiqing has already gone into the kitchen to make dessert. Zhang Yi was also preparing to serve dessert. At this moment, Tang Tang's scream was suddenly heard. Chapter 59: Zhang Yi's speculations about rebirth. Zhang Yi almost lost control of the plate in his hand and it almost fell out of his hands, so he hurried back. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's okay. Just now, my sister accidentally pulled my hair when she was taking off Tong Tong's headband." After Zhang Yi heard Tong Tong's words, he saw a young girl next to him holding a headband with a few strands of hair pulled out of it. Tong Tong's little face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd due to the pain. Her big eyes blinked and tears welled up in her eye sockets. This made Zhang Yi a little angry. He looked at the girl holding the Tang Tang headband with a bad expression on his face. The girl also knew that she had made a mistake and immediately returned the headband to Tang Tang and apologized to Xianchuan. "I'm sorry, little boy. I didn't mean to touch you. I'm sorry. Can I buy you a pudding?" She also saw Zhang Yi standing nearby and knew at a glance that he was Tong Tong's parent. She turned around and apologized to him. Sorry, I just wanted to borrow it to take a picture," and the kid agreed. "But I didn't know there was hair stuck in the headband, and I accidentally pulled her hair. I'm really sorry." It was the first time for the girl to encounter such a thing. She was a little anxious and explained a lot to herself. The apology on her face was genuine, and Zhang Yi did not blame her anymore. He gently put the headband back on for Tang Tang. It's okay, be careful. The other girls with the girl were relieved when they saw that the boss did not blame them. It's okay, sis. Tang Tang wiped away her tears and smiled brightly again. The girl went to order another piece of pudding before returning to her seat. She didn't dare to take a photo with Tang Tang again. After Zhang Yi saw that everything was fine here, he rushed to serve the desserts for the current orders. While Zhang Yi was busy, Tang Tang sneaked up to the girls again. Sister, it's okay, I'm not fierce. Do you want to take pictures? This time, the little girl took off the headband herself and put it on the table for her. When Zhang Yi was serving pudding to the people at the table, he found that Tang Tang had gone to play with them again. He put the pudding on the table and glanced at Tang Tang. This made Tang Tang and several other girls nervous. Beep. I'm fine. Tang Tang saw that Zhang Yi's face showed no expression, and was worried that he would not let her play with them, so she spoke up. Be careful when you play, don't bump into anything, the wound on your leg hasn't healed yet. Zhang Yi put the pudding on the table before turning around and leaving. Seeing how nervous several people looked, he couldn't say anything harsh even if he wanted to, so he had to let her go. Su Yiqing was still making desserts in the kitchen, and Zhang Yi was delivering meals one after another. The little girl acted as her fortune-attracting tiger, standing at the door of the store from time to time, looking at the passers-by outside. Also learn to say welcome when you see someone coming in. While selling vegetables with Zhang Yi, Xiao Nichuan learned a lot of nice words to make customers happy. Zhang Yi felt somewhat relieved when he saw how hard the little girl worked. It turned out that he could learn something from taking Tang Tang to sell vegetables with him. The customers in the store didn't seem to be in a hurry to get their desserts, they came more to take pictures. This also gave Su Yiqing time to make desserts. While waiting for a batch of desserts, she did not forget to take a look at Tang Tang outside. During the lunch break, Zhang Yi did not go home to cook this time, but just bought some ready-made food at the snack street. Tang Bao, does it hurt? Zhang Yi took off the tiger ears on Tang Tang's head and put them aside. The little kid seemed reluctant to leave. He looked eagerly at tiger ears beside him and spoke in his baby voice. It doesn't hurt, sister didn't mean it, and sister treated Tang Tang to pudding. She touched the side where a few hairs had been pulled out. What's wrong? Tang Bao, eat first, and then I'll give you tiger ears. Su Yiqing didn't know what happened in the morning, but she noticed Tang Tang's little look and reached out to rub her little head. Good. Tang Tang put on the tiger ears quickly to speed up her eating. A girl wanted to borrow a candy headband and accidentally pulled her hair, but it's okay, I apologized. Zhang Yi concentrated on eating and explained casually. Su Yiqing nodded without making any comment. After dinner, Su Yiqing went into the kitchen to see how the pudding and cake she had made were doing, while Zhang Yi was outside helping to clear the table. As soon as the little girl finished her meal, she put on her headband and found a mirror from somewhere to look at herself again and again. She was very satisfied with the little tiger costume. Beep, Tang Tang, let's go take out the trash together. Tang Tang saw Zhang Yi getting ready to go out and followed him. Zhang Yi let go of Tang Tang's hand when he was throwing away the garbage, and as a result, the little girl was no longer by his side while he was throwing away the garbage. His eyelids twitched, and the feeling of fear in his heart crept up again. Zhang Yi turned around and looked around. Sugar baby? Where have you been? Beep, beep, I'm here. Tang Tang's voice came from right next to Zhang Yi, where she was squatting on the ground playing with a little orange cat. But it happened to be behind Zhang Yi, and Tang Tang squatted down so he didn't see it. Zhang Yi finally felt relieved. Let's go back, sugar. Beep, can Tang Tang keep a cat? A hesitant look appeared on Tang Tang's face, and her big eyes were full of pleading. She squatted beside the little orange cat and refused to leave. But what if this cat has an owner? Zhang Yi also glanced at the pitiful orange cat standing next to Tang Tang, and he felt a little hesitant. It's a stray cat. Look how thin it is. It must have no owner. It's so pitiful. Can you let it play with Tang Tang? Tang Tang stroked the little orange cat's fur with her little hands, and Zhang Yi hesitated for a while before speaking. Now that Su Yiqing has opened the store, she is a bit busy and I have to help out, so Tang Tang is always alone in the store. It's good to have a cat to keep her company now. Well, let's take them back and ask Mom. Now we have 2 lucky cats in our store. Seeing Jiang Yi relax, little Lightian picked up the little orange cat in his arms and walked back with him. But Jiang Yi couldn't refuse Tang Tang, so how could Sui Ching bear to reject Xianation's request? And the little orange cat looked so thin that it was just skin and bones. It looked really pitiful. Tauntaun's big eyes suddenly lit up and she kissed both of them on the face. "Thank you, Baba Mama." After Tang Tang and the little orange cat left the kitchen, Jiang Yi asked Sui Ching a question he had always wanted to ask since his rebirth. This issue is of great importance, and he wants to prove his guess. Update is here. Hey handsome guys, have you all gone to work or school? Please give me some small gifts and 5-star reviews. What plot do you like? Let me know in the review section. Chapter 60. Why did you suddenly take us to the amusement park? I Ching, when did you learn to make desserts? Jiang Yi had always been curious about where Sui Ching learned her skills, and he could also sense her coldness towards him when she had just been reborn. But in my memory, at that time, the relationship between the two was not so cold that they had to deliberately avoid me. Later, it was because of his changes that she slowly opened up her heart. Although Sui Ching knew how to make desserts before, she didn't seem as skilled as she is now. This is something I knew before, but I never had the chance to do it. Sui Ching's heart beat faster. Why would Jiang Yi ask such a question? At this time in the past, her dessert-making skills were definitely not as good as they are now. The reason why she can do so well now is entirely because she practiced slowly at home after Jiang Yi's work improved in his previous life. Jiang Yi said oh and nodded, and then didn't ask any more questions. Could it be the butterfly effect after his rebirth? However, after listening to Sui Ching's words, he felt a little regretful. In his previous life, he made her give up her dream, but he made up for it in this life. Then why did you suddenly think of taking us to the amusement park? I remember the tickets were quite expensive. Sui Ching also asked a question that made Jiang Yi frightened, and she also had doubts in her heart. Jiang Yi's change was so drastic, and not long after that he took them to the amusement park. Could it be that Jiang Yi suddenly felt guilty? Jiang Yi was choked by Sui Ching's question. He thought quickly and considered for a moment before speaking. I saw a similar picture in the pinyin book that Tang Bao was reading, so I thought of taking her there. Jiang Yi gave a fake relaxed smile. I saw other kids had played there, so I took Tang Bao to play there too. There was no loophole in what he said. Sui Ching turned around and looked at the cake in the oven, hiding the emotions in her eyes. The alarm clock suddenly rang, and Jiang Yi quickly got up to turn over the sign at the door that said the store was open. Little Nightian also sat obediently on her little stool, looking towards the door, and the little orange cat also sat next to her. Jiang Yi took this matter to heart. Tang Bao, Daddy will take you and the cat to the pet hospital for vaccinations and a bath later, okay? He took a look at the dirty kitten and had to prepare cat food and other things. Good. Tang Tang didn't dislike the kitten and reached out to rub its head a few times. This kitten is also very affectionate. It lets Tang Tang touch it and even rubs its little head against her palm. Did Tang Bao name the kitten? Wear gloves before playing with the cat, and wait until it is clean before you touch it freely. Sui Ching took out disposable gloves from the kitchen and took Tang Tang to wash her hands. Tang Tang named her. It's called Little Tang Tang. Little Nightian said seriously that it seemed like she had thought about this name for a long time. So should my dad and I call it Sugar? After Tang Tang put on gloves, she was also stumped by Sui Ching's question. She touched her chin. Well, Tang Tang is me, Tang Bao is me too, and Mommy calls him Xiao Tang. Because Tang Tang is Xiao Tong's mom, and Baba Mama is Xiao Tong's grandparents. These words made Sui Ching laugh and cry. Seeing that someone was about to come to the store, she let Tang Tang go back and sat down. Jiang Yi brought a cardboard box and put the kitten in it. I'll take you guys when Mommy closes the door, for now just leave him in the box. Okay. Tang Tang sat upright on a chair, and the kitten next to her sat in a box. Both the man and the cat were standing by the cashier counter. As soon as customers come in, they can see the little tiger and the little cat sitting there, attracting many people to take pictures. After closing the store, Jiang Yi drove the two people and the cat to the pet hospital. He and Sui Ching had discussed this, and since Tang Tang wanted to adopt the cat, she would have to give it a series of examinations. Tang Tang also likes this little orange cat very much. She was so happy holding the cardboard box all the way. When she arrived at the hospital, she was more anxious than Jiang Yi and Sui Ching. She ran into the pet hospital carrying the box. Jiang Yi was still locking his car on the spot and couldn't follow them. Yi Chang, go check on Tangba first. I'm locking the car. Suiching also followed Tang Tang when she ran forward. When Tang Tang entered the pet hospital carrying the box, someone noticed her immediately. Little boy, are you here alone? After seeing the cat in the cardboard box, the doctor took it from Tong Tong's hand and glanced behind her. No, my mom is behind me. As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, Suiching walked in, and the doctor seemed relieved. If a child of this age came here alone with an animal, he would probably have to find a family for the child. I want to give this cat a checkup and a vaccination. Can you give it a bath here? Suiching said after she caught up, glanced at Tang Tang who was running so fast beside her, and gave some instructions. Next time, wait until mom and dad come in with you. I'm sorry, Mama, Tang Tang is very anxious. Little Naitian also took the initiative to admit his mistake, carefully took Suiching's hand, and looked at her with his big eyes blinking. Suiching couldn't bear to say anything else when she saw Tong Tong's expression. The doctor at the side waited until the mother and daughter finished speaking before answering Suiching. You can take a shower. Please go to the front desk to handle the formalities. The doctor took Xiaotang to the side, and Tang Tang followed him all the way. Jiang Yi also followed at this time, and when he saw Tang Tang was about to follow the doctor, he was about to stop her. It's okay, you can watch it. The doctor took Xiaotang to take a bath, and Tang Tang watched the whole process during the vaccination. Jiang Yi completed all the formalities and paid the money. When I took Xiaotang home, Tong Tong's face was full of smiles. The smile never faded, and she introduced him to Jiang Yi very seriously. Papa, this is Xiaotang, Tang Tang is Xiaotang's mom, and Papa is Xiaotang's grandpa. Okay, I get it. If Tang Bao adopts Xiaotang, he must be responsible for Xiaotang. There were several bags of cat food and some supplies for the kittens in Jiang Yi's storage box. Of course Tang Tang will be responsible for Xiaotang. The little girl patted her chest and said this confidently. Mom believes in Tang Bao. Tang Bao, you must teach Xiaotang to go to the toilet when you get home. Because the cat was to be placed in the front seat, Tang Tang sat in front of Suiching. The little girl turned around and nodded vigorously. After returning home, Tang Tang volunteered to prepare various things for Xiaotang, including the cat bed, litter box, cat food, and so on. After taking a bath, Xiaotang was no longer the dirty little stray. Tang Tang was very satisfied with the things she had arranged and stretched out her little hand to it. Meow. Xiaotang suddenly bit Tong Tong's little hand. Xiaotang? Jiang Yi was terrified when he saw the scene. Xiaotang was a stray cat who had just been vaccinated. It would be bad if Tang Tang was bitten.